The causes of the revolt. Halt, passenger, take heed what thou dost see. This tomb doth show for what some men did die. Monument, Greyfriars Churchyard, Edinburgh, 16,611,668. 200 years ago a tragedy was enacted in Scotland, the memory whereof has been in great measure lost or obscured by the deep tragedies which followed it. It is, as it were, the evening of the night of persecution, a sort of twilight, dark indeed to us, but light as the noonday when compared with the midnight gloom which followed. This fact of its being the very threshold of persecution lends it, however, an additional interest. The prejudices of the people against episcopacy were out of measure increased, says Bishop Burnet, by the new incumbents who were put in the places of the ejected preachers, and were generally very mean and despicable in all respects. They were the worst preachers I ever heard, they were ignorant to a reproach, and many of them were openly vicious. They were indeed the dreg and refuse of the northern parts. Those of them who arose above contempt or scandal were men of such violent tempers that they were as much hated as the others were despised. 2. It was little to be wondered at, from this account, that the countryfolk refused to go to the parish church, and chose rather to listen to outed ministers in the fields. But this was not to be allowed, and their persecutors at last fell on the method of calling a roll of the parishioners' names every Sabbath, and marking a fine of 20 shillings Scots to the name of each absenter. In this way very large debts were incurred by persons altogether unable to pay. Besides this, landlords were fined for their tenants' absences, tenants for their landlords, masters for their servants, servants for their masters, even though they themselves were perfectly regular in their attendance. And as the curates were allowed to fine with the sanction of any common soldier, it may be imagined that often the pretexts were neither very sufficient nor well proven. When the fines could not be paid at once, Bibles, clothes, and household utensils were seized upon, or a number of soldiers, proportionate to his wealth, were quartered on the offender. The coarse and drunken privates filled the houses with woe, snatched the bread from the children to feed their dogs, shocked the principals, scorned the scruples, and blasphemed the religion of their humble hosts, and when they had reduced them to destitution, sold the furniture, and burned down the roof-tree which was consecrated to the peasants by the name of home. For all this attention, each of these soldiers received from his unwilling landlord a certain sum of money per day, 3 shillings sterling, according to Naphtali, and frequently they were forced to pay quartering money for more men than were in reality assessed on them. At that time it was no strange thing to behold a strong man begging for money to pay his fines, and many others who were deep in arrears, or who had attracted attention in some other way, were forced to flee from their homes, and take refuge from arrest and imprisonment among the wild mosses of the uplands. One example in particular we may cite. John Neilson, the Laird of Corsack, a worthy man, was, unfortunately for himself, a nonconformist. First he was fined in £400 Scots, and then through cessing he lost £1,993 Scots. He was next obliged to leave his house and flee from place to place, during which wanderings he lost his horse. His wife and children were turned out of doors, and then his tenants were fined till they too were almost ruined. As a final stroke, they drove away all his cattle to Glasgow and sold them. Surely it was time that something were done to alleviate so much sorrow, to overthrow such tyranny. About this time, too, there arrived in Galloway a person calling himself Captain Andrew Gray, and advising the people to revolt. He displayed some documents purporting to be from the Northern Covenanters, and stating that they were prepared to join in any enterprise commenced by their southern brethren. The leader of the persecutors was Sir James Turner, an officer afterwards degraded for his share in the matter. He was naturally fierce, but was mad when he was drunk, and that was very often, said Bishop Burnet. He was a learned man, but had always been in armies, and knew no other rule but to obey orders. He told me he had no regard to any law, but acted as he was commanded in a military way. 5. This was the state of matters, when an outrage was committed which gave spirit and determination to the oppressed countrymen, lit the flame of insubordination, and for the time at least recoiled on those who perpetrated it with redoubled force. One Theatre of Mortality, Edin, 1713. 2 History of My Own Times, beginning 1660, by Bishop Gilbert Burnet. Wardrow's Church History, Book 2, Chap 1, Sect 1. Cruikshank's Church History, 1751, 2nd ed. Burnett. Roman 2. The beginning. I love no wars if it must be. I love no jars war we must see. Nor strife's fire, so fates conspire. May discord cease, may we not feel. Let's live in peace, the force of steel. This I desire, this I desire. T. Jackson, 1651. Upon Tuesday, November 13th, 1666, Corporal George Deans and 3 other soldiers set upon an old man in the Clachan of Derry, and demanded the payment of his fines. On the old man's refusing to pay, they forced a large party of his neighbours to go with them and thresh his corn. The field was a certain distance out of the Clachan, and 4 persons, disguised as countrymen who had been out on the moors all night, met this mournful drove of slaves, compelled by the 4 soldiers to work for the ruin of their friend. However, chilled to the bone by their night on the hills, and worn out by want of food, they proceeded to the village inn to refresh themselves. Suddenly some people rushed into the room where they were sitting, and told them that the soldiers were about to roast the old man naked, on his own girdle. This was too much for them to stand, and they repaired immediately to the scene of this gross outrage, and at first merely requested that the captive should be released. On the refusal of the 2 soldiers who were in the front room, high words were given and taken on both sides, and the other 2 rushed forth from an adjoining chamber and made at the countrymen with drawn swords. One of the latter, John M. Llewellyn of Barscob, drew a pistol and shot the corporal in the body. 7 the pieces of tobacco pipe with which it was loaded, to the number of 10 at least, entered him, and he was so much disturbed that he never appears to have recovered, for we find long afterwards a petition to the Privy Council requesting a pension for him. The other soldiers then laid down their arms, the old man was rescued, and the rebellion was commenced. And now we must turn to Sir James Turner's memoirs of himself, for strange to say, this extraordinary man was remarkably fond of literary composition, and wrote, besides the amusing account of his own adventures just mentioned, a large number of essays and short biographies, and a work on war entitled Pallas Armata. The following are some of the shorter pieces: Magic, Friendship, Imprisonment, Anger, Revenge, Duels, Cruelty, a defence of some of the ceremonies of the English liturgiato, wit bowing at the name of Jesus, the frequent repetition of the Lord's Prayer and Good Lord. Deliver us of the doxology, of surplices, rochets, canonical coats, etc. From what we know of his character, we should expect Anger and Cruelty to be very full and instructive. But what earthly right he had to meddle with ecclesiastical subjects, it is hard to see. Upon the 12th of the month, he had received some information concerning Grey's proceedings, but as it was excessively indefinite in its character, he paid no attention to it. On the evening of the 14th, Corporal Deans was brought into Dumfries, who affirmed stoutly that he had been shot while refusing to sign the Covenanter story, rendered singularly unlikely by the after conduct of the rebels. Sir James instantly dispatched orders to the cessed soldiers, either to come to Dumfries or meet him on the way to Derry, and commanded the 13 or 14 men in the town with him to come at 9 next morning to his lodging for supplies. On the morning of Thursday, the rebels arrived at 8 Dumfries with 50 horse and 150 foot. Neilson of Corsac and Grey, who commanded with a considerable troop, entered the town and surrounded Sir James Turner's lodging. Though it was between 8 and 9 o'clock, that worthy, being unwell, was still in bed, but rose at once and went to the window. Neilson and some others cried, "You may have fair quarter." "I need no quarter," replied Sir James, "nor can I be a prisoner, seeing there is no war declared." On being told, however, that he must either be a prisoner or die, he came down and went into the street in his nightshirt. Here Grey showed himself very desirous of killing him, but he was overruled by Corsac. However, he was taken away a prisoner, Captain Grey mounting him on his own horse, though, as Turner naively remarks, there was good reason for it, for he mounted himself on a far better one of mine. A large coffer containing his clothes and money, together with all his papers, were taken away by the rebels. They robbed Master Chalmers, the Episcopalian minister of Dumfries, of his horse, drank the king's health at the Market Cross, and then left Dumfries. Fuller's History of the Holy War, 4th ed., 1651. Wadrau Val, Roman 2. Sir J. Turner's Memoirs, pp. 14,850. Roman 3. The march of the rebels. Stay, passenger, take notice what thou reads. At Edinburgh lie our bodies, here our heads. Our right hands stood at Lanark, these we want, because with them we signed the covenant. Epitaph on a tombstone at Hamilton. On Friday the 16th, Baillie Irvine of Dumfries came to the council at Edinburgh and gave information concerning this horrid rebellion. In the absence of wraths, Sharp presided much to the wrath of some members, and as he imagined his own safety endangered, his measures were most energetic. Doutsell was ordered away to the west, the guards round the city were doubled, officers and soldiers were forced to take the oath of allegiance, and all lodgers were commanded to give in their names. Sharp, surrounded with all these guards and precautions, trembled as he trembled when the avengers of blood drew him from his chariot on Magus Muir, for he knew how he had sold his trust, how he had betrayed his charge, and he felt that against him must their chiefest hatred be directed. Against him their direst thunderbolts be forged, but even in his fear the apostate Presbyterian was unrelenting, unpityingly harsh. He published in his manifesto no promise of pardon, no inducement to submission. He said, if you submit not you must die, but never added, if you submit you may live. 10. Meantime the insurgents proceeded on their way. At Carskerne they were deserted by Captain Grey, who, doubtless in a fit of oblivion, neglected to leave behind him the coffer containing Sir James' money. Who he was is a mystery, unsolved by any historian. His papers were evidently forgerious and his final flight appear to indicate that he was an agent of the Royalists, for either the King or the Duke of York was heard to say that, if he might have his wish, he would have them all turn rebels and go to arms 11. Upon the 18th day of the month they left Carskerne and marched onwards. Turner was always lodged by his captors at a good inn, frequently at the best of which their halting place could boast. Here many visits were paid to him by the ministers and officers of the insurgent force. In his description of these interviews, he displays a vein of satiric severity, admitting any kindness that was done to him with some 10 qualifying souvenir of former harshness, and gloating over any injury, mistake, or folly which it was his chance to suffer or to hear. He appears, notwithstanding all this, to have been on pretty good terms with his cruel fanatics, as the following extract sufficiently proves. Most of the foot were lodged about the church or churchyard, and order given to ring bells next morning for a sermon to be preached by Mr. Welch. Maxwell of Morith and Major M. Cullough invited me to hear that fanatic sermon, for so they merrily called it. They said that preaching might prove an effectual mean to turn me, which they heartily wished. I answered to them that I was under guards, and that if they intended to hear that sermon, it was probable I might likewise, for it was not like my guards wold go to church and leave me alone at my lodgings. But to what they said of my conversion, I said it wold be hard to turn a turner. But because I found them in a merry humour, I said, if I did not come to hear Mr. Welch preach, then they might fine me in 40 shillings Scots, which was double the sum of what I had exacted from the fanatics. 12. This took place at Ochiltree on the 22nd day of the month. The following is recounted by this personage with malicious glee, and certainly, if authentic, it is a sad proof of how chaff is mixed with wheat, and how ignorant, almost impious, persons were engaged in this movement. Nevertheless we give it, for we wish to present with impartiality all the alleged facts to the reader. Towards the evening Mr. Robinson and Mr. Cruikshank gave me a visit. I called for some ale purposely to hear one of them bless it. It fell Mr. Robinson to seek the blessing, who said one of the most bombastic graces that ever I heard in my life. He summoned God Almighty very imperiously to be their secondary, for that was his language. And if, said he, thou wilt not be our secondary, we will not fight for thee at all, for it is not 11 our cause but thy cause. And if thou wilt not fight for our cause and thy own cause, then we are not obliged to fight for it. They say, said he, that dukes, earls, and lords are coming with the king's general against us, but they shall be nothing but a thrashing to us. This grace did more fully satisfy me of the folly and injustice of their cause, than the ale did quench my thirst. 13. Frequently the rebels made a halt near some roadside alehouse, or in some convenient park, where Colonel Wallace, who had now taken the command, would review the horse and foot, during which time Turner was sent either into the alehouse or round the shoulder of the hill, to prevent him from seeing the disorders which were likely to arise. He was at last, on the 25th day of the month, between Douglas and Lanark, permitted to behold their evolutions. I found their horse did consist of 440, and the foot of 500 and upwards the horsemen were armed for most part with sword and pistol, some only with sword, the foot with musket, pike, scythe, scythe, fork, and sword, and some with swords great and long. He admired much the proficiency of their cavalry, and marvelled how they had attained to it in so short a time. At Douglas, which they had just left on the morning of this great Wappenshaw, they were charged awful picture of depravity, with the theft of a silver spoon and a nightgown. Could it be expected that while the whole country swarmed with robbers of every description, such a rare opportunity for plunder should be lost by rogues that among 1,000 men, even though fighting for religion, there should not be one a chan in the camp? At Lanark a declaration was drawn up and signed by the chief rebels. In it occurs the following: The just sense whereof the sufferings of the country made us choose, rather to betake ourselves to the fields for self-defence, than to stay at home, burdened 12 daily with the calamities of others, and tortured with the fears of our own approaching misery 15. The whole body, too, swore the covenant, to which ceremony the epitaph at the head of this chapter seems to refer. A report that Doutsell was approaching drove them from Lanark to Bathgate, where on the evening of Monday the 26th, the wearied army stopped. But at 12 o'clock the cry which served them for a trumpet of horse, horse, and mount the prisoner, resounded through the night-shrouded town, and called the peasants from their well-earned rest to toil onwards in their march. The wind howled fiercely over the moorland, a close, thick, wetting rain descended. Chilled to the bone, worn out with long fatigue, sinking to the knees in mire, onward they marched to destruction. One by one the weary peasants fell off from their ranks to sleep, and die in the rain-soaked moor, or to seek some house by the wayside wherein to hide till daybreak. One by one at first, then in gradually increasing numbers at every shelter that was seen, whole troops left the waning squadrons, and rushed to hide themselves from the ferocity of the tempest. To right and left naught could be descried but the broad expanse of the moor, and the figures of their fellow rebels seen dimly through the murky night, plodding onwards through the sinking moss. Those who kept toge through a miserable few often halted to rest themselves, and to allow their lagging comrades to overtake them. Then onward they went again, still hoping for assistance, reinforcement, and supplies, onward again, through the wind and the rain and the darkness onward to their defeat at Pentland, and their scaffold at Edinburgh. It was calculated that they lost 1/2 of their army on that disastrous nightmare. Next night they reached the village of Collington, 4 miles from Edinburgh, where they halted for the last time. 9a Cloud of Witnesses. Wadrow pp. 1920. 11a Hind Let Loose. Turner. Ibid. Wadrow. Turner, Wadrow and Church History by James Kirkton, an outed minister of the period. Roman 4. Raleigh and Green. From Covenanters with uplifted hands. From Remonstrators with associate bands. Good Lord, deliver us. Royalist Rhyme Kirkton. Late on the 4th night of November, exactly 24 days before Raleigh and Green, Richard and George Chaplin, merchants in Haddington, beheld 4 men, clad like West Country Whigamores, standing round some object on the ground. It was at the Tumul Cross, and within that distance from their homes. At last, to their horror, they discovered that the recumbent figure was a livid corpse, swathed in a blood-stained winding sheet. Many thought that this apparition was a portent of the deaths connected with the Pentland Rising. On the morning of Wednesday, the 28th of November 1666, they left Collington and marched to Raleigh and Green. There they arrived about sunset. The position was a strong one. On the summit of a bare, heathery spur of the Pentlands are 2 hillocks, and between them lies a narrow band of flat marshy ground. On the highest of the 2 mounts that nearest the Pentlands, and on the left hand of the main body was the greater part of the cavalry, under Major Learmont, on the other Barscobb and the Galloway gentlemen, and in the centre Colonel Wallace and the weak half-armed infantry. Their position was further strengthened by the depth of the valley below, and the deep chasm-like course of the Raleigh and Burn. The sun, going down behind the Pentlands, cast golden lights and blue shadows on their snow-clad summits. 14 slanted obliquely into the rich plain before them, bathing with rosy splendour the leafless, snow-sprinkled trees, and fading gradually into shadow in the distance. To the south, too, they beheld a deep-shaded amphitheatre of heather and bracken, the course of the Esk near Penicuik winding about at the foot of its gorge, the broad brown expanse of more moss, and fading into blue indistinctness in the south, the wild heath-clad Peeblesshire hills. In sooth, that scene was fair, and many a yearning glance was cast over that peaceful evening scene from the spot where the rebels awaited their defeat. And when the fight was over, many a noble fellow lifted his head from the blood-stained heather to strive with darkening eyeballs to behold that landscape, over which, as over his life and his cause, the shadows of night and of gloom were falling and thickening. It was while waiting on this spot that the fear-inspiring cry was raised, "The enemy! Here come the enemy!" Unwilling to believe their own doomful, our insurgents still hoped for success in some negotiations for peace which had been carried on at Carlintonthi, called out, "They are some of our own. They are too blacky one. Numerous, fie, for ground to draw up on," cried Wallace, fully realizing the want of space for his men, and proving that it was not till after this time that his forces were finally arranged. First of all the battle was commenced by 50 royalist horse sent obliquely across the hill to attack the left wing of the rebels. An equal number of Learmont's men met them, and after a struggle, drove them back. The course of the Rully and Burn prevented almost all pursuit, and Wallace, on perceiving it, dispatched a body of foot to occupy both the burn and some ruined sheep walls on the farther side. Doutsel changed his position and drew up his army at the foot of the hill, on the top of which were his foes. He then dispatched a mingled body of infantry and cavalry, 15, to attack Wallace's outpost, but they also were driven back. A third charge produced a still more disastrous effect, for Doutsel had to check the pursuit of his men by a reinforcement. These repeated checks bred a panic in the lieutenant general's ranks, for several of his men flung down their arms. Urged by such fatal symptoms, and by the approaching night, he deployed his men, and closed in overwhelming numbers on the centre and right flank of the insurgent army. In the increasing twilight the burning matches of the firelocks, shimmering on beryl, halbert and cuirass, lent to the approaching army a picturesque effect, like a huge man-armed giant breathing flame into the darkness. Placed on an overhanging hill, Welch and Semple cried aloud, "The God of Jacob, the God of Jacob," and prayed with uplifted hands for victory. But still the royalist troops closed in. Captain John Patten was observed by Doutsel, who determined to capture him with his own hands. Accordingly he charged forward, presenting his pistols. Patten fired, but the balls hopped off Doutsel's buff coat and fell into his boot. With the superstition peculiar to his age, the nonconformist concluded that his adversary was rendered bulletproof by enchantment, and pulling some small silver coins from his pocket, charged his pistol therewith. Doutsel, seeing this, and supposing it is likely that Patten was putting in larger balls, hid behind his servant, who was killed. Meantime the outposts were forced, and the army of Wallace was enveloped in the embrace of a hideous boa constrictor tightening, closing, crushing every semblance of life from the victim enclosed in his toils. The flanking parties of horse were forced in upon the centre, and though, as even Turner grants, they fought with desperation, a general flight was the result. But when they fell, there was none to sing their Coronach 16 or wail the death will over them. Those who sacrificed themselves for the peace, the liberty, and the religion of their fellow countrymen, lay bleaching in the field of death for long, and when at last they were buried by charity, the peasants dug up their bodies, desecrated their graves, and cast them once more upon the open heath for the sorry value of their winding sheets. Inscription on stone at Rully and Green. Here, and near to this place lies the Reverend Mr. John Cruikshank and Mr. Andrew McCormick, ministers of the gospel, and about 50 other true covenanted Presbyterians who were killed in this place in their own innocent self-defence and defence of the covenanted work of Reformation by Thomas Doutsel of Binns, upon the 28th of November 1666. Rev. 12. 11. Erected Sept. 28, 1738. Back of stone. A cloud of witnesses lies here, who for Christ's interest did appear, for to restore true liberty, o'erturned then by tyranny, and by proud prelates who did rage against the Lord's own heritage. They sacrificed were for the laws, of Christ their King, his noble cause. These heroes fought with great renown, by falling got the martyr's crown. Kirkton, Kirkton, Turner, Kirkton, V. A record of blood. They cut his hands ere he was dead, and after that struck off his head. His blood under the altar cries for vengeance on Christ's enemies. Epitaph on tomb at Longcross of Clermont. Master Andrew Murray, an outed minister residing in the Potirow on the morning after the defeat, heard the sounds of cheering and the march of many feet beneath his window. He gazed out. With colours flying and with music sounding, Dalzell, victorious, entered Edinburgh. But his banners were dyed in blood, and a band of prisoners were marched within his ranks. The old man knew it all. That martial and triumphant strain was the death knell of his friends and of their cause. The rust-hued spots upon the flags were the tokens of their courage and their death, and the prisoners were the miserable remnant spared from death in battle to die upon the scaffold. Poor old man, he had outlived all joy. Had he lived longer, he would have seen increasing torment and increasing woe. He would have seen the clouds, then but gathering in mist, cast a more than midnight darkness over his native hills, and have fallen a victim to those bloody persecutions which later sent their red memorials to the sea by many a burn. By a merciful providence all this was spared to him who fell beneath the first blow, and ere 4 days had passed since Rullion Green, the aged minister of God was gathered to his fathers. When Sharp first heard of the rebellion, he applied to Sir Alexander Ramsay, the provost, for soldiers to guard 18 his house. Disliking their occupation, the soldiers gave him an ugly time of it. All the night through they kept up a continuous series of alarms and incursions, cries of stand, give fire, etc., which forced the prelate to flee to the castle in the morning, hoping there to find the rest which was denied him at home. Now, however, when all danger to himself was past, Sharp came out in his true colours, and scant was the justice likely to be shown to the foes of Scottish episcopacy when the primate was by. The prisoners were lodged in Haddo's Hole, a part of St. Giles Cathedral, where, by the kindness of Bishop Wishart, to his credit be it spoken, they were amply supplied with food. Some people urged in the council that the promise of quarter which had been given on the field of battle should protect the lives of the miserable men. Sir John Gilmer, the greatest lawyer, gave no opinion, certainly a suggestive circumstance, but Lord Lee declared that this would not interfere with their legal trial. So to bloody executions they went 26 to the number of 30 they were condemned and executed, while 2 of them, Hugh M. Kyle, a young minister, and Nielsen of Corsac, were tortured with the boots. The goods of those who perished were confiscated, and their bodies were dismembered and distributed to different parts of the country. The heads of Major M. Culloch and the 2 Gordons, it was resolved, says Kirkton, should be pitched on the gate of Kirkcudbright. The 2 Hamiltons and Strong's head should be affixed at Hamilton, and Captain Arnott's set on the water gate at Edinburgh. The arms of all the 10, because they had with uplifted hands renewed the covenant at Lanark, were sent to the people of that town to expiate that crime, by placing these arms on the top of the prison. 27 among these was John Nielsen, the Laird of Corsac, who saved Turner's life at Dumfries. 19 in return for which service Sir James attempted, though without success, to get the poor man reprieved. One of the condemned died of his wounds between the day of condemnation and the day of execution. None of them, says Kirkton, would save their life by taking the declaration and renouncing the covenant, though it was offered to them, but never men died in Scotland so much lamented by the people, not only spectators, but those in the country. When Knockbreck and his brother were turned over, they clasped each other in their arms, and so endured the pangs of death. When Humphrey Colquhoun died, he spoke not like an ordinary citizen but like a heavenly minister, relating his comfortable Christian experiences, and called for his Bible, and laid it on his wounded arm, and read John 3, and spoke upon it to the admiration of all. But most of all, when Mr. M. Kyle died, there was such a lamentation as was never known in Scotland before, not one dry cheek upon all the street, or in all the numberless windows in the market-place. 28. The following passage from this speech speaks for itself and its author. Hereafter I will not talk with flesh and blood, nor think on the world's consolations. Farewell to all my friends, whose company hath been refreshful to me in my pilgrimage. I have done with the light of the sun and the moon, Welcome eternal light, eternal life, everlasting love, everlasting praise, everlasting glory. Praise to him that sits upon the throne and to the Lamb forever. Bless the Lord, O my soul, that hath pardoned all my iniquities in the blood of his Son, and healed all my diseases. Bless him, O all ye his angels that excel in strength, ye ministers of his that do his pleasure. Bless the Lord, O my soul. 29. After having ascended the gallows ladder, he again broke forth in the following words of touching eloquence. And now I leave off to speak any more to creatures, and begin my intercourse with God, which shall never be 20 broken off. Farewell father and mother, friends and relations. Farewell the world and all delights. Farewell meat and drink. Farewell sun, moon and stars. Welcome God and Father. Welcome sweet Jesus Christ, the mediator of the new covenant. Welcome blessed Spirit of grace and God of all consolation. Welcome glory, welcome eternal life, welcome death. 30. At Glasgow too, where some were executed, they caused the soldiers to beat the drums and blow the trumpets on their closing ears. Hideous refinement of revenge, even the last words which drop from the lips of a dying man, words, surely the most sincere and the most unbiased which mortal mouth can utter, even these were looked upon as poisoned and as poisonous. Drown their last accents was the cry, lest they should lead the crowd to take their part, or at the least to mourn their doom. 31. But after all, perhaps it was more merciful than one would think, unintentionally so, of course. Perhaps the storm of harsh and fiercely jubilant noises, the clanging of trumpets, the rattling of drums, and the hootings and jeerings of an unfeeling mob, which were the last they heard on earth, might, when the mortal fight was over, when the river of death was passed, add tenfold sweetness to the hymning of the angels, tenfold peacefulness to the shores which they had reached. Not content with the cruelty of these executions, some even of the peasantry, though these were confined to the shire of Mid Lothian, pursued, captured, plundered, and murdered the miserable fugitives who fell in their way. One strange story have we of these times of blood and persecution. Kirkton the historian and popular tradition tell us alike of a flame which often would arise from the grave, in a moss near Carnwatt, of some of those poor rebels, of how it crept along the ground, of how it covered the house of their murderer, and of how it scared him with its lurid glare. Here Daniel Defoe, 32. If the poor people were by these insupportable violences made desperate, and driven to all the extremities of a wild despair, who can justly reflect on them when they read in the word of God that oppression makes a wise man mad? And therefore were there no other original of the insurrection known by the name of the rising of Pentland. It was nothing but what the intolerable oppressions of those times might have justified to all the world, nature having dictated to all people a right of defence when illegally and arbitrarily attacked in a manner not justifiable either by laws of nature, the laws of God, or the laws of the country. Bear this remonstrance of Defoe's in mind, and though it is the fashion of the day to jeer and to mock, to execrate and to contemn the noble band of Covenanters, though the bitter laugh at their old-world religious views, the curl of the lip at their merits, and the chilling silence on their bravery and their determination, are but too rife through all society, be charitable to what was evil and honest to what was good about the Pentland insurgents, who fought for life and liberty, for country and religion, on the 28th of November 1666, now just 200 years ago. Edinburgh, 28th November 1866. 22 Cloud of Witnesses, Edin, 1765. Kirkton, Ibid, pp. 247-248. Ibid, Kirkton. 29 Naphtali, Glasgow 1721. Wardrose, Kirkton. Defoe's History of the Church of Scotland. Sketches. I. The Satirist. My companion enjoyed a cheap reputation for wit and insight. He was by habit and repute a satirist. If he did occasionally condemn anything or anybody who richly deserved it, and whose demerits had hitherto escaped, it was simply because he condemned everything and everybody. While I was with him, he disposed of St. Paul with an epigram, shook my reverence for Shakespeare in a neat antithesis, and fell foul of the Almighty himself, on the score of 1 or 2 out of the 10 commandments. Nothing escaped his blighting censure. At every sentence he overthrew an idol or lowered my estimation of a friend. I saw everything with new eyes and could only marvel at my former blindness. How was it possible that I had not before observed as false hair, B.S. selfishness, or C.S. boorish manners? I and my companion, methought, walked the streets like a couple of guards among a swarm of vermin, for every one we saw seemed to bear openly upon his brow the mark of the apocalyptic beast. I half expected that these miserable beings, like the people of Lystra, would recognize their betters and force us to the altar, in which case, warned by the fate of Paul and Barnabas, I do not know that my modesty would have prevailed upon me to decline. But there was no need for such churlish virtue. More blinded than the Lycaonians, the people saw no divinity in our gait, and as our temporary Godhead lay 26 more in the way of observing than healing their infirmities, we were content to pass them by in scorn. I could not leave my companion, not from regard or even from interest, but from a very natural feeling, inseparable from the case. To understand it, let us take a simile. Suppose yourself walking down the street with a man who continues to sprinkle the crowd out of a flask of vitriol. You would be much diverted with the grimaces and contortions of his victims, and at the same time you would fear to leave his arm until his bottle was empty, knowing that, when once among the crowd, you would run a good chance yourself of baptism with his biting liquor. Now my companion's vitriol was inexhaustible. It was perhaps the consciousness of this, the knowledge that I was being anointed already out of the vials of his wrath, that made me fall to criticizing the critic whenever we had parted. After all, I thought, our satirist has just gone far enough into his neighbours to find that the outside is false, without caring to go farther and discover what is really true. He is content to find that things are not what they seem, and broadly generalizes from it that they do not exist at all. He sees our virtues are not what they pretend they are, and on the strength of that he denies us the possession of virtue altogether. He has learnt the first lesson, that no man is wholly good, but he has not even suspected that there is another equally true, to wit, that no man is wholly bad. Like the inmate of a coloured star, he has eyes for one colour alone. He has a keen scent after evil, but his nostrils are plugged against all good, as people plugged their nostrils before going about the streets of the plague-struck city. Why does he do this? It is most unreasonable to flee the knowledge of good like the infection of a horrible disease, and batten and grow fat in the real atmosphere of a lazar house. This was my first thought, but my second was not like unto it, and I saw that our satirist was wise in 27 his generation, like the unjust steward. He does not want light, because the darkness is more pleasant. He does not wish to see the good, because he is happier without it. I recollect that when I walked with him, I was in a state of divine exaltation, such as Adam and Eve must have enjoyed when the savour of the fruit was still unfaded between their lips, and I recognized that this must be the man's habitual state. He has the forbidden fruit in his waistcoat pocket, and can make himself a god as often and as long as he likes. He has raised himself upon a glorious pedestal above his fellows. He has touched the summit of ambition, and he envies neither king nor kaiser, prophet nor priest, content in an elevation as high as theirs, and much more easily attained. Yes, certes, much more easily attained. He has not risen by climbing himself but by pushing others down. He has grown great in his own estimation, not by blowing himself out and risking the fate of Sop's frog, but simply by the habitual use of a diminishing glass on everybody else. And I think altogether that his is a better, a safer, and a surer recipe than most others. After all, however, looking back on what I have written, I detect a spirit suspiciously like his own. All through, I have been comparing myself with our satirist, and all through, I have had the best of the comparison. Well, contagion is as often mental as physical, and I do not think my readers, who have all been under his lash, will blame me very much for giving the headsman a mouthful of his own sawdust. Roman 2. Nuits blanches. If anyone should know the pleasure and pain of a sleepless night, it should be one. I remember, so long ago, the sickly child that woke from his few hours' slumber with the sweat of a nightmare on his brow, to lie awake and listen and long for the first signs of life among the silent streets. These nights of pain and weariness are graven on my mind, and so when the same thing happened to me again, everything that I heard or saw was rather a recollection than a discovery. Weighed upon by the opaque and almost sensible darkness, I listened eagerly for anything to break the sepulchral quiet. But nothing came save, perhaps, an emphatic crack from the old cabinet that was made by Deacon Brodie, or the dry rustle of the coals on the extinguished fire. It was a calm, or I know that I should have heard in the roar and clatter of the storm, as I have not heard it for so many years, the wild career of a horseman, always scouring up from the distance and passing swiftly below the window, yet always returning again from the place whence first he came, as though, baffled by some higher power, he had retraced his steps to gain impetus for another and another attempt. As I lay there arose out of the utter stillness the rumbling of a carriage a very great way off, that drew near, and passed within a few streets of the house, and died away as gradually as it had arisen. This, too, was as a reminiscence. I rose and lifted a corner of the blind. Over the black belt of the garden I saw the long line of Queen Street, with here and there a lighted window. How often before had my nurse lifted me out of bed and pointed them out to me, while we wondered together if there were children that could not sleep, and if these lighted oblongs were signs of those that waited like us for the morning. I went out into the lobby, and looked down into the great deep well of the staircase. For what cause I know not, just as it used to be in the old days that the feverish child might be the better served, a peep of gas illuminated a narrow circle far below me. But where I was, all was darkness 29 and silence, save the dry monotonous ticking of the clock that came ceaselessly up to my ear. The final crown of it all, however, the last touch of reproduction on the pictures of my memory, was the arrival of that time for which, all night through, I waited and longed of old. It was my custom, as the hours dragged on, to repeat the question, "When will the carts come in?" and repeat it again and again, until at last those sounds arose in the street that I have heard once more this morning. The road before our house is a great thoroughfare for early carts. I know not, and I never have known, what they carry, whence they come, or whither they go. But I know that, long ere dawn, and for hours together, they stream continuously past, with the same rolling and jerking of wheels and the same clink of horses' feet. It was not for nothing that they made the burthen of my wishes all night through. They are really the first throbbings of life, the harbingers of day, and it pleases you as much to hear them as it must please a shipwrecked seaman once again to grasp a hand of flesh and blood after years of miserable solitude. They have the freshness of the daylight life about them. You can hear the carters cracking their whips and crying hoarsely to their horses or to one another, and sometimes even a peal of healthy, harsh horse laughter comes up to you through the darkness. There is now an end of mystery and fear. Like the knocking at the door in Macbeth 33 or the cry of the watchman in the Tour de Nesle, they show that the horrible caesura is over and the nightmares have fled away, because the day is breaking and the ordinary life of men is beginning to bestir itself among the streets. In the middle of it all I fell asleep, to be wakened by the officious knocking at my door, and I find myself 12 years older than I had dreamed myself all night. See a short essay of De Quincey's Roman 3. The Wreath of Immortelles. It is all very well to talk of death as a pleasant potion of immortality, but the most of us, I suspect, are of queasy stomachs, and find it none of the sweetest. The graveyard may be cloakroom to heaven, but we must admit that it is a very ugly and offensive vestibule in itself, however fair may be the life to which it leads. And though Enoch and Elias went into the temple through a gate, which certainly may be called beautiful, the rest of us have to find our way to it through Ezekiel's low-bowed door, and the vault full of creeping things and all manner of abominable beasts. Nevertheless, there is a certain frame of mind to which a cemetery is, if not an antidote, at least an alleviation. If you are in a fit of the blues, go nowhere else. It was in obedience to this wise regulation that the other morning found me lighting my pipe at the entrance to Old Greyfriars, thoroughly sick of the town, the country, and myself. 2 of the men were talking at the gate, one of them carrying a spade in hands still crusted with the soil of graves. Their very aspect was delightful to me, and I crept nearer to them, thinking to pick up some snatch of sexton gossip, some talk fit for a charnel 35-something, in fine, worthy of that fastidious logician, that adept in coroner's law, who has come down to us as the patron of Yorn's liquor, and the very prince of gravediggers. Scots people in general are so much wrapped up in their profession that I had a good chance of overhearing such conversation, the talk of fishmongers running usually on stockfish and haddocks, while of the Scots sexton I could repeat stories and speeches that positively smell of the 31 graveyard, but on this occasion I was doomed to disappointment. My 2 friends were far into the region of generalities. Their profession was forgotten in their electorship. Politics had engulfed the narrower economy of grave-digging. "Na," said the one, "you're a rang." "The English and Irish churches," answered the other, in a tone as if he had made the remark before, and it had been called in question. "The English and Irish churches have impoverished the country." Such are the results of education, thought I as I passed beside them and came fairly among the tombs. Here at least there were no commonplace politics, no diluted this morning's leader, to distract or offend me. The old shabby church showed, as usual, its quaint extent of roofage and the relievo skeleton on one gable, still blackened with the fire of 30 years ago. A chill dank mist lay over all. The old Greyfriars churchyard was in perfection that morning, and one could go round and reckon up the associations with no fear of vulgar interruption. On this stone the covenant was signed. In that vault, as the story goes, John Knox took hiding in some Reformation broil. From that window Burke the murderer looked out many a time across the tombs, and perhaps o'nights let himself down over the sill to rob some new-made grave. Certainly he would have a selection here. The very walks have been carried over forgotten resting places, and the whole ground is uneven, because as I was once quaintly told, when the wood rots it stands to reason the soil should fall in, which, from the law of gravitation, is certainly beyond denial. But it is round the boundary that there are the finest tombs. The whole irregular space is, as it were, fringed with quaint old monuments, rich in death's heads and sides and hourglasses, and doubly rich in pious epitaphs and Latin mottos, rich in them to such an extent that their proper space has run over, and they have crawled endlong up the shafts of columns, and 32 ensconced themselves in all sorts of odd corners among the sculpture. These tombs raise their backs against the rabble of squalid dwelling-houses, and every here and there a clothespool projects between two monuments its fluttering trophy of white and yellow and red. With a grim irony they recall the banners in the Invalids, banners as appropriate perhaps over the sepulchres of tailors and weavers as these others above the dust of armies. Why they put things out to dry on that particular morning it was hard to imagine. The grass was grey with drops of rain, the headstones black with moisture. Yet in despite of weather and common sense, there they hung between the tombs, and beyond them I could see through open windows into miserable rooms where whole families were born and fed, and slept and died. At one a girl sat singing merrily with her back to the graveyard, and from another came the shrill tones of a scolding woman. Every here and there was a town garden full of sickly flowers, or a pile of crockery inside upon the windows at. But you do not grasp the full connection between these houses of the dead and the living, the unnatural marriage of stately sepulchres and squalid houses, till lower down, where the road has sunk far below the surface of the cemetery, and the very roofs are scarcely on a level with its wall, you observe that a proprietor has taken advantage of a tall monument and trained a chimney stack against its back. It startles you to see the red, modern pots peering over the shoulder of the tomb. A man was at work on a grave, his spade clinking away the drift of bones that permeates the thin brown soil, but my first disappointment had taught me to expect little from Greyfriars sextons, and I passed him by in silence. A slater on the slope of a neighbouring roof eyed me curiously. A lean black cat, looking as if it had battened on strange meats, slipped past me. A little boy at a window put his finger to his nose in so offensive a manner that I was put upon my dignity, and turned grandly off 33 to read old epitaphs and peer through the gratings into the shadow of vaults. Just then I saw two women coming down a path, one of them old and the other younger with a child in her arms. Both had faces eaten with famine and hardened with sin, and both had reached that stage of degradation, much lower in a woman than a man, when all care for dress is lost. As they came down they neared a grave, where some pious friend or relative had laid a wreath of immortelles, and put a bell glass over it, as is the custom. The effect of that ring of dull yellow among so many blackened and dusty sculptures was more pleasant than it is in modern cemeteries, where every second mound can boast a similar coronal. And here, where it was the exception and not the rule, I could even fancy the drops of moisture that dimmed the covering were the tears of those who laid it where it was. As the two women came up to it, one of them kneeled down on the wet grass and looked long and silently through the clouded shade, while the second stood above her, gently oscillating to and fro to lull the mewling baby. I was struck a great way off with something religious in the attitude of these two unkempt and haggard women, and I drew near faster but still cautiously to hear what they were saying. Surely on them the spirit of death and decay had descended. I had no education to dread here. Should I not have a chance of seeing nature? Alas, a pawnbroker could not have been more practical and commonplace, for this was what the kneeling woman said to the woman upright this and nothing more. What extravagance! O 19th century, wonderful art thou indeed wonderful, but wearisome in thy stale and deadly uniformity. Thy men are more like numerals than men. They must bear their idiosyncrasies or their professions written on a placard about their neck, like the scenery in Shakespeare's theatre. The precepts of economy have pierced into the lowest ranks of life, and there is now a decorum in vice, 34a respectability among the disreputable, a pure spirit of Philistinism among the waifs and strays of thy Bohemia. For lo, thy very gravediggers talk politics, and thy castaways kneel upon new graves to discuss the cost of the monument and grumble at the improvidence of love. Such was the elegant apostrophe that I made as I went out of the gates again, happily satisfied in myself, and feeling that I alone of all whom I had seen was able to profit by the silent poem of these green mounds and blackened headstones. 34 Religio Medici Part 2, Duchess of Malfi. Roman 4. Nurses. I knew one once, and the room where, lonely and old, she waited for death. It was pleasant enough, high up above the lane, and looking forth upon a hillside, covered all day with sheets and yellow blankets, and with long lines of underclothing fluttering between the battered posts. There were any number of cheap prints, and a drawing by one of her children, and there were flowers in the window, and a sickly canary withered into consumption in an ornamental cage. The bed, with its checked coverlid, was in a closet. A great Bible lay on the table, and her drawers were full of scones, which it was her pleasure to give to young visitors such as I was then. You may not think this a melancholy picture, but the canary and the cat and the white mouse that she had for a while and that died were all indications of the want that ate into her heart. I think I know a little of what that old woman felt, and I am as sure as if I had seen her that she sat many an hour in silent tears, with the big Bible open before her clouded eyes. If you could look back upon her life and feel the great 35 chain that had linked her to one child after another, sometimes to be wrenched suddenly through, and sometimes, which is infinitely worse, to be torn gradually off through years of growing neglect, or perhaps growing dislike. She had, like the mother, overcome that natural repugnance which no man can conquer towards the infirm and helpless mass of putty of the earlier stage. She had spent her best and happiest years in tending, watching, and learning to love like a mother this child, with which she has no connection, and to which she has no tie. Perhaps she refused some sweetheart such things have been, or put him off and off, until he lost heart and turned to someone else, all for fear of leaving this creature that had wound itself about her heart. And the end of it all, her month's warning and a present perhaps, and the rest of the life to vain regret. Or, worse still, to see the child gradually forgetting and forsaking her, fostered in disrespect and neglect on the plea of growing manliness, and at last beginning to treat her as a servant whom he had treated a few years before as a mother. She seized the Bible or the psalm book, which with gladness and love unutterable in her heart she had bought for him years ago out of her slender savings, neglected for some newer gift of his father, lying in dust in the lumber-room or given away to a poor child, and the act applauded for its unfeeling charity. Little wonder if she becomes hurt and angry, and attempts to tyrannize and to grasp her old power back again. We are not all patient grizzles by good fortune, but the most of us human beings with feelings and tempers of our own. And so in the end, behold her in the room that I described. Very likely and very naturally, in some fling of feverish misery or recoil of thwarted love, she has quarrelled with her old employers, and the children are forbidden to see her or to speak to her. Or at best she gets her rent paid and a little to herself, and now and then her late charges are sent up with another nurse, perhaps to pay her a short visit. How bright these visits seem as she looks 36 forward to them on her lonely bed. How unsatisfactory their realization when the forgetful child, half wondering, checks with every word and action the outpouring of her maternal love. How bitter and restless the memories that they leave behind. And for the rest, what else has she? To watch them with eager eyes as they go to school, to sit in church where she can see them every Sunday, to be passed some day unnoticed in the street, or deliberately cut because the great man or the great woman are with friends before whom they are ashamed to recognize the old woman that loved them. When she goes home that night, how lonely will the room appear to her? Perhaps the neighbours may hear her sobbing to herself in the dark, with the fire burnt out for want of fuel, and the candle still unlit upon the table. And it is for this that they live, these quasi-mother smothers in everything but the travail and the thanks. It is for this that they have remained virtuous in youth, living the dull life of a household servant. It is for this that they refuse the old sweetheart, and have no fireside or offspring of their own. I believe in a better state of things, that there will be no more nurses, and that every mother will nurse her own offspring. For what can be more hardening and demoralizing than to call forth the tenderest feelings of a woman's heart, and cherish them yourself as long as you need them, as long as your children require a nurse to love them, and then to blight and thwart and destroy them, whenever your own use for them is at an end? This may be utopian, but it is always a little thing if one mother or two mothers can be brought to feel more tenderly to those who share their toil, and have no part in their reward. V. A character. The man has a red, bloated face, and his figure is short and squat. So far there is nothing in him to notice, but when you see his eyes, you can read in these hard and shallow orbs a depravity beyond measure depraved, a thirst after wickedness, the pure, disinterested love of hell for its own sake. The other night in the street I was watching an omnibus passing with lit-up windows, when I heard some one coughing at my side as though he would cough his soul out, and turning round, I saw him stopping under a lamp, with a brown greatcoat buttoned round him and his whole face convulsed. It seemed as if he could not live long, and so the sight set my mind upon a train of thought, as I finished my cigar up and down the lighted streets. He is old, but all these years have not yet quenched his thirst for evil, and his eyes still delight themselves in wickedness. He is dumb, but he will not let that hinder his foul trade, or perhaps I should say, his yet fouler amusement, and he has pressed a slate into the service of corruption. Look at him, and he will sign to you with his bloated head, and when you go to him in answer to the sign, thinking perhaps that the poor dumb man has lost his way, you will see what he writes upon his slate. He haunts the doors of schools, and shows such inscriptions as these to the innocent children that come out. He hangs about picture regaleries, and makes the noblest pictures the text for some silent homily of vice. His industry is a lesson to ourselves. Is it not wonderful how he can triumph over his infirmities, and do such an amount of harm without a tongue? Wonderful industrious strange, fruitless, pleasureless toil. Must not the very devil feel a soft emotion to see his disinterested and laborious service? Ah, but 38, the devil knows better than this. He knows that this man is penetrated with the love of evil, and that all his pleasure is shut up in wickedness. He recognizes him, perhaps, as a fit type for mankind of his satanic self, and watches over his effigy as we might watch over a favorite likeness. As the business man comes to love the toil, which he only looked upon at first as a ladder towards other desires and less unnatural gratifications, so the dumb man has felt the charm of his trade, and fallen captivated before the eyes of sin. It is a mistake when preachers tell us that vice is hideous and loathsome, for even vice has her horsel and her devotees, who love her for her own sake. College papers. College papers. Edinburgh students in 1824. On the 2nd of January 1824 was issued the prospectus of the Lapsus Linguae, or the College Tatler, and on the 7th the first number appeared. On Friday, the 2nd of April, Mr. Tatler became speechless. Its history was not all one success, for the editor who applies to himself the words of Iago, "I am nothing if I am not critical," overstepped the bounds of caution, and found himself seriously embroiled with the powers that were. There appeared in number 16 a most bitter satire upon Sir John Leslie, in which he was compared to Falstaff, charged with puffing himself, and very prettily censured for publishing only the first volume of a class book, and making all purchasers pay for both. Sir John Leslie took up the matter angrily, visited Carfrey the publisher, and threatened him with an action till he was forced to turn the hapless Lapsus out of doors. The maltreated periodical found shelter in the shop of Huey, Infirmary Street, and number 17 was duly issued from the new office. Number 17 beheld Mr. Tatler's humiliation, in which, with fulsome apology and not very credible assurances of respect and admiration, he disclaims the article in question, and advertises a new issue of number 16, with all objectionable matter omitted. This, with pleasing euphemism, he terms in a later advertisement, a new and improved edition. This was the only remarkable adventure of Mr. Tatler's brief existence, unless we consider 42 as such a silly Chaldee manuscript in imitation of Blackwood, and a letter of reproof from a divinity student on the impiety of the same dull effusion. He laments the near approach of his end in pathetic terms. How shall we summon up sufficient courage, says he, to look for the last time on our beloved little devil and his inestimable proof-sheet? How shall we be able to pass No. 14 Infirmary Street and feel that all its attractions are over? How shall we bid farewell forever to that excellent man, with the long greatcoat, wooden leg and wooden board, who acts as our representative at the gate of Alma Mater? But alas, he had no choice. Mr. Tatler, whose career he says himself had been successful, passed peacefully away, and has ever since dumbly implored the bringing home of bell and burial. Alter et idem. A very different affair was the lapsus linguae from the Edinburgh University magazine. The two prospectuses alone, laid side by side, would indicate the march of luxury and the repeal of the paper duty. The penny bi-weekly broadside of session 18,234 was almost wholly dedicated to Momus. Epigrams, pointless letters, amorous verses and university grievances are the continual burthen of the song, but Mr. Tatler was not without a vein of hearty humour, and his pages afford what is much better, to wit, a good picture of student life as it then was. The students of those polite days insisted on retaining their hats in the classroom. There was a cabstance in front of the college, and carriage entrance was posted above the main arch, on what the writer pleases to call coarse, unclassic boards. The benches of the speculative then, as now, were red. But all other societies the dialectic is the only survivor met downstairs, in some rooms of which it is pointedly said that nothing else could conveniently be made of them. However horrible these dungeons may have been, it is certain that they were paid for, and that far too heavily for the taste of session 18,234, which found enough coals 43 upon its purse for porter and toasted cheese at Ambrose's, or cranberry tarts and ginger wine at Dowell's. Duelling was still a possibility, so much so that when two medicals fell to fisticuffs in Adam Square, it was seriously hinted that single combat would be the result. Last and most wonderful of all, Gall and Spurzheim were in everyone's mouth, and the law student, after having exhausted Byron's poetry and Scott's novels, informed the ladies of his belief in phrenology. In the present day he would dilate on red as a rose is she, and then mention that he attends old Greyfriars as a tacit claim to intellectual superiority. I do not know that the advance is much. But Mr. Tatler's best performances were 3 short papers in which he hit off pretty smartly the idiosyncrasies of the divinity, the medical, and the law of session 18,234. The fact that there was no notice of the arts seems to suggest that they stood in the same intermediate position as they do now, the epitome of student-kind. Mr. Tatler's satire is, on the whole, good-humoured, and has not grown superannuated in all its limbs. His descriptions may limp at some points, but there are certain broad traits that apply equally well to session 187,071. He shows us the divinity of the period, tall, pale and slender, his collar greasy, and his coat bare about the seamshe's white neckcloth serving 4 days, and regularly turned the third, the rim of his hat deficient in wool, and a weighty volume of theology under his arm. He was the man to buy cheap a snuff-box, or a dozen of pencils, or a 6-bladed knife, or a quarter of 100 quills, at any of the public sale-rooms. He was noted for cheap purchases, and for exceeding the legal tender in halfpence. He haunted the darkest and remotest corner of the theatre gallery. He was to be seen issuing from aerial lodging-houses. Withal, says mine author, there were many good points about him. He paid his landlady's bill, read his Bible, went twice to 44 church on Sunday, seldom swore, was not often tipsy, and bought the lapsus linguae. The medical again wore a white greatcoat, and consequently talked loud. There is something very delicious in that consequently. He wore his hat on one side. He was active, volatile, and went to the top of Arthur's Seat on the Sunday forenoon. He was as quiet in a debating society as he was loud in the streets. He was reckless and imprudent. Yesterday he insisted on your sharing a bottle of claret with him, and claret was claret then, before the cheapenednesty treaty, and tomorrow he asks you for the loan of a penny to buy the last number of the lapsus. The student of law, again, was a learned man. He had turned over the leaves of Justinian's Institutes, and knew that they were written in Latin. He was well acquainted with the title-page of Blackstone's Commentaries, and Argyll, as the gravedigger in Hamlet, says he was not a person to be laughed at. He attended the Parliament House in the character of a critic, and could give you stale sneers at all the celebrated speakers. He was the terror of essayists at the speculative or the forensic. In social qualities he seems to have stood unrivaled. Even in the police office we find him shining with undiminished luster. If a Charlie should find him rather noisy at an untimely hour, and venture to take him into custody, he appears next morning like a Daniel come to judgment. He opens his mouth to speak, and the divine precepts of unchanging justice and Scots law flow from his tongue. The magistrate listens in amazement, and finds him only a couple of guineas. Such then were our predecessors and their college magazine. Barclay, Ambrose, young Amos and Ferguson were to them what the Café, the Rainbow and Rutherfords are to us. An hour's reading in these old pages absolutely confuses us. There is so much that is similar and so much that is different. The follies and amusements are so like our own, and the manner of frolicking and enjoying are so 45 changed, that one pauses and looks about him in philosophically judgment. The muddy quadrangle is thick with living students, but in our eyes it swarms also with the phantasmal white greatcoats and tilted hats of 1824. Two races meet, races alike and diverse. Two performances are played before our eyes, but the change seems merely of impersonators, of scenery, of costume. Plot and passion are the same. It is the fall of the spun shilling whether 71 or 24 has the best of it. In a future number, we hope to give a glance at the individualities of the present, and see whether the cast shall be head or tail, whether we or the readers of the lapsus stand higher in the balance. Roman 2. The modern student considered generally. We have now reached the difficult portion of our task. Mr. Tatler, for all that we care, may have been as virulent as he liked about the students of a former day. But for the iron to touch our sacred selves, for a brother of the guild to betray its most privy infirmities, let such a Judas look to himself as he passes on his way to the Scots law or the diagnostic, below the solitary lamp at the corner of the dark quadrangle. We confess that this idea alarms us. We enter a protest. We bind ourselves over verbally to keep the peace. We hope, moreover, that having thus made you secret to our misgivings, you will excuse us if we be dull, and set that down to caution which you might before have charged to the account of stupidity. The natural tendency of civilization is to obliterate those distinctions which are the best salt of life. All the fine old professional flavour in language has evaporated. 46 Your very gravedigger has forgotten his avocation in his electorship, and would quibble on the franchise over Ophelia's grave, instead of more appropriately discussing the duration of bodies underground. From this tendency, from this gradual attrition of life, in which everything pointed and characteristic is being rubbed down, till the whole world begins to slip between our fingers in smooth, undistinguishable sands, from this, we say, it follows that we must not attempt to join Mr. Tatler in his simple division of students into law, divinity, and medical. Nowadays the faculties may shake hands over their follies, and like Mrs. Frail and Mrs. Forsyte in Love for Love they may stand in the doors of opposite classrooms, crying, "Sister, sister, sister," every way. A few restrictions, indeed, remain to influence the followers of individual branches of study. The divinity, for example, must be an avowed believer, and as this, in the present day, is unhappily considered by many as a confession of weakness, he is fain to choose one of two ways of gilding the distasteful orthodox bolus. Some swallow it in a thin jelly of metaphysics, for it is even a credit to believe in God on the evidence of some crackjaw philosopher, although it is a decided slur to believe in him on his own authority. Others again, and this we think the worst method, finding German grammar a somewhat dry morsel, run their own little heresy as a proof of independence, and deny one of the cardinal doctrines that they may hold the others without being laughed at. Besides, however, such influences as these, there is little more distinction between the faculties than the traditionary ideal, handed down through a long sequence of students, and getting rounder and more featureless at each successive session. The plague of uniformity has descended on the college. Students, and indeed all sorts and conditions of men, now require their faculty and character hung round their neck on a placard, like the scenes in Shakespeare's theatre. And in the midst of all this weary sameness, not 47, the least common feature is the gravity of every face. No more does the merry medical run eagerly in the clear winter morning up the rugged sides of Arthur's Seat, and hear the church bells begin and thicken and die away below him among the gathered smoke of the city. He will not break Sunday to so little purpose. He no longer finds pleasure in the mere output of his surplus energy. He husbands his strength and lays out walks and reading and amusement with deep consideration, so that he may get as much work and pleasure out of his body as he can, and waste none of his energy on mere impulse, or such flat enjoyment as an excursion in the country. See the quadrangle in the interregnum of classes, in those 2 or 3 minutes when it is full of passing students, and we think you will admit that, if we have not made it an habitation of dragons, we have at least transformed it into a court for owls. Solemnity broods heavily over the enclosure, and wherever you seek it you will find a dearth of merriment, an absence of real youthful enjoyment. You might as well try to move wild laughter in the throat of death as to excite any healthy stir among the bulk of this staid company. The studious congregate about the doors of the different classes, debating the matter of the lecture or comparing notebooks. A reserved rivalry sunders them. Here are some deep in Greek particles, there others are already inhabitants of that land, where entity and quiddity, like ghosts of defunct bodies fly, where truth in person does appear, like words congealed in northern air. But none of them seem to find any relish for their studisno-pedantic love of this subject, or that lights up their science and learning are only means for a livelihood, which they have considerately embraced and which they solemnly pursue. Labour's pale priests, their lips seem incapable of laughter, except in the way of polite recognition of professorial wit. The stains of ink are chronic on their meagre fingers. They walk like Saul among the asses. The dandies are not less subdued. In 1824 there was a noisy dapper dandyism abroad, vulgar, as we should now think, but yet genial, a matter of white greatcoats and loud voices strangely different from the stately frippery that is rife at present. These men are out of their element in the quadrangle. Even the small remains of boisterous humour, which still clings to any collection of young men, jars painfully on their morbid sensibilities, and they beat a hasty retreat to resume their perfunctory march along Prince's Street. Flirtation is to them a great social duty, a painful obligation, which they perform on every occasion in the same chill official manner, and with the same commonplace advances, the same dogged observance of traditional behaviour. The shape of their raiment is a burden almost greater than they can bear, and they halt in their walk to preserve the due adjustment of their trouser knees, till one would fancy he had mixed in a procession of Jacobs. We speak, of course, for ourselves, but we would as soon associate with a herd of sprightly apes as with these gloomy modern beaux. Alas, that our Mirabelles, our Valentines, even our Brummels, should have left their mantles upon nothing more amusing. Nor are the fast men less constrained. Solemnity, even in dissipation, is the order of the day, and they go to the devil with a perverse seriousness, a systematic rationalism of wickedness that would have surprised the simpler sinners of old. Some of these men whom we see gravely conversing on the steps have but a slender acquaintance with each other. Their intercourse consists principally of mutual bulletins of depravity, and week after week, as they meet they reckon up their items of transgression, and give an abstract of their downward progress for approval and 49 encouragement. These folk form a freemasonry of their own. An oath is the shibboleth of their sinister fellowship. Once they hear a man swear, it is wonderful how their tongues loosen, and their bashful spirits take enlargement under the consciousness of brotherhood. There is no folly, no pardoning warmth of temper about them. They are as steadigoing and systematic in their own way as the studious in theirs. Not that we are without merry men. No, we shall not be ungrateful to those whose grimaces, whose ironical laughter, whose active feet in the college anthem have beguiled so many weary hours and added a pleasant variety to the strain of close attention. But even these are too evidently professional in their antics. They go about cogitating puns and inventing tricks. It is their vocation, Hal. They are the gratuitous jesters of the classroom, and like the clown when he leaves the stage, their merriment too often sinks as the bell rings the hour of liberty, and they pass forth by the post office grave and sedate, and meditating fresh gambols for the morrow. This is the impression left on the mind of any observing student by too many of his fellows. They seem all frigid old men, and one pauses to think how such an unnatural state of matters is produced. We feel inclined to blame for it the unfortunate absence of university feeling which is so marked a characteristic of our Edinburgh students. Academical interests are so few and far between students, as students have so little in common, except a peevish rivalry. There is such an entire want of broad college sympathies and ordinary college friendships, that we fancy that no university in the kingdom is in so poor a plight. Our system is full of anomalies. A, who cut B whilst he was a shabby student, curries sedulously up to him and cudgels his memory for anecdotes about him when he becomes the great so-and-so. Let there be an end of this shy, proud reserve on the one hand, and this shuddering fine ladyism on the other, and we think we shall find both 50 ourselves and the college bettered. Let it be a sufficient reason for intercourse that two men sit together on the same benches. Let the great A be held excused for nodding to the shabby B in Prince's Street, if he can say, that fellow is a student. Once this could be brought about, we think you would find the whole heart of the university beat faster. We think you would find a fusion among the students, a growth of common feelings, an increasing sympathy between class and class, whose influence in such a heterogeneous company as ours might be of incalculable value in all branches of politics and social progress. It would do more than this. If we could find some method of making the university a real mother to her, since something beyond a building of classrooms, a senatus and a lottery of somewhat shabby prizes, we should strike a death blow at the constrained and unnatural attitude of our society. At present we are not a united body, but a loose gathering of individuals, whose inherent attraction is allowed to condense them into little knots and coteries. Our last snowball riot read us a plain lesson on our condition. There was no party spirit, no unity of interests. A few, who were mischievously inclined, marched off to the College of Surgeons in a pretentious file, but even before they reached their destination, the feeble inspiration had died out in many, and their numbers were sadly thinned. Some followed strange guards in the direction of Drummond Street, and others slunk back to meet Goodboyism at the feet of the professors. The same is visible in better things. As you send a man to an English university that he may have his prejudices rubbed off, you might send him to Edinburgh that he may have them ingrained, rendered indelible, fostered by sympathy into living principles of his spirit. And the reason of it is quite plain. From this absence of university feeling, it comes that a man's friendships are always the direct and immediate results of these very prejudices. A common weakness is the best master of ceremonies in our quadrangle. A mutual vice is the 51 readiest introduction. The studious associate with the studious aloneth dandies with the dandies. There is nothing to force them to rub shoulders with the others, and so they grow day by day more wedded to their own original opinions and affections. They see through the same spectacles continually. All broad sentiments, all real Catholic humanity expires, and the mind gets gradually stiffened into one position, becomes so habituated to a contracted atmosphere that it shudders and withers under the least draught of the free air that circulates in the general field of mankind. Specialism in society, then, is, we think, one cause of our present state. Specialism in study is another. We doubt whether this has ever been a good thing since the world began, but we are sure it is much worse now than it was. Formerly, when a man became a specialist, it was out of affection for his subject. With a somewhat grand devotion, he left all the world of science to follow his true love, and he contrived to find that strange pedantic interest which inspired the man who settled Hodie's business, let it be properly based down, gave us the doctrine of the enclitic D, dead from the waist down. Nowadays it is quite different. Our pedantry wants even the saving clause of enthusiasm. The election is now matter of necessity and not of choice. Knowledge is now too broad a field for your jack-of-all trades, and from beautifully utilitarian reasons he makes his choice, draws his pen through a dozen branches of study, and behold John the specialist. That this is the way to be wealthy we shall not deny, but we hold that it is not the way to be healthy or wise. The whole mind becomes narrowed and circumscribed to one punctual spot of knowledge. A rank unhealthy soil breeds a harvest of prejudices. Feeling himself above others in his one little branch in 52, the classification of toadstools, or Carthaginian history, waxes great in his own eyes and looks down on others. Having all his sympathies educated in one way, they die out in every other, and he is apt to remain a peevish, narrow, and intolerant bigot. Dilettante is now a term of reproach, but there is a certain form of dilettantism to which no one can object. It is this that we want among our students. We wish them to abandon no subject until they have seen and felt its merito act under a general interest in all branches of knowledge, not a commercial eagerness to excel in one. In both these directions our sympathies are constipated. We are apostles of our own caste and our own subject of study, instead of being, as we should, true men and loving students. Of course both of these could be corrected by the students themselves, but this is nothing to the purpose. It is more important to ask whether the senatus or the body of alumni could do nothing towards the growth of better feeling and wider sentiments. Perhaps in another paper we may say something upon this head. One other word, however, before we have done. What shall we be when we grow really old? Of yore, a man was thought to lay on restrictions and acquire new deadweight of mournful experience with every year, till he looked back on his youth as the very summer of impulse and freedom. We please ourselves with thinking that it cannot be so with us. We would fain hope that, as we have begun in one way, we may end in another, and that when we are in fact the octogenarians that we seem at present, there shall be no merrier men on earth. It is pleasant to picture us, sunning ourselves in Prince's Street of a morning, or chirping over our evening cups, with all the merriment that we wanted in youth. Roman 3. Debating societies. A debating society is at first somewhat of a disappointment. You do not often find the youthful Demosthenes chewing his pebbles in the same room with you, or even if you do, you will probably think the performance little to be admired. As a general rule, the members speak shamefully 99. The subjects of debate are heavy, and so are the fines. The ballot question oldest of dialectic nightmaresis often found astride of a somnolent sederunt. The Greeks and Romans, too, are reserved as sort of generalutility men, to do all the dirty work of illustration, and they fill as many functions as the famous waterfall scene at the Princess, which I found doing duty on one evening as a gorge in Peru, a haunt of German robbers, and a peaceful vale in the Scottish borders. There is a sad absence of striking argument or real lively discussion. Indeed, you feel a growing contempt for your fellow members, and it is not until you rise yourself to hawk and hesitate and sit shamefully down again, amid eleemosynary applause, that you begin to find your level and value others rightly. Even then, even when failure has damped your critical ardour, you will see many things to be laughed at in the deportment of your rivals. Most laughable, perhaps, are your indefatigable strivers after eloquence. They are of those who pursue with eagerness the phantoms of hope, and who, since they expect that the deficiencies of last sentence will be supplied by the next, have been recommended by Dr. Samuel Johnson to attend to the history of Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia. They are characterized by a hectic hopefulness. Nothing damps them. They rise from the ruins of one abortive sentence to launch forth into another with 54 unabated vigor. They have all the manner of an orator. From the tone of their voice you would expect a splendid period and lo, a string of broken-backed, disjointed clauses, eked out with stammerings and throat-clearings. They possess the art learned from the pulpit of rounding an uneuphonious sentence by dwelling on a single syllable, off striking a balance in a taffy period, by lengthening out a word into a melancholy quaver. Withal, they never cease to hope. Even at last, even when they have exhausted all their ideas, even after the wood peroration has finally refused to perorate, they remain upon their feet with their mouths open, waiting for some further inspiration, like Chaucer's widow's son in the dunghole, after his throat was kit unto the neck bone, in vain expectation of that seed that was to be laid upon his tongue, and give him renewed and clearer utterance. These men may have something to say, if they could only say it. Indeed they generally have, but the next class are people who, having nothing to say, are cursed with a facility and an unhappy command of words, that makes them the prime nuisances of the society they affect. They try to cover their absence of matter by an unwholesome vitality of delivery. They look triumphantly round the room, as if courting applause, after a torrent of diluted truism. They talk in a circle, harping on the same dull round of argument, and returning again and again to the same remark with the same sprightliness, the same irritating appearance of novelty. After this set, anyone is tolerable, so we shall merely hint at a few other varieties. There is your man who is preeminently conscientious, whose face beams with sincerity as he opens on the negative, and who votes on the affirmative at the end, looking round the room with an air of chastened pride. There is also the irrelevant speaker who rises, emits a joke or two, and then sits down again without ever attempting to tackle the subject of debate. 55 again, we have men who ride pickaback on their family reputation, or, if their family have none, identify themselves with some well-known statesman, use his opinions, and lend him their patronage on all occasions. This is a dangerous plan, and serves oftener, I am afraid, to point a difference than to adorn a speech. But alas, a striking failure may be reached without tempting Providence by any of these ambitious tricks. Our own stature will be found high enough for shame. The success of 3 simple sentences lures us into a fatal parenthesis in the 4th, from whose shut brackets we may never disentangle the thread of our discourse. A momentary flush tempts us into a quotation, and we may be left helpless in the middle of one of Pope's couplets, a white film gathering before our eyes, and our kind friends charitably trying to cover our disgrace by a feeble round of applause. Amis lecteurs, this is a painful topic. It is possible that we too, we, the potent, grave, and reverend editor, may have suffered these things, and drunk as deep as any of the cup of shameful failure. Let us dwell no longer on so delicate a subject. In spite, however, of these disagreeables, I should recommend any student to suffer them with Spartan courage, as the benefits he receives should repay him 100-fold for them all. The life of the debating society is a handy antidote to the life of the classroom and quadrangle. Nothing could be conceived more excellent as a weapon against many of those peccant humours that we have been railing against in the Jeremiad of our last college, paper particularly, in the field of intellect. It is a sad sight to see our heather-scented students, our boys of 17, coming up to college with determined viewsrows in speculation having, gauge the vanity of philosophy, or learn to shun it as the middleman of heresy, a company of determined, deliberate opinionists, not to be moved by all the sleights of logic. What have such men to do with study? If their minds are made up irrevocably, why 56 burn the studious lamp in search of further confirmation? Every set opinion I hear a student deliver, I feel a certain lowering of my regard. He who studies, he who is yet employed in groping for his premises, should keep his mind fluent and sensitive, keen to mark flaws, and willing to surrender untenable positions. He should keep himself teachable, or cease the expensive farce of being taught. It is to further this docile spirit that we desire to press the claims of debating societies. It is as a means of melting down this museum of premature petrifactions into living and impressionable soul that we insist on their utility. If we could once prevail on our students to feel no shame in avowing an uncertain attitude towards any subject, if we could teach them that it was unnecessary for every lad to have his opinionette on every topic, we should have gone a far way towards bracing the intellectual tone of the coming race of thinkers. And this it is which debating societies are so well fitted to perform. We there meet people of every shade of opinion and make friends with them. We are taught to rail against a man the whole session through, and then hobanob with him at the concluding entertainment. We find men of talent far exceeding our own, whose conclusions are widely different from ours, and we are thus taught to distrust ourselves. But the best means of all towards Catholicity is that wholesome rule which some folk are most inclined to condemn, I mean the law of obliged speeches. Your senior member commands, and you must take the affirmative or the negative, just as suits his best convenience. This tends to the most perfect liberality. It is no good hearing the arguments of an opponent, for in good verity you rarely follow them, and even if you do take the trouble to listen, it is merely in a captious search for weaknesses. This is proved, I fear, in every debate. When you hear each speaker arguing out his own prepared specialite, he never intended speaking, of course, until some remarks of, etc., arguing out, I say, his own coached-up subject without the 57 least attention to what has gone before, as utterly at sea about the drift of his adversary's speech as Panurge when he argued with Thormast, and merely linking his own prelection to the last by a few flippant criticisms. Now, as the rule stands, you are saddled with the side you disapprove, and so you are forced, by regard for your own fame, to argue out, to feel with, to elaborate completely, the case as it stands against yourself. And what a fund of wisdom do you not turn up in this idle digging of the vineyard? How many new difficulties take form before your eyes? How many superannuated arguments cripple finally into limbo, under the glance of your enforced eclecticism? Nor is this the only merit of debating societies. They tend also to foster taste, and to promote friendship between university men. This last, as we have had occasion before to say, is the great requirement of our student life, and it will therefore be no waste of time if we devote a paragraph to this subject in its connection with debating societies. At present they partake too much of the nature of a clique. Friends propose friends, and mutual friends second them, until the society degenerates into a sort of family party. You may confirm old acquaintances, but you can rarely make new ones. You find yourself in the atmosphere of your own daily intercourse. Now, this is an unfortunate circumstance, which it seems to me might readily be rectified. Our principal has shown himself so friendly towards all college improvements that I cherish the hope of seeing shortly realized a certain suggestion, which is not a new one with me, and which must often have been proposed and canvassed heretofore, I mean, a real university debating society, patronized by the senatus, presided over by professors, to which everyone might gain ready admittance on sight of his matriculation ticket, where it would be a favor and not a necessity to speak, and where the obscure student might have another object for attendance besides the mere desire to save his fines, to wit, the chance of drawing on himself the favorable consideration of his 58 teachers. This would be merely following in the good tendency, which has been so noticeable during all this session, to increase and multiply student societies and clubs of every sort, nor would it be a matter of much difficulty. The united societies would form a nucleus, one of the classrooms at first, and perhaps afterwards the great hall above the library might be the place of meeting. There would be no want of attendance or enthusiasm, I am sure, for it is a very different thing to speak under the bushel of a private club on the one hand, and on the other in a public place, where a happy period or a subtle argument may do the speaker permanent service in after life. Such a club might end, perhaps, by rivaling the Union at Cambridge or the Union at Oxford. Roman 4. The philosophy of umbrellas. It is wonderful to think what a turn has been given to our whole society by the fact that we live under the sign of Aquarius, that our climate is essentially wet. A mere arbitrary distinction, like the walking swords of yore, might have remained the symbol of foresight and respectability, had not the raw mists and dropping showers of our island pointed the inclination of society to another exponent of those virtues. A ribbon of the Legion of Honor or a string of medals may prove a person's courage, a title may prove his birth, a professorial chair his study and acquirement, but it is the habitual carriage of the umbrella that is the stamp of respectability. The umbrella has become the acknowledged index of social position. Robinson Crusoe presents us with a touching instance of the hankering after them inherent in the civilized and educated mind. To the superficial, the hot suns of Juan Fernandez may sufficiently account for his quaint choice of a luxury, but surely one who had borne the hard labor of a seaman under the tropics for all these years could have supported an excursion after goats, or a peaceful constitutional arm in arm with the nude Friday. No, it was not this. The memory of a vanished respectability called for some outward manifestation, and the result was an umbrella. A pious castaway might have rigged up a belfry and solaced his Sunday mornings with the mimicry of church bells, but Crusoe was rather a moralist than a pietist, and his leaf umbrella is as fine an example of the civilized mind, striving to express itself under adverse circumstances as we have ever met with. It is not for nothing, either, that the umbrella has become the very foremost badge of modern civilization, Urim and Thummim of respectability. Its pregnant symbolism has taken its rise in the most natural manner. Consider, for a moment, when umbrellas were first introduced into this country, what manner of men would use them, and what class would adhere to the useless but ornamental cane. The first, without doubt, would be the hypochondriacal, out of solicitude for their health, or the frugal, out of care for their raiment. The second, it is equally plain, would include the fop, the fool, and the bobadil. Anyone acquainted with the growth of society, and knowing out of what small seeds of cause are produced great revolutions, and wholly new conditions of intercourse, sees from this simple thought how the carriage of an umbrella came to indicate frugality, judicious regard for bodily welfare, and scorn for mere outward adornment, and, in one word, all those homely and solid virtues implied in the term respectability. Not that the umbrella's costliness has nothing to do with its great influence. Its possession, besides symbolizing, as we have already indicated, the 60 change from wild Esau to plain Jacob dwelling in tents, implies a certain comfortable provision of fortune. It is not everyone that can expose 26 shillings worth of property to so many chances of loss and theft. So strongly do we feel on this point, indeed, that we are almost inclined to consider all who possess really well-conditioned umbrellas as worthy of the franchise. They have a qualification standing in their lobbies, they carry a sufficient stake in the commonweal below their arm, one who bears with him an umbrella such a complicated structure of whalebone, of silk, and of cane, that it becomes a very microcosm of modern industries, necessarily a man of peace. A half-crown cane may be applied to an offender's head on a very moderate provocation, but a 26 shilling silk is a possession too precious to be adventured in the shock of war. These are but a few glances at how umbrellas in the general came to their present high estate, But the true umbrella philosopher meets with far stranger applications as he goes about the streets. Umbrellas, like faces, acquire a certain sympathy with the individual who carries them. Indeed, they are far more capable of betraying his trust, for whereas a face is given to us so far ready-made, and all our power over it is in frowning and laughing and grimacing, during the first 3 or 4 decades of life, each umbrella is selected from a whole shopful, as being most consonant to the purchaser's disposition. An undoubted power of diagnosis rests with the practiced umbrella philosopher. O you who lisp and amble and change the fashion of your countenances, you who conceal all these, how little do you think that you left a proof of your weakness in our umbrelast, and that even now, as you shake out the folds to meet the thickening snow, we read in its ivory handle the outward and visible sign of your snobbery, or from the exposed gingham of its cover detect, through coat and waistcoat, the hidden hypocrisy of the dicky. But alas, even 61 the umbrella is no certain criterion. The falsity and the folly of the human race have degraded that graceful symbol to the ends of dishonesty, and while some umbrellas, from carelessness in selection, are not strikingly characteristic, for it is only in what a man loves that he displays his real nature, others, from certain prudential motives, are chosen directly opposite to the person's disposition. A mendacious umbrella is a sign of great moral degradation. Hypocrisy naturally shelters itself below a silk, while the fast youth goes to visit his religious friends armed with the decent and reputable gingham. May it not be said of the bearers of these inappropriate umbrellas that they go about the streets with a lie in their right hand? The kings of Siam, as we read, besides having a graduated social scale of umbrellas, which was a good thing, prevented the great bulk of their subjects from having any at all, which was certainly a bad thing. We should be sorry to believe that this Eastern legislator was a fool. The idea of an aristocracy of umbrellas is too philosophically to have originated in a nobody, and we have accordingly taken exceeding pains to find out the reason of this harsh restriction. We think we have succeeded, but while admiring the principle at which he aimed, and while cordially recognizing in the Siamese potentate the only man before ourselves who had taken a real grasp of the umbrella, we must be allowed to point out how unphilosophically the great man acted in this particular. His object plainly was to prevent any unworthy persons from bearing the sacred symbol of domestic virtues. We cannot excuse his limiting these virtues to the circle of his court. We must only remember that such was the feeling of the age in which he lived. Liberalism had not yet raised the walkry of the working classes, but here was his mistake. It was a needless regulation. Except in a very few cases of hypocrisy joined to a powerful intellect, men, not by nature umbrellarians, have tried again and again to become so by art, and yet have failed. Have expended their patrimony in 62 the purchase of umbrella after umbrella, and yet have systematically lost them, and have finally, with contrite spirits and shrunken purses, given up their vain struggle, and relied on theft and borrowing for the remainder of their lives. This is the most remarkable fact that we have had occasion to notice, and yet we challenge the candid reader to call it in question. Now, as there cannot be any moral selection in a mere dead piece of furnitureers, the umbrella cannot be supposed to have an affinity for individual men equal and reciprocal to that which men certainly feel toward individual umbrellas. We took the trouble of consulting a scientific friend as to whether there was any possible physical explanation of the phenomenon. He was unable to supply a plausible theory or even hypothesis, but we extract from his letter the following interesting passage relative to the physical peculiarities of umbrellas. Not the least important, and by far the most curious property of the umbrella, is the energy which it displays in affecting the atmospheric strata. There is no fact in meteorology better established. Indeed, it is almost the only one on which meteorologists are agreed that the carriage of an umbrella produces desiccation of the air, while if it be left at home, aqueous vapor is largely produced, and is soon deposited in the form of rain. No theory, my friend continues, competent to explain this hygrometric law has been given as far as I am aware by Herschel, Dove, Glaisher, Tate, Buchan, or any other writer, nor do I pretend to supply the defect. I venture, however, to throw out the conjecture that it will be ultimately found to belong to the same class of natural laws as that agreeable to which a slice of toast always descends with the buttered surface downwards. But it is time to draw to a close. We could expatiate much longer upon this topic, but want of space constrains us to leave unfinished these few desultory remarks under contributions towards a subject which has fallen sadly backward, and which, we grieve to say, was better understood 63 by the King of Siam in 1686 than by all the philosophers of today. If, however, we have awakened in any rational mind an interest in the symbolism of umbrelacin, any generous heart a more complete sympathy with the dumb companion of his daily walk, or in any grasping spirit a pure notion of respectability, strong enough to make him expend his 26 shillings, we shall have deserved well of the world, to say nothing of the many industrious persons employed in the manufacture of the article. 36. This paper was written in collaboration with James Walter Ferrier, and if reprinted this is to be stated, though his principal collaboration was to lie back in an easy-chair and laugh, R50. S. Oct. 25, 1894. V. The philosophy of nomenclature. How many Caesars and Pompeys by mere inspirations of the names have been rendered worthy of them, and how many are there who might have done exceeding well in the world, had not their characters and spirits been totally depressed and Nicodemused into nothing. Tristram Shandy, Vol. 1, Chap. 19. Such were the views of the late Walter Shandy, Esquire, Turkey merchant. To the best of my belief, Mr. Shandy is the first who fairly pointed out the incalculable influence of nomenclature upon the whole life, who seems first to have recognized the one child, happy in an heroic appellation, soaring upwards on the wings of fortune, and the other, like the dead sailor in his shotted hammock, hailed down by sheer weight of name into the abysses of social failure. Solomon possibly had his eye on some such theory when he said that a good name is better than precious ointment, and perhaps we may trace a similar spirit in the compilers of the English Catechism, and the affectionate interest with which they linger round the catechumen's name at the very threshold of their work. But be these as they may, I think no one can censure me for appending, in pursuance of the expressed wish of his son, the Turkey merchant's 64 name to his system, and pronouncing, without further preface, a short epitome of the Shandian philosophy of nomenclature. To begin, then, the influence of our name makes itself felt from the very cradle. As a schoolboy I remember the pride with which I hailed Robin Hood, Robert Bruce, and Robert le Diable as my namefellows, and the feeling of sore disappointment that fell on my heart when I found a freebooter or a general who did not share with me a single one of my numerous PR nomina. Look at the delight with which two children find they have the same name. They are friends from that moment forth. They have a bond of union stronger than exchange of nuts and sweetmeats. This feeling, I own, wears off in later life. Our names lose their freshness and interest, become trite and indifferent. But this, dear reader, is merely one of the sad effects of those shades of the prison house which come gradually betwixt us and nature with advancing years. It affords no weapon against the philosophy of names. In after life, although we fail to trace its working, that name which careless godfathers lightly applied to your unconscious infancy will have been moulding your character, and influencing with irresistible power the whole course of your earthly fortunes. But the last name, overlooked by Mr. Shandy, is no whit less important as a condition of success. Family names, we must recollect, are but inherited nicknames, and if the sobriquet were applicable to the ancestor, it is most likely applicable to the descendant also. You would not expect to find Mr. M. Fun acting as a mute or Mr. M. Lumpfer excelling as a professor of dancing. Therefore, in what follows, we shall consider names, independent of whether they are first or last. And to begin with, look what a Paul Cromwell had overpimmed, one name full of a resonant imperialism, the other mean, pettifogging, and unheroic to a degree. Who would expect eloquence from Pym who would read poem 65 by Pym who would bow to the opinion of Pym? He might have been a dentist, but he should never have aspired to be a statesman. I can only wonder that he succeeded as he 999. Pym and Habakkuk stand first upon the roll of men who have triumphed, by sheer force of genius, over the most unfavourable appellations. But even these have suffered, and had they been more fitly named, the one might have been Lord Protector, and the other have shared the laurels with Isaiah. In this matter we must not forget that all our great poets have borne great names. Chaucer, Spenser, Shakespeare, Milton, Pope, Wordsworth, Shelley, what a constellation of lordly words! Not a single commonplace name among them, not a Brown, not a Jones, not a Robinson. They are all names that one would stop and look at on a door-plate. Now, imagine if Pepys had tried to clamber somehow into the enclosure of poetry. What a blot would that word have made upon the list! The thing was impossible. In the first place, a certain natural consciousness that men would have held him down to the level of his name, would have prevented him from rising above the Pepsine standard, and so haply withheld him altogether from attempting verse. Next, the booksellers would refuse to publish, and the world to read them, on the mere evidence of the fatal appellation. And now, before I close this section, I must say one word as to punnable names, names that stand alone, that have a significance and life apart from him that bears them. These are the bitterest of all. One friend of mine goes bowed and humbled through life under the weight of this misfortune, for it is an awful thing when a man's name is a joke, when he cannot be mentioned without exciting merriment, and when even the intimation of his death bids fair to carry laughter into many a home. So much for people who are badly named. Now for people who are too well named, who go toffivy from the font, who are baptized into a false position, and find themselves 66 beginning life eclipsed under the fame of some of the great ones of the past. A man, for instance, called William Shakespeare could never dare to write plays. He is thrown into too humbling an apposition with the author of Hamlet. His own name coming after is such an anticlimax. The plays of William Shakespeare, says the reader, oh no, the plays of William Shakespeare Cockerill, and he throws the book aside. In wise pursuance of such views, Mr. John Milton Hingler, who not long since delighted us in this favoured town, has never attempted to write an epic, but has chosen a new path, and has excelled upon the tightrope. A marked example of triumph over this is the case of Mr. Dante Gabriel Rossetti. On the face of the matter, I should have advised him to imitate the pleasing modesty of the last-named gentleman and confine his ambition to the sawdust. But Mr. Rossetti has triumphed. He has even dared to translate from his mighty namefather, and the voice of fame supports him in his boldness. Dear readers, one might write a year upon this matter. A lifetime of comparison and research could scarce suffice for its elucidation. So here, if it please you, we shall let it rest. Slight as these notes have been, I would that the great founder of the system had been alive to see them. How he had warmed and brightened, how his persuasive eloquence would have fallen on the ears of Toby, and what a letter of praise and sympathy would not the editor have received before the month was out. Alas, the thing was not to be. Walter Shandy died and was duly buried, while yet his theory lay forgotten and neglected by his fellow countrymen. But reader, the day will come, I hope, when a paternal government will stamp out, as seeds of national weakness, all depressing patronymics, and when godfathers and godmothers will soberly and earnestly debate the interest of the nameless one, and not rush blindfold to the christening. In these days there shall be written a godfather's assistant, in shape of a dictionary 67 of names, with their concomitant virtues and vices, and this book shall be scattered broadcast through the land, and shall be on the table of every one eligible for godfathership, until such a thing as a vicious or untoward appellation shall have ceased from off the face of the earth. Notes and essays, chiefly of the road. Notes and essays, chiefly of the road. A retrospective. A fragment, written at Donoon 1870. If there is anything that delights me in Hazlitt, beyond the charm of style and the unconscious portrait of a vain and powerful spirit, which his works present, it is the loving and tender way in which he returns again to the memory of the past. These little recollections of bygone happiness were too much a part of the man to be carelessly or poorly told. The imaginary landscapes and visions of the most ecstatic dreamer can never rival such recollections, told simply perhaps, but still told as they could not fail to be with precision, delicacy, and evident delight. They are too much loved by the author not to be palliated by the reader. But beyond the mere felicity of pencil, the nature of the piece could never fail to move my heart. When I read his essay on the past and future, every word seemed to be something I had said myself. I could have thought he had been eavesdropping at the doors of my heart, so entire was the coincidence between his writing and my thought. It is a sign perhaps of a somewhat vain disposition. The future is nothing, but the past is myself, my own history, the seed of my present thoughts, the mould of my present disposition. It is not in vain that I return to the nothing 72 of my childhood, for every one of them has left some stamp upon me or put some fetter on my boasted free will. In the past is my present fate, and in the past also is my real life. It is not the past only, but the past that has been many years in that tense. The doings and actions of last year are as uninteresting and vague to me as the blank gulf of the future, the tabula rasa that may never be anything else. I remember a confused hodgepodge of unconnected events, a chaos without form and void, but nothing salient or striking rises from the dead level of flat, stale, and unprofitable generality. When we are looking at a landscape, we think ourselves pleased, but it is only when it comes back upon us by the fire o' nights that we can disentangle the main charm from the thick of particulars. It is just so with what is lately past. It is too much loaded with detail to be distinct, and the canvas is too large for the eye to encompass, but this is no more the case when our recollections have been strained long enough through the hourglass of time, when they have been the burthen of so much thought, the charm and comfort of so many a vigil. All that is worthless has been sieved and sifted out of them. Nothing remains but the brightest lights and the darkest shadows. When we see a mountain country near at hand, the spurs and haunches crowd up in eager rivalry, and the whole range seems to have shrugged its shoulders to its ears, till we cannot tell the higher from the lower. But when we are far off, these lesser prominences are melted back into the bosom of the rest, or have set behind the round horizon of the plain, and the highest peaks stand forth in lone and sovereign dignity against the sky. It is just the same with our recollections. We require to draw back and shade our eyes before the picture dawns upon us in full breadth and outline. Late years are still in limbo to us, but the more distant past is all that we possess in life, the corn already harvested and stored forever in the grange of memory. The doings of today at some future time will gain the required offing. I shall learn to love the 73 things of my adolescence, as Hazlitt loved them, and as I love already the recollections of my childhood. They will gather interest with every year. They will ripen in forgotten corners of my memory, and some day I shall waken and find them vested with new glory and new pleasantness. It is for stirring the chords of memory, then, that I love Hazlitt's essays, and for the same reason I remember he himself threw in his allegiance to Rousseau, saying of him what was so true of his own writings. He seems to gather up the past moments of his being like drops of honeydew to distill some precious liquor from them. His alternate pleasures and pains are the beadroll that he tells over and piously worships. He makes a rosary of the flowers of hope and fancy that strewed his earliest years. How true are these words when applied to himself, and how much I thank him that it was so. All my childhood is a golden age to me. I have no recollection of bad weather, except 1 or 2 storms where grandeur had impressed itself on my mind. The whole time seems steeped in sunshine. Et ego in Arcadia Vixi would be no empty boast upon my grave. If I desire to live long, it is that I may have the more to look back upon, even to one like the unhappy Duchess, acquainted with sad misery, as the tamed galley slave is with his oar, and seeing over the night of troubles no lily-wristed morn of hope appear. A retrospect of even checkered and doubtful happiness in the past may sweeten the bitterness of present tears. And here I may be excused if I quote a passage from an unpublished drama. The unpublished is perennial, I fancy, which the author believed was not all devoid of the flavour of our elder dramatists. However this may be, it expresses better than I could some further thoughts on this same subject. The heroine is taken by a minister to the grave, where already some have been 74 recently buried, and where her sister's lover is destined to rejoin them on the following day. What led me to the consideration of this subject, and what has made me take up my pen tonight, is the rather strange coincidence of 2 very different accidents, a prophecy of my future, and a return into my past. No later than yesterday, seated in the coffee-room here, there came into the tap of the hotel a poor mad Highland woman. The noise of her strained, thin voice brought me out to see her. I could conceive that she had been pretty once, but that was many years ago. She was now withered and fallen-looking. Her hair was thin and straggling, her dress poor and scanty. Her moods changed as rapidly as a weathercock before a thunderstorm. One moment she said her much was the only thing that gave her comfort, and the next she slackened the strings and let it back upon her neck, in a passion at it for making her too hot. Her talk was a wild, somewhat weird farrago of utterly meaningless balderdash, mere inarticulate gabble, snatches of old Jacobite ballads and exaggerated phrases from the drama, to which she suited equally exaggerated action. She babbled of green fields and Highland glens. She prophesied the drawing of the claymore with a lofty disregard of cause or common sense, and she broke out suddenly with uplifted hands and eyes into ecstatic heaven bless hymns, and heaven forgive hymns. She had been a camp-follower in her younger days, and she was never tired of expatiating on the gallantry, the fame, and the beauty of the 42nd Highlanders. Her patriotism knew no bounds, and her prolixity was much on the same scale. This witch of Endor offered to tell my fortune, with much dignity and proper oracular enunciation. But on my holding forth my hand a somewhat ludicrous incident 75 occurred. "Nah," she said. "Wait till I have a draw of my pipe." Down she sat in the corner, puffing vigorously and regaling the lady behind the counter with conversation more remarkable for stinging satire than prophetic dignity. The person in question had mere wig than hair on her head. Did not the chignon plead guilty at these words? Wa'd be better if she had less tongue and would come at last to the grave, a goal which in a few words she invested with warning circumstance enough to make a stoic shudder. Suddenly, in the midst of this, she rose up and beckoned me to approach. The oracles of my Highland sorceress had no claim to consideration except in the matter of obscurity. In question hard and sentence intricate, she beat the priests of Delphi. In bold, unvarnished falsity as regards the past, even spirit-trapping was a child to her. All that I could gather may be thus summed up shortly: that I was to visit America, that I was to be very happy, and that I was to be much upon the sea, predictions which, in consideration of an uneasy stomach, I can scarcely think agreeable with one another. 2 incidents alone relieved the dead level of idiocy and incomprehensible gabble. The first was the comical announcement that when I drew fish to the Marquis of Bute, I should take care of my sweetheart, from which I deduced the fact that at some period of my life I shall drive a fishmonger's cart. The second, in the middle of such nonsense, had a touch of the tragic. She suddenly looked at me with an eager glance and dropped my hand, saying, in what were tones of misery or a very good affectation of them, black eyes. A moment after she was at work again. It is as well to mention that I have not black eyes. This incident, strangely blended of the pathetic and the ludicrous, set my mind at work upon the future, but I could find little interest in the study. Even the predictions of my Sibyl failed to allure me, nor could life's prospect charm and detain my attention like its retrospect. Not far from Dunoon is Rosemore, a house in which I had spent a week or so in my very distant childhood. How distant I have no idea, and one may easily conceive how I looked forward to revisiting this place, and so renewing contact with my former self. I was under necessity to be early up, and under necessity also, in the teeth of a bitter spring northeaster, to clothe myself warmly on the morning of my long-promised excursion. The day was as bright as it was cold. Vast irregular masses of white and purple cumulus drifted rapidly over the sky. The great hills, brown with the bloomless heather, were here and there buried in blue shadows, and streaked here and there with sharp stripes of sun. The new-furred larches were green in the glens, and pale primroses hid themselves in mossy hollows and under hawthorn roots. All these things were new to me, for I had noticed none of these beauties in my younger days, neither the larch woods, nor the winding road edged in between field and flood, nor the broad, ruffled bosom of the hill-surrounded lark. It was, above all, the height of these hills that astonished me. I remembered the existence of hills, certainly, but the picture in my memory was low, featureless, and uninteresting. They seemed to have kept pace with me in my growth, but to a gigantic scale, and the villas that I remembered as halfway up the slope seemed to have been left behind like myself, and now only ringed their mighty feet, white among the newly kindled woods. As I felt myself on the road at last that I had been dreaming for these many days before, a perfect intoxication of joy took hold upon me, and I was so pleased at my own happiness that I could let none pass me till I had taken them into my confidence. I asked my way from everyone, and took good care to let 77 them all know before they left me what my object was, and how many years had elapsed since my last visit. I wonder what the good folk thought of me and my communications. At last, however, after much inquiry, I arrive at the place, make my peace with the gardener, and enter. My disillusion dates from the opening of the garden door. I repine, I find a reluctation of spirit against believing that this is the place. What is this Kailyard, that inexhaustible paradise of a garden in which M and I found elbow room, and expatiated together without sensible constraint? Is that little turfed slope the huge and perilous green bank down which I counted it a feat, and the gardener a sin to run? Are these 2 squares of stone, some 2 feet high, the pedestals on which I walked with such a penetrating sense of dizzy elevation, and which I had expected to find on a level with my eyes? Aye, the place is no more like what I expected than this bleak April day is like the glorious September with which it is incorporated in my memory. I look at the gardener, disappointment in my face, and tell him that the place seems sorely shrunken from the high estate that it had held in my remembrance, and he returns with quiet laughter by asking me how long it is since I was there. I tell him, and he remembers me. Ah, I say, I was a great nuisance, I believe. But no, my good gardener will plead guilty to having kept no record of my evil doings, and I find myself much softened toward the place and willing to take a kinder view, and pardon its shortcomings for the sake of the gardener and his pretended recollection of myself. And it is just at this stage, to complete my re-establishment, that I see a little boy gardener's grandchild, just about the same age, and the same height that I must have been in the days when I was here last. My first feeling is one of almost anger, to see him playing on the gravel where I had played before, as if he had usurped something of my identity. But next moment I feel a softening and a sort of rising and qualm 78 of the throat, accompanied by a pricking. Heat in the eyeballs. I hastily join conversation with the child, and inwardly felicitate myself that the gardener is opportunely gone for the key of the house. But the child is a sort of homily to me. He is perfectly quiet and resigned, an unconscious hermit. I ask him jocularly if he gets as much abused as I used to do for running down the bank, but the child's perfect seriousness of answer staggers me. Oh no, grandpapa doesn't allow it, we should he? I feel caught. I stand abashed at the reproof. I must not expose my childishness again to this youthful disciplinarian, and so I ask him very stately what he is going to be, good serious practical question, out of delicacy for his parts. He answers that he is going to be a missionary to China, and tells me how a missionary once took him on his knee and told him about missionary work, and asked him if he, too, would not like to become one, to which the child had simply answered in the affirmative. The child is altogether so different from what I have been, is so absolutely complementary to what I now am, that I turn away not a little abashed from the conversation, for there is always something painful in sudden contact with the good qualities that we do not possess. Just then the grandfather returns, and I go with him to the summer house, where I used to learn my catechism, to the wall on which M and I thought it no small exploit to walk upon, and all the other places that I remembered. In fine, the matter being ended, I turn and go my way home to the hotel, where in the cold afternoon I write these notes with the table and chair drawn as near the fire as the rug and the French polish will permit. One other thing I may as well make a note of, and that is how there arises that strange contradiction of the hills being higher than I had expected and everything near at hand being so ridiculously smaller. This is a question I think easily answered. The very terms of the problem suggest the solution. To everything near at hand I applied 79 my own stature, as a sort of natural unit of measurement, so that I had no actual image of their dimensions but their ratio to myself. So, of course, as one term of the proportion changed, the other changed likewise, and as my own height increased, my notion of things near at hand became equally expanded. But the hills, mark you, were out of my reach. I could not apply myself to them. I had an actual instead of a proportional eidolon of their magnitude, so that, of course, my eye being larger and flatter nowadays, and so the image presented to me then being in sober earnest smaller than the image presented to me now, I found the hills nearly as much too great as I had found the other things too small. Added the next morning, he who indulges habitually in the intoxicating pleasures of imagination, for the very reason that he reaps a greater pleasure than others, must resign himself to a keener pain, a more intolerable and utter prostration. It is quite possible, and even comparatively easy, so to enfold oneself in pleasant fancies that the realities of life may seem but as the white snowshore in the street, that only gives a relish to the swept hearth and lively fire within. By such means I have forgotten hunger, I have sometimes eased pain, and I have invariably changed into the most pleasant hours of the day those very vacant and idle seasons which would otherwise have hung most heavily upon my hand. But all this is attained by the undue prominence of purely imaginative joys, and consequently the weakening and almost the destruction of reality. This is buying at too great a price. There are seasons when the imagination becomes somehow tranced and surfeited, as it is with me this morning, and then upon what can we fall back? The very faculty that we have fostered and trusted has failed us in the hour of trial, and we have so blunted and enfeebled our appetite for the others that they are subjectively dead to us. It is just as though a farmer should plant all his fields in potatoes, 80 instead of varying them with grain and pasture, and so, when the disease comes, lose all his harvest, while his neighbours, perhaps, may balance the profit and the loss. Do not suppose that I am exaggerating when I talk about all pleasures seeming stale. To me, at least, the edge of almost everything is put on by imagination, and even nature, in these days when the fancy is drugged and useless, wants half the charm it has in better moments. I can no longer see satyrs in the thicket, or picture a highwayman riding down the lane. The fiat of indifference has gone forth. I am vacant, unprofitable, a leaf on a river with no volition and no aim, a mental drunkard the morning after an intellectual debauch. Yes, I have a more subtle opium in my own mind than any apothecary's drug, but it has a sting of its own, and leaves me as flat and helpless as does the other. The quotation here promised from one of the author's own early dramatic efforts, a tragedy of Semiramis, is not supplied in the MS, Sir Sidney Colvin's note. 38. The old Pythoness was right, adds the author in a note appended to his Ms. in 1887. I have been happy. I did go to America, am even going Aginunless, and I have been twice and once upon the deep. The seafaring part of the prophecy remained to be fulfilled on a far more extended scale in his Pacific voyages of 188,890. Sir Sidney Colvin's note. Roman 2. Cockermouth and Keswick. A fragment, 1871. Very much as a painter half closes his eyes, so that some salient unity may disengage itself from among the crowd of details, and what he sees may thus form itself into a whole. Very much on the same principle, I may say, I allow a considerable lapse of time to intervene between any of my little journeyings and the attempt to chronicle them. I cannot describe a thing that is before me at the moment, or that has been before me only a very little while before. I must allow my recollections to get thoroughly strained free from all chaff, till nothing be except the pure gold. Allow my memory to choose out what is truly memorable by a process of natural selection, and I piously believe 81 that in this way I ensure the survival of the fittest. If I make notes for future use, or if I am obliged to write letters during the course of my little excursion, I so interfere with the process that I can never again find out what is worthy of being preserved, or what should be given in full length, what in torso, or what merely in profile. This process of incubation may be unreasonably prolonged, and I am somewhat afraid that I have made this mistake with the present journey. Like a bad daguerreotype, great part of it has been entirely lost. I can tell you nothing about the beginning and nothing about the end, but the doings of some 50 or 60 hours about the middle remain quite distinct and definite, like a little patch of sunshine on a long, shadowy plain, or the one spot on an old picture that has been restored by the dexterous hand of the cleaner. I remember a tale of an old Scots minister, called upon suddenly to preach, who had hastily snatched an old sermon out of his study, and found himself in the pulpit before he noticed that the rats had been making free with his manuscript, and eaten the first 2 or 3 pages. Away, he gravely explained to the congregation how he found himself situated, and now, said he, let us just begin where the rats have left off. I must follow the divine's example, and take up the thread of my discourse where it first distinctly issues from the limbo of forgetfulness. Cockermouth. I was lighting my pipe as I stepped out of the inn at Cockermouth, and did not raise my head until I was fairly in the street. When I did so, it flashed upon me that I was in England. The evening sunlight lit up English houses, English faces, an English conformation of street as it were, an English atmosphere blew against my face. There is nothing perhaps more puzzling if one thing in sociology can ever really be more unaccountable than another than the great gulf that is set between England, 82, and Scotland, a gulf so easy in appearance, in reality so difficult to traverse. Here are 2 people almost identical in blood, pent up together on one small island, so that their intercourse one would have thought must be as close as that of prisoners who shared one cell of the Bastille, the same in language and religion, and yet a few years of quarrelsome isolation, a mere forenoon's tiff, as one may call it, in comparison with the great historical cyclesias so separated. Their thoughts and ways that not unions, not mutual dangers, nor steamers, nor railways, nor all the king's horses and all the king's men, seem able to obliterate the broad distinction. In the trituration of another century or so the corners may disappear. But in the meantime, in the year of grace 1871, I was as much in a new country as if I had been walking out of the Hotel St. Antoine at Antwerp. I felt a little thrill of pleasure at my heart as I realized the change, and strolled away up the street with my hands behind my back, noting in a dull, sensual way how foreign, and yet how friendly, were the slopes of the gables and the colour of the tiles, and even the demeanour and voices of the gossips round about me. Wandering in this aimless humour, I turned up a lane and found myself following the course of the bright little river. I passed first one and then another, then a third, several couples out love-making in the spring evening, and a consequent feeling of loneliness was beginning to grow upon me when I came to a dam across the river, and a miller great, gaunt promontory of building, half on dry ground and half arched over the stream. The road here drew in its shoulders, and crept through between the landward extremity of the mill and a little garden enclosure, with a small house and a large signboard within its privet hedge. I was pleased to fancy this an inn, and drew little etchings in fancy of a sanded parlour and three-cornered spittoons, and a society of parochial gossips seated within over their churchwardens. But as I drew near, the board 83 displayed its superscription, and I could read the name of Smethurst, and the designation of Canadian felt hat manufacturers. There was no more hope of evening fellowship, and I could only stroll on by the riverside under the trees. The water was dappled with slanting sunshine, and dusted all over with a little mist of flying insects. There were some amorous ducks also, whose love-making reminded me of what I had seen a little farther down. But the road grew sad, and I grew weary, and as I was perpetually haunted with the terror of a return of the tic that had been playing such ruin in my head a week ago, I turned and went back to the inn, and supper, and my bed. The next morning at breakfast, I communicated to the smart waitress my intention of continuing down the coast and through Whitehaven to Furness, and, as I might have expected, I was instantly confronted by that last and most worrying form of interference that chooses to introduce tradition and authority into the choice of a man's own pleasures. I can excuse a person combating my religious or philosophical heresies, because them I have deliberately accepted and am ready to justify by present argument, but I do not seek to justify my pleasures. If I prefer tame scenery to grand, a little hot sunshine over lowland parks and woodlands to the war of the elements round the summit of Mont Blanc, or if I prefer a pipe of mild tobacco, and the company of one or two chosen companions, to a ball where I feel myself very hot, awkward, and weary, I merely state these preferences as facts, and do not seek to establish them as principles. This is not the general rule, however, and accordingly the waitress was shocked, as one might be at a heresy, to hear the route that I had sketched out for myself. Everybody who came to Cockermouth for pleasure, it appeared, went on to Keswick. It was in vain that I put up a little plea for the liberty of the subject. It was in vain that I said I should prefer to go to Whitehaven. I was told that there was nothing to see 84 there, that weary, hackneyed old falsehood, and at last, as the handmaiden began to look really concerned, I gave way, as men always do in such circumstances, and agreed that I was to leave for Keswick by a train in the early evening. An evangelist. Cockermouth itself, on the same authority, was a place with nothing to see. Nevertheless, I saw a good deal, and retain a pleasant, vague picture of the town and all its surroundings. I might have dodged happily enough all day about the main street and up to the castle, and in and out of byways, but the curious attraction that leads a person in a strange place to follow, day after day, the same round, and to make set habits for himself in a week or 10 days, led me half unconsciously up the same road that I had gone the evening before. When I came up to the hat manufactory, Smethurst himself was standing in the garden gate. He was brushing one Canadian felt hat, and several others had been put to await their turn one above the other on his own head, so that he looked something like the typical Jew old-clothesman. As I drew near, he came sidling out of the doorway to accost me, with so curious an expression on his face that I instinctively prepared myself to apologize for some unwitting trespass. His first question rather confirmed me in this belief, for it was whether or not he had seen me going up this way last night, and after having answered in the affirmative, I waited in some alarm for the rest of my indictment. But the good man's heart was full of peace, and he stood there brushing his hats and prattling on about fishing and walking and the pleasures of convalescence in a bright shallow stream that kept me pleased and interested, I could scarcely say how. As he went on, he warmed to his subject, and laid his hats aside to go along the waterside and show me where the large trout commonly lay, underneath an overhanging bank. 85, and he was much disappointed, for my sake, that there were none visible just then. Then he wandered off on to another tack, and stood a great while out in the middle of a meadow in the hot sunshine, trying to make out that he had known me before, or, if not me, some friend of mine merely, I believe, out of a desire that we should feel more friendly and at our ease with one another. At last he made a little speech to me, of which I wish I could recollect the very words, for they were so simple and unaffected that they put all the best writing and speaking to the blush. As it is, I can recall only the sense, and that perhaps imperfectly. He began by saying that he had little things in his past life that it gave him a special pleasure to recall, and that the faculty of receiving such sharp impressions had now died out in himself, but must at my age be still quite lively and active. Then he told me that he had a little raft afloat on the river above the dam, which he was going to lend me, in order that I might be able to look back, in after years, upon having done so, and get great pleasure from the recollection. Now, I have a friend of my own who will forego present enjoyments, and suffer much present inconvenience, for the sake of manufacturing a reminiscence for himself. But there was something singularly refined in this pleasure that the hat-maker found in making reminiscences. For others, surely no more simple or unselfish luxury can be imagined. After he had unmoored his little embarkation, and seen me safely shoved off into mid-stream, he ran away back to his hats with the air of a man who had only just recollected that he had anything to do. I did not stay very long on the raft. It ought to have been very nice punting about there in the cool shade of the trees, or sitting moored to an overhanging root, but perhaps the very notion that I was bound in gratitude specially to enjoy my little cruise, and cherish its recollection, turned the whole thing from a pleasure into a duty. Be that as it may, there is no doubt that I soon wearied and came ashore again, and that it gives me more pleasure to 86 recall the man himself, and his simple, happy conversation, so full of gusto and sympathy, than anything possibly connected with his crank, insecure embarkation. In order to avoid seeing him, for I was not a little ashamed of myself for having failed to enjoy this treat sufficiently, I determined to continue up the river, and at all prices to find some other way back into the town in time for dinner. As I went, I was thinking of Smethurst with admiration. A look into that man's mind was like a retrospect over the smiling champagne of his past life, and very different from the synagorges up, which one looks for a terrified moment into the dark souls of many good, many wise, and many prudent men. I cannot be very grateful to such men for their excellence, and wisdom and prudence. I find myself facing as stoutly as I can a hard, combative existence, full of doubt, difficulties, defeats, disappointments, and dangers, quite a hard enough life without their dark countenances at my elbow, so that what I want is a happy-minded Smethurst placed here and there at ugly corners of my life's wayside, preaching his gospel of quiet and contentment. I was shortly to meet with an evangelist of another stamp. After I had forced my way through a gentleman's grounds, I came out on the high road and sat down to rest myself on a heap of stones at the top of a long hill, with Cockermouth lying snugly at the bottom. An Irish beggar-woman with a beautiful little girl by her side came up to ask for alms, and gradually fell to telling me the little tragedy of her life. Her own sister, she told me, had seduced her husband from her after many years of married life, and the pair had fled, leaving her destitute with the little girl upon her hands. She seemed quite hopeful and cheery, and though she was unaffectedly sorry for the loss of her husband's earnings, she made no pretence of despair at the loss of his affection. Some day she would meet the 87 fugitives, and the law would see her duly righted, and in the meantime the smallest contribution was gratefully received. While she was telling all this in the most matter-of-fact way, I had been noticing the approach of a tall man, with a high white hat and darkish clothes. He came up the hill at a rapid pace, and joined our little group with a sort of half-salutation. Turning at once to the woman, he asked her in a business-like way whether she had anything to do, whether she were a Catholic or a Protestant, whether she could read, and so forth. And then, after a few kind words and some sweeties to the child, he dispatched the mother with some tracts about Biddy and the priest, and the Orangeman's Bible. I was a little amused at his abrupt manner, for he was still a young man and had somewhat the air of a navy officer, but he tackled me with great solemnity. I could make fun of what he said, for I do not think it was very wise, but the subject does not appear to me just now in a jesting light, so I shall only say that he related to me his own conversion, which had been effected as is very often the case through the agency of a gig accident, and that, after having examined me and diagnosed my case, he selected some suitable tracts from his repertory, gave them to me, and, bidding me Godspeed, went on his way. Last of Smethurst. That evening I got into a third-class carriage on my way for Keswick, and was followed almost immediately by a burly man in brown clothes. This fellow passenger was seemingly ill at ease, and kept continually putting his head out of the window, and asking the bystanders if they saw him coming. At last, when the train was already in motion, there was a commotion on the platform, and a way was left clear to our carriage door. He had arrived, In the hurry I could just see Smethurst, red and panting, thrust a couple of clay pipes into my companion's outstretched 88 hand, and hear him crying his farewells after us as we slipped out of the station at an ever-accelerating pace. I said something about its being a close run, and the broad man, already engaged in filling one of the pipes, assented, and went on to tell me of his own stupidity in forgetting a necessary, and of how his friend had good-naturedly gone downtown at the last moment to supply the omission. I mentioned that I had seen Mr. Smethurst already, and that he had been very polite to me, and we fell into a discussion of the hatter's merits that lasted some time and left us quite good friends at its conclusion. The topic was productive of goodwill. We exchanged tobacco and talked about the season, and agreed at last that we should go to the same hotel at Keswick and sup in company. As he had some business in the town which would occupy him some hour or so, on our arrival I was to improve the time and go down to the lake, that I might see a glimpse of the promised wonders. The night had fallen already when I reached the waterside, at a place where many pleasure boats are moored and ready for hire, and as I went along a stony path, between wood and water, a strong wind blew in gusts from the far end of the lake. The sky was covered with flying scud, and as this was ragged, there was quite a wild chase of shadow and moonglimpse over the surface of the shuddering water. I had to hold my hat on and was growing rather tired, and inclined to go back in disgust, when a little incident occurred to break the tedium. A sudden and violent squall of wind sundered the low underwood, and at the same time there came one of those brief discharges of moonlight, which leaped into the opening thus made, and showed me 3 girls in the prettiest flutter and disorder. It was as though they had sprung out of the ground. I accosted them very politely in my capacity of stranger, and requested to be told the names of all manner of hills and woods and places that I did not wish to know, and we stood together for a while and had an amusing little talk. 89 the wind, too, made himself of the party, brought the colour into their faces, and gave them enough to do to repress their drapery, and one of them, amid much giggling, had to pirouette round and round upon her toes as girls do when some specially strong gust had got the advantage over her. They were just high enough up in the social order not to be afraid to speak to a gentleman, and just low enough to feel a little tremor, a nervous consciousness of wrongdoing off stolen waters, that gave a considerable zest to our most innocent interview. They were as much discomposed and fluttered indeed as if I had been a wicked baron proposing to elope with the whole trio. But they showed no inclination to go away, and I had managed to get them off hills and waterfalls and on to more promising subjects, when a young man was descried coming along the path from the direction of Keswick. Now whether he was the young man of one of my friends, or the brother of one of them, or indeed the brother of all, I do not know, but they incontinently said that they must be going, and went away up the path with friendly salutations. I need not say that I found the lake and the moonlight rather dull after their departure, and speedily found my way back to potted herrings and whisky and waiter in the commercial room with my late fellow-traveller. In the smoking room there was a tall dark man with a moustache, in an ulster coat, who had got the best place and was monopolizing most of the talk. And as I came in, a whisper came round to me from both sides, that this was the manager of a London theatre. The presence of such a man was a great event for Keswick, and I must own that the manager showed himself equal to his position. He had a large fat pocket-book, from which he produced poem after poem, written on the backs of letters or hotel bills, and nothing could be more humorous than his recitation of these elegant extracts, except perhaps the anecdotes with which he varied the entertainment. Seeing, I suppose, something less countrified in my appearance than in most of the company, 90 he singled me out to corroborate some statements as to the depravity and vice of the aristocracy, and when he went on to describe some gilded saloon experiences, I am proud to say that he honoured my sagacity with one little covert wink before a second time. Appealing to me for confirmation, the wink was not thrown away. I went in up to the elbows with the manager, until I think that some of the glory of that great man settled by reflection upon me, and that I was as noticeably the second person in the smoking-room as he was the first. For a young man, this was a position of some distinction, I think you will admit. Roman 3. Roads. No amateur will deny that he can find more pleasure in a single drawing, over which he can sit a whole quiet forenoon, and so gradually study himself into humour with the artist, than he can ever extract from the dazzle and accumulation of incongruous impressions that send him, weary and stupefied, out of some famous picture gallery, But what is thus admitted with regard to art is not extended to the so-called natural beauties. No amount of excess in sublime mountain outline or the graces of cultivated lowland can do anything, it is supposed, to weaken or degrade the palate. We are not at all sure, however, that moderation and a regimen tolerably austere, even in scenery, are not healthful and strengthening to the taste, and that the best school for a lover of nature is not to be found in one of those countries where there is no stage effect, nothing salient or sudden, but a quiet spirit of orderly and harmonious beauty pervades all the details, 91, so that we can patiently attend to each of the little touches that strike in us, all of them together, the subdued note of the landscape. It is in scenery such as this that we find ourselves in the right temper to seek out small sequestered loveliness. The constant recurrence of similar combinations of colour and outline gradually forces upon us a sense of how the harmony has been built up, and we become familiar with something of nature's mannerism. This is the true pleasure of your rural voluptuary, not to remain awestricken before a Mount Chimborazo, not to sit deafened over the big drum in the orchestra, but day by day to teach himself some new beautito experience, some new vague and tranquil sensation that has before evaded him. It is not the people who have pined and hungered after nature many a year, in the great city pent, as Coleridge said in the poem that made Charles Lamb so much ashamed of himself. It is not those who make the greatest progress in this intimacy with her, or who are most quick to see and have the greatest gusto to enjoy. In this, as in everything else, it is minute knowledge and long-continued loving industry that make the true dilettante. A man must have thought much over scenery before he begins fully to enjoy it. It is no youngling enthusiasm on hilltops that can possess itself of the last essence of beauty. Probably most people's heads are growing bare before they can see all in a landscape that they have the capability of seeing, and even then, it will be only for one little moment of consummation before the faculties are again on the decline, and they that look out of the windows begin to be darkened and restrained in sight. Thus the study of nature should be carried forward thoroughly and with system. Every gratification should be rolled long under the tongue, and we should be always eager to analyze and compare, in order that we may be able to give some plausible reason for our admirations. True, it is difficult to put even approximately into words the kind of feelings thus called into play. There is a dangerous vice inherent in any such intellectual 92 refining upon vague sensation. The analysis of such satisfactions lends itself very readily to literary affectations, and we can all think of instances where it has shown itself apt to exercise a morbid influence, even upon an author's choice of language and the turn of his sentences. And yet there is much that makes the attempt attractive, for any expression, however imperfect, once given to a cherished feeling, seems a sort of legitimation of the pleasure we take in it. A common sentiment is one of those great goods that make life palatable and ever new. The knowledge that another has felt as we have felt, and seen things, even if they are little things, not much otherwise than we have seen them, will continue to the end to be one of life's choicest pleasures. Let the reader, then, betake himself in the spirit we have recommended to some of the quieter kinds of English landscape. In those homely and placid agricultural districts, familiarity will bring into relief many things worthy of notice, and urge them pleasantly home to him by a sort of loving repetition, such as the wonderful life-giving speed of windmill sails above the stationary country, the occurrence and recurrence of the same church tower at the end of one long vista after another, and conspicuous among these sources of quiet pleasure, the character and variety of the road itself, along which he takes his way. Not only near at hand, in the lithe contortions with which it adapts itself to the interchanges of level and slope, but far away also, when he sees a few 100 feet of it upheaved against a hill and shining in the afternoon sun, he will find it an object so changeful and enlivening that he can always pleasurably busy his mind. About it, he may leave the riverside or fall out of the way of villages, but the road he has always with him, and, in the true humour of observation, will find in that sufficient company. From its subtle windings and changes of level, there arises a keen and continuous interest that keeps the attention ever alert and cheerful. Every sensitive adjustment to the contour of the 93 ground, every little dip and swerve, seems instinct with life and an exquisite sense of balance and beauty. The road rolls upon the easy slopes of the country, like a long ship in the hollows of the sea. The very margins of waste ground, as they trench a little farther on the beaten way, or recede again to the shelter of the hedge, have something of the same free delicacy of line-off, the same swing and wilfulness. You might think for a whole summer's day, and not have thought it any nearer an end, by evening what concourse and succession of circumstances has produced the least of these deflections. And it is, perhaps, just in this that we should look for the secret of their interest. A footpath across a meadow in all its human waywardness and unaccountability, in all the grata protavitas of its varying direction will always be more to us than a railroad well engineered through a difficult country. No reasoned sequence is thrust upon our attention. We seem to have slipped for one lawless little moment out of the iron rule of cause and effect, and so we revert at once to some of the pleasant old heresies of personification, always poetically orthodox, and attribute a sort of free will, an active and spontaneous life, to the white riband of road that lengthens out and bends and cunningly adapts itself to the inequalities of the land before our eyes. We remember, as we write, some miles of fine wide highway laid out with conscious aesthetic artifice through a broken and richly cultivated tract of country. It is said that the engineer had Hogarth's line of beauty in his mind as he laid them down, and the result is striking. One splendid satisfying sweep passes with easy transition into another, and there is nothing to trouble or dislocate the strong continuousness of the main line of the road. And yet there is something wanting. There is here no saving imperfection, none of these secondary curves and little trepidations of direction that carry, in 94 natural roads, our curiosity actively along with them. One feels at once that this road has not grown like a natural road, but has been laboriously made to pattern, and that, while a model may be academically correct in outline, it will always be inanimate and cold. The traveller is also aware of a sympathy of mood between himself and the road he travels. We have all seen ways that have wandered into heavy sand near the seacoast, and trail wearily over the dunes like a trodden serpent. Here we too must plod forward at a dull, laborious pace, and so a sympathy is preserved between our frame of mind and the expression of the relaxed, heavy curves of the roadway. Such a phenomenon, indeed, our reason might perhaps resolve with a little trouble. We might reflect that the present road had been developed out of a track, spontaneously followed by generations of primitive wayfarers, and might see in its expression a testimony that those generations had been affected at the same ground, one after another, in the same manner as we are affected today. Or we might carry the reflection further, and remind ourselves that where the air is invigorating and the ground firm under the traveller's foot, his eye is quick to take advantage of small undulations, and he will turn carelessly aside from the direct way wherever there is anything beautiful to examine or some promise of a wider view, so that even a bush of wild roses may permanently bias and deform the straight path over the meadow, whereas, where the soil is heavy, one is preoccupied with the labour of mere progression, and goes with a bowed head heavily and unobservantly forward. Reason, however, will not carry us the whole way, for the sentiment often recurs in situations where it is very hard to imagine any possible explanation, and indeed, if we drive briskly along a good, well-made road in an open vehicle, we shall experience this sympathy almost at its fullest. We feel the sharp settle of the springs at some curiously twisted corner. After a steep ascent, the fresh air dances in our faces as we rattle precipitately down the 95 other side, and we find it difficult to avoid attributing something headlong, a sort of abandon, to the road itself. The mere winding of the path is enough to enliven a long day's walk in even a commonplace or dreary countryside. Something that we have seen from miles back, upon an eminence, is so long hid from us, as we wander through folded valleys or among woods, that our expectation of seeing it again is sharpened into a violent appetite, and as we draw nearer, we impatiently quicken our steps and turn every corner with a beating heart. It is through these prolongations of expectancy, this succession of one hope to another, that we live out long seasons of pleasure in a few hours' walk. It is in following these capricious sinuosities that we learn, only bit by bit and through one coquettish reticence after another, much as we learn the heart of a friend, the whole loveliness of the country. This disposition always preserves something new to be seen, and takes us, like a careful cicerone, to many different points of distant view before it allows us finally to approach the hoped-for destination. In its connection with the traffic, and whole friendly intercourse with the country, there is something very pleasant in that succession of saunterers and brisk and business-like passers-by, that peoples our ways and helps to build up what Walt Whitman calls the cheerful voice of the public road, the gay, fresh sentiment of the road. But out of the great network of ways that binds all life together from the hill farm to the city, There is something individual to most, and on the whole, nearly as much choice on the score of company as on the score of beauty or easy travel. On some, we are never long without the sound of wheels, and folk pass us by so thickly that we lose the sense of their number. But on others, about little frequented districts, a meeting is an affair of moment. We have the sight far off of someone coming towards us, the growing definiteness of the person, and then the brief passage and salutation, and the road left empty in front 96 of us for perhaps a great while to come. Such encounters have a wistful interest that can hardly be understood by the dweller in places more populous. We remember standing beside a countryman once, in the mouth of a quiet by-street in a city that was more than ordinarily crowded and bustling. He seemed stunned and bewildered by the continual passage of different faces, and after a long pause, during which he appeared to search for some suitable expression, he said timidly that there seemed to be a great deal of meeting thereabouts. The phrase is significant. It is the expression of town life in the language of the long, solitary country highways. A meeting of one with one was what this man had been used to in the pastoral uplands from which he came, and the concourse of the streets was in his eyes only an extraordinary multiplication of such meetings. And now we come to that last and most subtle quality of all, to that sense of prospect, of outlook, that is brought so powerfully to our minds by a road. In real nature as well as in old landscapes, beneath that impartial daylight in which a whole variegated plain is plunged and saturated, the line of the road leads the eye forth with the vague sense of desire up to the green limit of the horizon. Travel is brought home to us, and we visit in spirit every grove and hamlet that tempts us in the distance. Sain such the passion for what is ever beyond is livingly expressed in that white riband of possible travel that severs the uneven country, not a ploughman following his plough up the shining furrow, not the blue smoke of any cottage in a hollow, but is brought to us with a sense of nearness and attainability by this wavering line of junction. There is a passionate paragraph in Werther that strikes the very key. When I came hither, he writes, how the beautiful valley invited me on every side as I gazed down into it from the hilltop. There the woodder that I might mingle in its shadows, there the mountain summitser that I might look down from them over the broad country. 97 the interlinked hills, the secret valleys, oh, to lose myself among their mysteries. I hurried into the midst and came back without finding aught I hoped for. Alas, the distance is like the future. A vast hole lies in the twilight before our spirit. Sight and feeling alike plunge and lose themselves in the prospect, and we yearn to surrender our whole being, and let it be filled full with all the rapture of one single glorious sensation. And alas, when we hasten to the fruition, when there is change to hear, all is afterwards as it was before, and we stand in our indigent and cramped estate, and our soul thirsts after a still ebbing elixir. It is to this wandering and uneasy spirit of anticipation that roads minister. Every little vista, every little glimpse that we have of what lies before us, gives the impatient imagination rein, so that it can outstrip the body and already plunge into the shadow of the woods, and overlook from the hilltop the plain beyond it, and wander in the windings of the valleys that are still far in front. The road is already there where shall not be long behind. It is as if we were marching with the rear of a great army, and from far before heard the acclamation of the people as the vanguard entered some friendly and jubilant city. Would not every man, through all the long miles of march, feel as if he also were within the gates? Compare Blake in The Marriage of Heaven and Hell. Improvement makes straight roads, but the crooked roads without improvement are roads of genius. Roman 4. Notes on the movements of young children. I wish to direct the reader's attention to a certain quality in the movements of children when young, which is somehow lovable in them, although it would be even unpleasant 98 in any grown person. Their movements are not graceful, but they fall short of grace by something so sweetly humorous that we only admire them the more. The imperfection is so pretty and pathetic, and it gives so great a promise of something different in the future, that it attracts us more than many forms of beauty. They have something of the merit of a rough sketch by a master, in which we pardon what is wanting or excessive for the sake of the very bluntness and directness of the thing. It gives us pleasure to see the beginning of gracious impulses, and the springs of harmonious movement laid bare to us with innocent simplicity. One night some ladies formed a sort of impromptu dancing school in the drawing-room of an hotel in France. One of the ladies led the ring, and I can recall her as a model of accomplished, cultured movement. 2 little girls about 8 years old were the pupils. That is an age of great interest in girls, when natural grace comes to its consummation of justice and purity, with little admixture of that other grace of forethought and discipline that will shortly supersede it altogether. In these two, particularly, the rhythm was sometimes broken by an excess of energy, as though the pleasure of the music in their light bodies could endure no longer the restraint of regulated dance. So that, between these and the lady, there was not only some beginning of the very contrast I wished to insist upon, but matter enough to set one thinking a long while on the beauty of motion. I do not know that, here in England, we have any good opportunity of seeing what that is. The generation of British dancing men and women are certainly more remarkable for other qualities than for grace. They are, many of them, very conscientious artists, and give quite a serious regard to the technical parts of their performance, but the spectacle somehow is not often beautiful and strikes no note of pleasure. If I had seen no more, therefore, this evening might have remained in my memory as a rare experience, but the best part of it was yet to come. For 99 after the others had desisted, the musician still continued to play, and a little button between 2 and 3 years old came out into the cleared space and began to figure before us as the music prompted. I had an opportunity of seeing her, not on this night only, but on many subsequent nights, and the wonder and comical admiration she inspired was only deepened as time went on. She had an admirable musical ear, and each new melody, as it struck in her a new humor, suggested wonderful combinations and variations of movement. Now it would be a dance with which she would suit the music, now rather an appropriate pantomime, and now a mere string of disconnected attitudes. But whatever she did it with the same verve and gusto. The spirit of the air seemed to have entered into her, and to possess her like a passion, and you could see her struggling to find expression for the beauty that was in her against the inefficacy of the dull, half-informed body. Though her footing was uneven, and her gestures often ludicrously helpless, still the spectacle was not merely amusing, and though subtle inspirations of movement miscarried in tottering travesty, you could still see that they had been inspirations. You could still see that she had set her heart on realizing something just and beautiful, and that, by the discipline of these abortive efforts, she was making for herself. In the future, a quick, supple, and obedient body. It was grace in the making. She was not to be daunted by any merriment of people looking on critically. The music said something to her, and her whole spirit was intent on what the music said. She must carry out its suggestions. She must do her best to translate its language into that other dialect of the modulated body into which it can be translated most easily and fully. Just the other day I was witness to a second scene, in which the motive was something similar, only this time with quite common children, and in the familiar neighbourhood of Hampstead. A little congregation had formed 100 itself in the lane underneath my window, and was busy over a skipping rope. There were 2 sisters from 7 to 9 perhaps, with dark faces and dark hair, and slim, lithe little figures clad in lilac frocks. The elder of these 2 was mistress of the art of skipping. She was just and adroit in every movement. The rope passed over her black head and under her scarlet-stockinged legs with a precision and regularity that was like machinery. But there was nothing mechanical in the infinite variety and sweetness of her inclinations, and the spontaneous agile flexure of her lean waist and hips. There was one variation favourite with her, in which she crossed her hands before her with a motion not unlike that of weaving, which was admirably intricate and complete. And when the 2 took the rope together and whirled in and out with occasional interruptions, there was something Italian in the type of both in the length of nose, in the slimness and accuracy of the shapes, and something gay and harmonious in the double movement, that added to the whole scene a southern element, and took me over sea and land into distant and beautiful places. Nor was this impression lessened when the elder girl took in her arms a fair-headed baby, while the others held the rope for her, turned and gyrated, and went in and out over it lightly, with a quiet regularity that seemed as if it might go on forever. Somehow, incongruous as was the occupation, she reminded me of Italian Madonnas. And now, as before in the hotel drawing-room, the humorous element was to be introduced. Only this time it was in broad farce. The funniest little girl, with a mottled complexion and a big, damaged nose, and looking for all the world like any dirty, broken-nosed doll in a nursery lumber-room, came forward to take her turn. While the others swung the rope for her as gently as it could be done a mere mockery of movement and playfully taunted her timidity, she passaged backwards and forwards in a pretty flutter of indecision, putting up her shoulders and laughing with the embarrassed laughter of 101 children by the water's edge, eager to bathe and yet fearful. There never was anything at once so droll and so pathetic. One did not know whether to laugh or to cry. And when at last she had made an end of all her deprecations and drawings back, and summoned up heart enough to straddle over the rope, one leg at a time, it was a sight to see her ruffle herself up like a peacock, and go away down the lane with her damaged nose, seeming to think discretion the better part of valour, and rather uneasy lest they should ask her to repeat the exploit. Much as I had enjoyed the grace of the older girls, it was now just as it had been before in France, and the clumsiness of the child seemed to have a significance and a sort of beauty of its own, quite above this grace of the others in power to affect the heart. I had looked on with a certain sense of balance and completion at the silent, rapid, masterly evolutions of the eldest. I had been pleased by these in the way of satisfaction. But when little Broken-Nose began her pantomime of indecision, I grew excited. There was something quite fresh and poignant in the delight I took in her imperfect movements. I remember, for instance, that I moved my own shoulders as if to imitate her, really, I suppose, with an inarticulate wish to help her out. Now, there are many reasons why this gracelessness of young children should be pretty and sympathetic to us. And first, there is an interest as of battle. It is in travail and laughable fiasco that the young school their bodies to beautiful expression as they school their minds. We seem, in watching them, to divine antagonists pitted one against the other. And as in other wars, so in this war of the intelligence against the unwilling body, we do not wish to see even the cause of progress triumph without some honourable toil. And we are so sure of the ultimate result that it pleases us to linger in pathetic sympathy over these reverses of the early campaign, just as we do over the troubles that environ the heroine of a novel on her way to the happy ending. Again, people are very ready to 102 disown the pleasure they take in a thing merely because it is big, as an Alp, or merely because it is little, as a little child, and yet this pleasure is surely as legitimate as another. There is much of it here. We have an irrational indulgence for small folk. We ask but little where there is so little to ask it of. We cannot overcome our astonishment that they should be able to move at all, and are interested in their movements somewhat as we are interested in the movements of a puppet. And again, there is a prolongation of expectancy when, as in these movements of children, we are kept continually on the very point of attainment, and ever turned away and tantalized by some humorous imperfection. This is altogether absent in the secure and accomplished movements of persons more fully grown. The tightrope walker does not walk so freely or so well as anyone else can walk upon a good road, and yet we like to watch him for the mere sake of the difficulty. We like to see his vacillations. We like this last so much even, that I am told a really artistic tightrope walker must feign to be troubled in his balance, even if he is not so really. And again, we have in these baby efforts an assurance of spontaneity that we do not have often. We know this at least certainly, that the child tries to dance for its own pleasure, and not for any by-end of ostentation and conformity. If we did not know it, we should see it. There is a sincerity, a directness, an impulsive truth about their free gestures that shows throughout all imperfection, and it is to us as a reminiscence of primitive festivals and the Golden Age. Lastly, there is in the sentiment much of a simple human compassion for creatures more helpless than ourselves. One nearly ready to die is pathetic, and so is one scarcely ready to live. In view of their future, our heart is softened to these clumsy little ones. They will be more adroit when they are not so happy. Unfortunately, then, this character that so much delights us is not one that can be preserved by any plastic art. It turns, as we have seen, upon consideration not really 103 aesthetic. Art may deal with the slim freedom of a few years later, but with this fettered impulse, with these stammering motions, she is powerless to do more than stereotype what is ungraceful, and in the doing of it, lose all pathos and humanity. So these humorous little ones must go away into the limbo of beautiful things that are not beautiful for art, there to wait a more perfect age before they sit for their portraits. V. On the enjoyment of unpleasant places. It is a difficult matter to make the most of any given place, and we have much in our own power. Things looked at patiently from one side after another generally end by showing a side that is beautiful. A few months ago some words were said in the portfolio as to an austere regimen in scenery, and such a discipline was then recommended as healthful and strengthening to the taste. That is the test, so to speak, of the present essay. This discipline in scenery, it must be understood, is something more than a mere walk before breakfast to whet the appetite. For when we are put down in some unsightly neighbourhood, and especially if we have come to be more or less dependent on what we see, we must set ourselves to hunt out beautiful things with all the ardor and patience of a botanist after a rare plant. Day by day we perfect ourselves in the art of seeing nature more favorably. We learn to live with her, as people learn to live with fretful or violent spouses, to dwell lovingly on what is good, and shut our eyes against all that is bleak or inharmonious. 104 We learn also to come to each place in the right spirit. The traveller, as Brantome quaintly tells us, fate des discours en soi pour si soutenir en chemin, and into these discourses he weaves something out of all that he sees and suffers by the way. They take their tone greatly from the varying character of the scene. A sharp ascent brings different thoughts from a level road, and the man's fancies grow lighter as he comes out of the wood into a clearing, nor does the scenery any more affect the thoughts than the thoughts affect the scenery. We see places through our humours as through differently coloured glasses. We are ourselves a term in the equation, a note of the chord, and make discord or harmony almost at will. There is no fear for the result, if we can but surrender ourselves sufficiently to the country that surrounds and follows us, so that we are ever thinking suitable thoughts, or telling ourselves some suitable sort of story as we go. We become thus, in some sense, a centre of beauty. We are provocative of beauty, much as a gentle and sincere character is provocative of sincerity and gentleness in others. And even where there is no harmony to be elicited by the quickest and most obedient of spirits, we may still embellish a place with some attraction of romance. We may learn to go far afield for associations, and handle them lightly when we have found them. Sometimes an old print comes to our aid. I have seen many a spot lit up at once with picturesque imaginations, by a reminiscence of Callot or Sadler or Paul Brill. Dick Turpin has been my lay figure for many an English lane, and I suppose the Trossachs would hardly be the Trossachs for most tourists if a man of admirable romantic instinct had not peopled it for them with harmonious figures, and brought them thither with minds rightly prepared for the impression. There is half the battle in this preparation. For instance, I have rarely been able to visit in the proper spirit the wild and inhospitable places of our own highlands. I am happier where it is tame 105 and fertile, and not readily pleased without trees. I understand that there are some phases of mental trouble that harmonize well with such surroundings, and that some persons, by the dispensing power of the imagination, can go back several centuries in spirit, and put themselves into sympathy with the hunted, houseless, unsociable way of life that was in its place upon these savage hills. Now, when I am sad, I like nature to charm me out of my sadness, like David before Saul, and the thought of these past ages strikes nothing in me but an unpleasant pity, so that I can never hit on the right humour for this sort of landscape, and lose much pleasure in consequence. Still, even here, if I were only let alone and time enough were given, I should have all manner of pleasures, and take many clear and beautiful images away with me when I left. When we cannot think ourselves into sympathy with the great features of a country, we learn to ignore them and put our head among the grass for flowers or pore, for long times together, over the changeful current of a stream. We come down to the sermon in stones, when we are shut out from any poem in the spread landscape. We begin to peep and botanize, we take an interest in birds and insects, we find many things beautiful in miniature. The reader will recollect the little summer scene in Wuthering Heights, one warm scene, perhaps, in all that powerful, miserable noveland, the great feature that is made therein by grasses and flowers and a little sunshine. This is in the spirit of which I now speak. And lastly, we can go indoors. Interiors are sometimes as beautiful, often more picturesque, than the shows of the open air, and they have that quality of shelter of which I shall presently have more to say. With all this in mind, I have often been tempted to put forth the paradox that any place is good enough to live a life in, while it is only in a few, and those highly favoured, that we can pass a few hours agreeably. For 106, if we only stay long enough, we become at home in the neighbourhood. Reminiscences spring up like flowers about uninteresting corners. We forget to some degree the superior loveliness of other places, and fall into a tolerant and sympathetic spirit, which is its own reward and justification. Looking back the other day on some recollections of my own, I was astonished to find how much I owed to such a residence. 6 weeks in one unpleasant countryside had done more, it seemed, to quicken and educate my sensibilities than many years in places that jumped more nearly with my inclination. The country to which I refer was a level and treeless plateau over which the winds cut like a whip. For miles on miles it was the same. A river indeed fell into the sea near the town where I resided, but the valley of the river was shallow and bold, for as far up as ever I had the heart to follow it. There were roads, certainly, but roads that had no beauty or interest, for as there was no timber and but little irregularity of surface, you saw your whole walk exposed to you from the beginning. There was nothing left to fancy, nothing to expect, nothing to see. By the wayside, save here and there an unhomely-looking homestead, and here and there a solitary, spectacled stonebreaker, and you were only accompanied, as you went doggedly forward, by the gaunt telegraph posts and the hum of the resonant wires in the keen sea wind. To one who had learned to know their song in warm, pleasant places by the Mediterranean, it seemed to taunt the country and make it still bleaker by suggested contrast. Even the waste places by the side of the road were not, as Hawthorne liked to put it, taken back to nature by any decent covering of vegetation. Wherever the land had the chance, it seemed to lie fallow. There is a certain tawny nudity of the south, bare sunburnt plains, coloured like a lion, and hills clothed only in the blue transparent air. But this was of another description. This was the nakedness of the north. The 107 earth seemed to know that it was naked, and was ashamed and cold. It seemed to be always blowing on that coast. Indeed, this had passed into the speech of the inhabitants, and they saluted each other when they met with breezy, instead of the customary fine day of farther south. These continual winds were not like the harvest breeze, that just keeps an equable pressure against your face as you walk, and serves to set all the trees talking over your head, or bring round you the smell of the wet surface of the country after a shower. They were of the bitter, hard, persistent sort, that interferes with sight and respiration, and makes the eyes sore. Even such winds as these have their own merit in proper time and place. It is pleasant to see them brandish great masses of shadow. And what a power they have over the colour of the world, how they ruffle the solid woodlands in their passage, and make them shudder and whiten like a single willow. There is nothing more vertiginous than a wind like this among the woods, with all its sights and noises, and the effect gets between some painters and their sober eyesight, so that, even when the rest of their picture is calm, the foliage is coloured like foliage in a gale. There was nothing, however, of this sort to be noticed in a country where there were no trees and hardly any shadows, save the passive shadows of clouds or those of rigid houses and walls. But the wind was nevertheless an occasion of pleasure, for nowhere could you taste more fully the pleasure of a sudden lull or a place of opportune shelter. The reader knows what I mean. He must remember how, when he has sat himself down behind a dyke on a hillside, he delighted to hear the wind hiss vainly through the crannies at his back, how his body tingled all over with warmth, and it began to dawn upon him with a sort of slow surprise that the country was beautiful, the heather purple, and the faraway hills all marbled with sun and shadow. Wordsworth, in a beautiful passage of the Prelude, has 108 used this as a figure for the feeling struck in us by the quiet by-streets of London after the uproar of the great thoroughfares, and the comparison may be turned the other way with as good effect. Meanwhile the roar continues till at length, escaped as from an enemy, we turn abruptly into some sequestered nook, still as a sheltered place when winds blow loud. I remember meeting a man once in a train who told me of what must have been quite the most perfect instance of this pleasure of escape. He had gone up one sunny, windy morning to the top of a great cathedral somewhere abroad. I think it was Cologne Cathedral, the great unfinished marvel by the Rhine, and after a long while in dark stairways, he issued at last into the sunshine, on a platform high above the town. At that elevation it was quite still and warm. The gale was only in the lower strata of the air, and he had forgotten it in the quiet interior of the church and during his long ascent, and so you may judge of his surprise when, resting his arms on the sunlit balustrade and looking over into the place far below him, he saw the good people holding on their hats and leaning hard against the wind as they walked. There is something, to my fancy, quite perfect in this little experience of my fellow travellers. The ways of men seem always very trivial to us when we find ourselves alone on a church top, with the blue sky and a few tall pinnacles, and see far below us the steep roofs and foreshortened buttresses, and the silent activity of the city streets. But how much more must they not have seemed so to him as he stood, not only above other men's business, but above other men's climate, in a golden zone like Apollo's. This was the sort of pleasure I found in the country of which I write. The pleasure was to be out of the wind, and to keep it in memory all the time, and hug oneself 109 upon the shelter. and it was only by the sea that any such sheltered places were to be found. Between the black worm-eaten headlands there are little bights and havens, well screened from the wind and the commotion of the external sea, where the sand and weeds look up into the gazer's face from a depth of tranquil water, and the seabirds, screaming and flickering from the ruined crags, alone disturb the silence and the sunshine. One such place has impressed itself on my memory beyond all others. On a rock by the water's edge, old fighting men of the Norse breed had planted a double castle. The two stood wall to wall like semi-detached villas, and yet feud had run so high between their owners that one, from out of a window, shot the other as he stood in his own doorway. There is something in the juxtaposition of these two enemies full of tragic irony. It is grim to think of bearded men and bitter women taking hateful counsel together about the two wholefairs at night, when the sea boomed against the foundations and the wild winter wind was loose over the battlements. And in the study we may reconstruct for ourselves some pale figure of what life then was. Not so when we are there. When we are there such thoughts come to us only to intensify a contrary impression, and association is turned against itself. I remember walking thither 3 afternoons in succession, my eyes weary with being set against the wind, and how, dropping suddenly over the edge of the down, I found myself in a new world of warmth and shelter. The wind, from which I had escaped as from an enemy, was seemingly quite local. It carried no clouds with it, and came from such a quarter that it did not trouble the sea within view. The two castles, black and ruinous as the rocks about them, were still distinguishable from these by something more insecure and fantastic in the outline, something that the last storm had left imminent and the next would demolish entirely. It would be difficult to render in words the sense of peace that took possession of 110 me on these 3 afternoons. It was helped out, as I have said, by the contrast. The shore was battered and bemouled by previous tempests. I had the memory at heart of the insane strife of the pygmies, who had erected these two castles and lived in them in mutual distrust and enmity, and knew I had only to put my head out of this little cup of shelter to find the hard wind blowing in my eyes. And yet there were the 2 great tracts of motionless blue air and peaceful sea looking on, unconcerned and apart, at the turmoil of the present moment and the memorials of the precarious past. There is ever something transitory and fretful in the impression of a high wind under a cloudless sky. It seems to have no root in the constitution of things. It must speedily begin to faint and wither away like a cut flower. And on those days the thought of the wind and the thought of human life came very near together in my mind. Our noisy years did indeed seem moments in the being of the eternal silence, and the wind, in the face of that great field of stationary blue, was as the wind of a butterfly's wing. The placidity of the sea was a thing likewise to be remembered. Shelley speaks of the sea as hungering for calm, and in this place one learned to understand the phrase. Looking down into these green waters from the broken edge of the rock, or swimming leisurely in the sunshine, it seemed to me that they were enjoying their own tranquillity, and when now and again it was disturbed by a wind ripple on the surface, or the quick black passage of a fish far below, they settled back again, one could fancy, with relief. On shore too, in the little nook of shelter, everything was so subdued and still that the least particular struck in me a pleasurable surprise. The desultory crackling of the windpards in the afternoon sun usurped the ear. The hot, sweet breath of the bank that had been saturated all day long with sunshine, and now exhaled it into my face, was like the breath of a fellow creature. I remember that 111I was haunted by 2 lines of French verse. In some dumb way they seemed to fit my surroundings and give expression to the contentment that was in me, and I kept repeating to myself, Mon cœur est un luth suspendu. Sidat quan le touche, il résonne. I can give no reason why these lines came to me at this time, and for that very cause I repeat them here. For all I know, they may serve to complete the impression in the mind of the reader, as they were certainly a part of it for me. And this happened to me in the place of all others where I liked least to stay. When I think of it I grow ashamed of my own ingratitude. Out of the strong came forth sweetness. There, in the bleak and gusty north, I received perhaps my strongest impression of peace. I saw the sea to be great and calm, and the earth in that little corner was all alive and friendly to me. So wherever a man is, he will find something to please and pacify him. In the town he will meet pleasant faces of men and women, and see beautiful flowers at a window, or hear a cage-bird singing at the corner of the gloomiest street. And for the country, there is no country without some amenity. Let him only look for it in the right spirit, and he will surely find. Romans 6. An autumn effect. Nus ni decrivens jamais miel a nature que lorsque nous efforcans d'exprimer sabrement, et simplement l'impression que nous en avons reçu, 1000. André Thuriot, L'automne dans les boys, Revue des du Monde, First Act, 1874. A country rapidly passed through under favourable auspices may leave upon us a unity of impression that would only be disturbed and dissipated if we stayed longer. Clear vision goes with the quick foot. Things fall for us into a sort of natural perspective when we see them for a moment in going by. We generalize boldly and simply, and are gone before the sun is overcast, before the rain falls, before the season can steal like a dial hand from his figure, before the lights and shadows, shifting round towards nightfall, can show us the other side of things, and belie what they showed us in the morning. We expose our mind to the landscape, as we would expose the prepared plate in the camera for the moment only during which the effect endures, and we are away before the effect can change. Hence we shall have in our memories a long scroll of continuous wayside pictures, all imbued already with the prevailing sentiment of the season, the weather, and the landscape, and certain to be 113 unified more and more, as time goes on, by the unconscious processes of thought. So that we who have only looked at a country over our shoulder, so to speak, as we went by, will have a conception of it far more memorable and articulate than a man who has lived there all his life from a child upwards, and had his impression of today modified by that of tomorrow, and belied by that of the day after, till at length the stable characteristics of the country are all blotted out from him behind the confusion of variable effect. I began my little pilgrimage in the most enviable of all humours, that in which a person with a sufficiency of money and a knapsack turns his back on a town and walks forward into a country of which he knows only by the vague report of others. Such an one has not surrendered his will and contracted for the next 100 miles, like a man on a railway. He may change his mind at every finger-post, and where ways meet, follow vague preferences freely and go the low road or the high, choose the shadow or the sunshine, suffer himself to be tempted by the lane that turns immediately into the woods, or the broad road that lies open before him into the distance, and shows him the far-off spires of some city, or a range of mountain-tops, or a rim of sea perhaps along a low horizon. In short, he may gratify his every whim and fancy, without a pang of reproving conscience, or the least jostle to his self-respect. It is true, however, that most men do not possess the faculty of free action, the priceless gift of being able to live for the moment only, and as they begin to go forward on their journey, they will find that they have made for themselves new fetters. Slight projects they may have entertained for a moment, half in jest, become iron laws to them, they know not why. They will be led by the nose by these vague reports of which I spoke above, and the mere fact that their informant mentioned one village and not another will compel their footsteps with inexplicable power. And yet 114 a little while, yet a few days of this fictitious liberty, and they will begin to hear imperious voices calling on them to return, and some passion, some duty, some worthy or unworthy expectation will set its hand upon their shoulder and lead them back into the old paths. Once and again we have all made the experiment, we know the end of it right well. And yet if we make it for the 100th time tomorrow, it will have the same charm as ever. Our heart will beat and our eyes will be bright, as we leave the town behind us, and we shall feel once again as we have felt so often before that we are cutting ourselves loose for ever from our whole past life, with all its sins and follies and circumscriptions, and go forward as a new creature into a new world. It is well, perhaps, that I had this first enthusiasm to encourage me up the long hill above High Wycombe, for the day was a bad day for walking at best, and now began to draw towards afternoon, dull, heavy, and lifeless. A pall of grey cloud covered the sky, and its colour reacted on the colour of the landscape. Near at hand, indeed, the hedgerow trees were still fairly green, shot through with bright autumnal yellows, bright as sunshine. But a little way off, the solid bricks of woodland that lay squarely on slope and hilltop were not green, but russet and grey, and ever less russet and more grey as they drew off into the distance. As they drew off into the distance, also, the woods seemed to mass themselves together, and lay thin and straight like clouds, upon the limit of one's view. Not that this massing was complete, or gave the idea of any extent of forest, for every here and there the trees would break up and go down into a valley in open order, or stand in long Indian file along the horizon, tree after tree relieved, foolishly enough, against the sky. I say foolishly enough, although I have seen the effect employed cleverly in art, and such long line of single trees thrown out against the customary sunset of a Japanese picture, with a certain fantastic effect that was not to be despised. But this was over water and level land, where it did not jar as here, with the soft contour of hills and valleys. The whole scene had an indefinable look of being painted. The colour was so abstract and correct, and there was something so sketchy and merely impressional about these distant single trees on the horizon that one was forced to think of it all as of a clever French landscape. For it is rather in nature that we see resemblance to art than in art to nature, and we say 100 times how like a picture, for once that we say how like the truth. The forms in which we learn to think of landscape are forms that we have got from painted canvas. Any man can see and understand a picture. It is reserved for the few to separate anything out of the confusion of nature, and see that distinctly and with intelligence. The sun came out before I had been long on my way, and as I had got by that time to the top of the ascent, and was now treading a labyrinth of confined byroads, my whole view brightened considerably in colour, for it was the distance only that was grey and cold, and the distance I could see no longer. Overhead there was a wonderful carolling of larks which seemed to follow me as I went. Indeed, during all the time I was in that country the larks did not desert me. The air was alive with them from High Wycombe to Tring, and as, day after day, their shrill delight fell upon me out of the vacant sky, they began to take such a prominence over other conditions, and form so integral a part of my conception of the country, that I could have baptized it the country of larks. This, of course, might just as well have been in early spring, but everything else was deeply imbued with the sentiment of the later year. There was no stir of insects in the grass, the sunshine was more golden, and gave less heat than summer sunshine, and the shadows under the hedge were somewhat blue and misty. It was only in autumn that you could have seen the mingled green and yellow of the elm foliage, and the fallen leaves 116 that lay about the road, and covered the surface of wayside pools so thickly that the sun was reflected only here and there from little joints and pinholes in that brown coat of proof, or that your ear would have been troubled, as you went forward, by the occasional report of fowling pieces from all directions and all degrees of distance. For a long time this dropping fire was the one sign of human activity that came to disturb me as I walked. The lanes were profoundly still. They would have been sad but for the sunshine and the singing of the larks, and as it was, there came over me at times a feeling of isolation that was not disagreeable, and yet was enough to make me quicken my steps eagerly when I saw someone before me on the road. This fellow voyager proved to be no less a person than the parish constable. It had occurred to me that in a district which was so little populous and so well wooded, a criminal of any intelligence might play hide-and-seek with the authorities for months, and this idea was strengthened by the aspect of the portly constable as he walked by my side with deliberate dignity and turned-out toes. But a few minutes' converse set my heart at rest. These rural criminals are very tame birds, it appeared. If my informant did not immediately lay his hand on an offender, he was content to wait. Some evening after nightfall there would come a tap at his door, and the outlaw, weary of outlawry, would give himself quietly up to undergo sentence, and resume his position in the life of the countryside. Married men caused him no disquietude whatever. He had them fast by the foot. Sooner or later they would come back to see their wives. A peeping neighbour would pass the word, and my portly constable would walk quietly over and take the bird sitting. And if there were a few who had no particular ties in the neighbourhood, and preferred to shift into another county when they fell into trouble, their departure moved the placid constable in no degree. He was of Dogberry's opinion, and if a man would not stand in the 117 prince's name, he took no note of him, but let him go, and thanked God he was rid of a knave. And surely the crime and the law were in admirable keeping. Rustic constable was well met with rustic offender. The officer sitting at home over a bit of fire until the criminal came to visit him, and the criminal coming it was a fair match. One felt as if this must have been the order in that delightful seaboard Bohemia, where Florizel and Perdita courted in such sweet accents, and the Puritans sang psalms to hornpipes, and the 24 shearers danced with nosegays in their bosoms, and chanted their 3 songs apiece at the old shepherd's festival, and one could not help picturing to oneself what havoc among good people's purses, and tribulation for benignant constable, might be worked here by the arrival, over stile and footpath, of a new Autolycus. Bidding good morning to my fellow traveller, I left the road and struck across country. It was rather a revelation to pass from between the hedgerows and find quite a bustle on the other side, a great coming and going of schoolchildren upon bypaths, and in every second field, lusty horses and stout countryfolk are ploughing. The way I followed took me through many fields thus occupied, and through many strips of plantation, and then over a little space of smooth turf, very pleasant to the feet, set with tall fir trees and clamorous with rooks making ready for the winter, and so back again into the quiet road. I was now not far from the end of my day's journey. A few 100 yards farther, and passing through a gap in the hedge, I began to go downhill through a pretty extensive tract of young beeches. I was soon in shadow myself, but the afternoon sun still coloured the upmost boughs of the wood, and made a fire over my head in the autumnal foliage. A little faint vapour lay among the slim tree stems in the bottom of the hollow, and from farther up I heard from time to time an outburst of gross laughter, as though clowns were making merry in the bush. There was something about the atmosphere that 118 brought all sights and sounds home to one with a singular purity, so that I felt as if my senses had been washed with water. After I had crossed the little zone of mist, the path began to remount the hill, and just as I, mounting along with it, had got back again, from the head downwards, into the thin golden sunshine, I saw in front of me a donkey tied to a tree. Now I have a certain liking for donkeys, principally, I believe, because of the delightful things that Sterne has written of them. But this was not after the pattern of the ass at Lyons. He was of a white colour, that seemed to fit him rather for rare festal occasions than for constant drudgery. Besides, he was very small, and of the daintiest proportions you can imagine in a donkey, and so, sure enough, you had only to look at him to see he had never worked. There was something too roguish and wanton in his face, a look too like that of a schoolboy or a street Arab, to have survived much cudgelling. It was plain that these feet had kicked off sportive children oftener than they had plodded with a freight through miry lanes. He was altogether a fine-weather, holiday sort of donkey, and though he was just then somewhat solemnized and rueful, he still gave proof of the levity of his disposition by impudently wagging his ears at me as I drew near. I say he was somewhat solemnized just then, for with the admirable instinct of all men and animals under restraint, he had so wound the halter about the tree that he could go neither back nor forwards, nor so much as put down his head to browse. There he stood, poor rogue, part puzzled, part angry, part, I believe, amused. He had not given up hope, and dully revolved the problem in his head, giving ever and again another jerk at the few inches of free rope that still remained unwound. A humorous sort of sympathy for the creature took hold upon me. I went up, and not without some trouble on my part, and much distrust and resistance on the part of Neddy, got him forced backward until the whole length of the halter was set loose, and he was once more as free a donkey as I dared to make 119 him. I was pleased as people are with this friendly action to a fellow creature in tribulation, and glanced back over my shoulder to see how he was profiting by his freedom. The brute was looking after me, and no sooner did he catch my eye than he put up his long white face into the air, pulled an impudent mouth at me, and began to bray derisively. If ever any one person made a grimace at another, that donkey made a grimace at me. The hardened ingratitude of his behaviour, and the impertinence that inspired his whole face as he curled up his lip, and showed his teeth, and began to bray, so tickled me, and was so much in keeping with what I had imagined to myself about his character, that I could not find it in my heart to be angry, and burst into a peal of hearty laughter. This seemed to strike the ass as a repartee, so he brayed at me again by way of rejoinder, and we went on for a while, braying and laughing, until I began to grow awry of it, and, shouting a derisive farewell, turned to pursue my way. In so doing it was like going suddenly into cold water. I found myself face to face with a prim little old maid. She was all in a flutter, the poor old dear. She had concluded beyond question that this must be a lunatic who stood laughing aloud at a white donkey in the placid beechwoods. I was sure by her face that she had already recommended her spirit most religiously to heaven, and prepared herself for the worst. And so, to reassure her, I uncovered and besought her after a very staid fashion to put me on my way to Great Missenden. Her voice trembled a little, to be sure, but I think her mind was set at rest, and she told me very explicitly to follow the path until I came to the end of the wood, and then I should see the village below me in the bottom of the valley. And with mutual courtesies, the little old maid and I went on our respective ways. Nor had she misled me. Great Missenden was close at hand, as she had said, in the trough of a gentle valley, with many great elms about it. The smoke from its chimneys 120 went up pleasantly in the afternoon sunshine. The sleepy hum of a threshing machine filled the neighbouring fields and hung about the quaint street corners. A little above, the church sits well back on its haunches against the hillsidean attitude for a church, you know, that makes it look as if it could be ever so much higher if it liked. And the trees grew about it thickly, so as to make a density of shade in the churchyard. A very quiet place it looks, and yet I saw many boards and posters about threatening dire punishment against those who broke the church windows or defaced the precinct, and offering rewards for the apprehension of those who had done the like already. It was fair day in Great Missenden. There were 3 stalls set up sub Jove, for the sale of pastry and cheap toys, and a great number of holiday children thronged about the stalls, and noisily invaded every corner of the straggling village. They came round me by coveys, blowing simultaneously upon penny trumpets as though they imagined I should fall to pieces like the battlements of Jericho. I noticed one among them who could make a wheel of himself like a London boy, and seemingly enjoyed a grave preeminence upon the strength of the accomplishment. By and by, however, the trumpets began to weary me, and I went indoors, leaving the fair, I fancy, at its height. Night had fallen before I ventured forth again. It was pitch dark in the village street, and the darkness seemed only the greater for a light here and there in an uncurtained window or from an open door. Into one such window I was rude enough to peep, and saw within a charming genre picture. In a room, all white wainscot and crimson wallpaper, a perfect gem of colour after the black, empty darkness in which I had been groping, a pretty girl was telling a story, as well as I could make out, to an attentive child upon her knee, while an old woman sat placidly dozing over the fire. You may be sure I was not behindhand with a story for myself, a good old story after the manner of G.P.R. James and the village melodramas, with a wicked 121 squire, and poachers and an attorney, and a virtuous young man with a genius for mechanics, who should love and protect, and ultimately marry the girl in the crimson room. Baudelaire has a few dainty sentences on the fancies that we are inspired with when we look through a window into other people's lives, and I think Dickens has somewhat enlarged on the same text. The subject, at least, is one that I am seldom weary of entertaining. I remember, night after night at Brussels, watching a good family sup together, make merry and retire to rest, and night after night I waited to see the candles lit, and the salad made, and the last salutations dutifully exchanged, without any abatement of interest. Night after night I found the scene rivet my attention and keep me awake in bed with all manner of quaint imaginations. Much of the pleasure of the Arabian Nights hinges upon this Asmodean interest, and we are not weary of lifting other people's roofs and going about behind the scenes of life with the caliph and the serviceable Ja'far. It is a salutary exercise besides. It is salutary to get out of ourselves and see people living together in perfect unconsciousness of our existence, as they will live when we are gone. If tomorrow the blow falls and the worst of our ill fears is realized, the girl will none the less tell stories to the child on her lap in the cottage at Great Missenden, nor the good Belgians light their candle, and mix their salad, and go orderly to bed. The next morning was sunny overhead and damp underfoot, with a thrill in the air like a reminiscence of frost. I went up into the sloping garden behind the inn and smoked a pipe pleasantly enough, to the tune of my landlady's lamentations over sundry cabbages and cauliflowers that had been spoiled by caterpillars. She had been so much pleased in the summer-time, she said, to see the garden all hovered over by white butterflies. And now, look at the end of it. She could nowise reconcile this with her moral sense, and indeed, unless these butterflies are created 122 with a side look to the composition of improving apologues, it is not altogether easy, even for people who have read Hegel and Doctor Cash, to decide intelligibly upon the issue raised. Then I fell into a long and abstruse calculation with my landlord, having for object to compare the distance driven by him during 8 years' service on the box of the Wendover coach with the girth of the round world itself. We tackled the question most conscientiously, made all necessary allowance for Sundays and leap years, and were just coming to a triumphant conclusion of our labours when we were stayed by a small lacuna in my information. I did not know the circumference of the earth. The landlord knew it. To be short, plainly, he had made the same calculation twice and once before, but he wanted confidence in his own figures, and from the moment I showed myself so poor a second seemed to lose all interest in the result. Wendover, which was my next stage, lies in the same valley with Great Missenden, but at the foot of it, where the hills trend off on either hand like a coastline, and a great hemisphere of plain lies like a sea before one. I went up a chalky road, until I had a good outlook over the place. The vale, as it opened out into the plain, was shallow, and a little bare perhaps, but full of graceful convolutions. From the level to which I have now attained the fields were exposed before me like a map, and I could see all that bustle of autumn fieldwork which had been hid from me yesterday behind the hedgerows, or shown to me only for a moment as I followed the footpath. Wendover lay well down in the midst, with mountains of foliage about it. The great plain stretched away to the northward, variegated near at hand with the quaint pattern of the fields, but growing ever more and more indistinct, until it became a mere hurly-burly of trees and bright crescents of river, and snatches of slanting road, and finally melted into the ambiguous cloudland over the horizon. The sky was an opal-grey, touched here and there with blue, and with certain faint russets that 123 looked as if they were reflections of the colour of the autumnal woods below. I could hear the ploughmen shouting to their horses, the uninterrupted carol of larks innumerable overhead, and from a field where the shepherd was marshalling his flock, a sweet tumultuous tinkle of sheep bells. All these noises came to me very thin and distinct in the clear air. There was a wonderful sentiment of distance and atmosphere about the day and the place. I mounted the hill yet farther by a rough staircase of chalky footholds cut in the turf. The hills about Wendover, and as far as I could see all the hills in Buckinghamshire, wear a sort of hood of beech plantation. But in this particular case the hood had been suffered to extend itself into something more like a cloak, and hung down about the shoulders of the hill in wide folds instead of lying flatly along the summit. The trees grew so close, and their boughs were so matted together, that the whole wood looked as dense as a bush of heather. The prevailing colour was a dull, smouldering red, touched here and there with vivid yellow. But the autumn had scarce advanced beyond the outworks. It was still almost summer in the heart of the wood, and as soon as I had scrambled through the hedge, I found myself in a dim green forest atmosphere under eaves of virgin foliage. In places where the wood had itself for a background and the trees were massed together thickly, the colour became intensified and almost gem-like, a perfect fire of green, that seemed none the less green for a few specks of autumn gold. None of the trees were of any considerable age or stature, but they grew well together, I have said, and as the road turned and wound among them, they fell into pleasant groupings and broke the light up pleasantly. Sometimes there would be a colonnade of slim, straight tree stems, with the light running down them as down the shafts of pillars, that looked as if it ought to lead to something, and led only to a corner of sombre and intricate jungle. Sometimes a spray of delicate foliage would be thrown out flat, the light lying 124 flatly along the top of it, so that against a dark background it seemed almost luminous. There was a great hush over the thicket, for, indeed, it was more of a thicket than a wood, and the vague rumours that went among the tree-tops, and the occasional rustling of big birds or hares among the undergrowth, had in them a note of almost treacherous stealthiness, that put the imagination on its guard, and made me walk warily on the russet carpeting of last year's leaves. The spirit of the place seemed to be all attention. The wood listened as I went, and held its breath to number my footfalls. One could not help feeling that there ought to be some reason for this stillness, whether, as the bright old legend goes, Pan lay somewhere near in a siesta, or whether, perhaps, the heaven was meditating rain, and the first drops would soon come pattering through the leaves. It was not unpleasant, in such an humour, to catch sight, ever and anon, of large spaces of the open plain. This happened only where the path lay much upon the slope, and there was a flaw in the solid leafy thatch of the wood at some distance below the level at which I chanced myself to be walking. Then, indeed, little scraps of foreshortened distance, miniature fields, and Lilliputian houses and hedgerow trees would appear for a moment in the aperture, and grow larger and smaller, and change and melt one into another as I continued to go forward, and so shift my point of view. For 10 minutes perhaps I had heard from somewhere before me in the wood a strange, continuous noise, as of clucking, cooing, and garbling, now and again interrupted by a harsh scream. As I advanced towards this noise, it began to grow lighter about me, and I caught sight through the trees of sundry gables and enclosure walls, and something like the tops of a rickyard. And sure enough, a rickyard it proved to be, and a neat little farmsteading, with the beechwoods growing almost to the door of it. Just before me, however, as I came up the path, the trees drew back and let in a wide flood of daylight on to a circular 125 lawn. It was here that the noises had their origin. More than a score of peacocks, there are altogether 30 at the farm, a proper contingent of peahens, and a great multitude that I could not number of more ordinary barn-door fowls, were all feeding together on this little open lawn among the beeches. They fed in a dense crowd, which swayed to and fro, and came hither and thither as by a sort of tide, and of which the surface was agitated like the surface of a sea, as each bird guzzled his head along the ground after the scattered corn. The clucking, cooing noise that had led me thither was formed by the blending together of countless expressions of individual contentment into one collective expression of contentment or general grace during meat. Every now and again a big peacock would separate himself from the mob and take a stately turn or two about the lawn, or perhaps mount for a moment upon the rail, and there shrilly publish to the world his satisfaction with himself and what he had to eat. It happened, for my sins, that none of these admirable birds had anything beyond the merest rudiment of a tail. Tails, it seemed, were out of season just then, but they had their necks for all that, and by their necks alone they do as much surpass all the other birds of our grey climate as they fall in quality of song below the blackbird or the lark. Surely the peacock, with its incomparable parade of glorious colour, and the scrannel voice of it issuing forth, as in mockery from its painted throat, must, like my landlady's butterflies at Great Missenden, have been invented by some skilful fabulist for the consolation and support of homely virtue, or rather, perhaps, by a fabulist not quite so skilful, who made points for the moment without having a studious enough eye to the complete effect. For I thought these melting greens and blues so beautiful that afternoon, that I would have given them my vote just then before the sweetest pipe in all the spring woods. For indeed there is no piece of colour of the same extent in nature that will so flatter and satisfy the lust of a man's eyes, and to come 126 upon so many of them, after these acres of stone-coloured heavens and russet woods, and grey-brown ploughlands and white roads, was like going 3 whole days' journey to the southward, or a month back into the summer. I was sorry to leave Peacock Farmfir, so the place is called, after the name of its splendid pensioners, and go forward again in the quiet woods. It began to grow both damp and dusk under the beeches, and as the day declined the colour faded out of the foliage, and shadow, without form and void, took the place of all the fine tracery of leaves and delicate gradations of living green that had before accompanied my walk. I had been sorry to leave Peacock Farm, but I was not sorry to find myself once more in the open road, under a pale and somewhat troubled-looking evening sky, and put my best foot foremost for the inn at Wendover. Wendover in itself is a straggling, purposeless sort of place. Everybody seems to have had his own opinion as to how the street should go, or rather, every now and then a man seems to have arisen with a new idea on the subject, and led away a little sect of neighbours to join in his heresy. It would have somewhat the look of an abortive watering place, such as we may now see them here and there along the coast, but for the age of the houses, the comely quiet design of some of them, and the look of long habitation, of a life that is settled and rooted, and makes it worthwhile to train flowers about the windows, and otherwise shape the dwelling to the humour of the inhabitant. The church, which might perhaps have served as rallying point for these loose houses, and pulled the township into something like intelligible unity, stands some distance off among great trees. But the inn, to take the public buildings in order of importance, is in what I understand to be the principal street, a pleasant old house with bay windows and 3 peaked gables, and many swallows' nests plastered about the eaves. The interior of the inn was answerable to the outside. 127, indeed, I never saw any room much more to be admired than the low wainscoted parlour in which I spent the remainder of the evening. It was a short oblong in shape, save that the fireplace was built across one of the angles so as to cut it partially off, and the opposite angle was similarly truncated by a corner cupboard. The wainscot was white, and there was a Turkey carpet on the floor, so old that it might have been imported by Walter Shandy before he retired, worn almost through in some places, but in others making a good show of blues and oranges, none the less harmonious for being somewhat faded. The corner cupboard was agreeable in design, and there were just the right things upon the shelves, decanters and tumblers and blue plates, and 1 red rose in a glass of water. The furniture was old-fashioned and stiff. Everything was in keeping, down to the ponderous leaden inkstand on the round table, and you may fancy how pleasant it looked, all flushed and flickered over by the light of a brisk companionable fire, and seen, in a strange, tilted sort of perspective, in the 3 compartments of the old mirror above the chimney. As I sat reading in the great armchair, I kept looking round with the tail of my eye at the quaint, bright picture that was about me, and could not help some pleasure and a certain childish pride in forming part of it. The book one. Read was about Italy in the early Renaissance, the pageantries and the light loves of princes, the passion of men for learning and poetry and art, But it was written, by good luck, after a solid prosaic fashion that suited the room infinitely more nearly than the matter, and the result was that I thought less, perhaps, of Lippo Lippi or Lorenzo or Politian than of the good Englishman who had written in that volume what he knew of them, and taken so much pleasure in his solemn polysyllables. I was not left without society. My landlord had a very pretty little daughter whom we shall call Lizzie. If I had made any notes at the time, I might be able to tell you something definite of her appearance. But faces have a 128 trick of growing more and more spiritualized and abstract in the memory, until nothing remains of them but a look, a haunting expression, just that secret quality in a face that is apt to slip out somehow under the cunningest painter's touch, and leave the portrait dead for the lack of it. And if it is hard to catch with the finest of camel's hair pencils, you may think how hopeless it must be to pursue after it with clumsy words. If I say, for instance, that this look, which I remember as Lizzie, was something wistful that seemed partly to come of slyness and in part of simplicity, and that I am inclined to imagine it had something to do with the daintiest suspicion of a cast in one of her large eyes, I shall have said all that I can, and the reader will not be much advanced towards comprehension. I had struck up an acquaintance with this little damsel in the morning, and professed much interest in her dolls, and an impatient desire to see the large one which was kept locked away for great occasions. And so I had not been very long in the parlour before the door opened, and in came Miss Lizzie with 2 dolls tucked clumsily under her arm. She was followed by her brother John, a year or so younger than herself, not simply to play propriety at our interview, but to show his own 2 whips in emulation of his sister's dolls. I did my best to make myself agreeable to my visitors, showing much admiration for the dolls and dolls' dresses, and with a very serious demeanour, asking many questions about their age and character. I did not think that Lizzie distrusted my sincerity, but it was evident she was both bewildered and a little contemptuous. Although she was ready herself to treat her dolls as if they were alive, she seemed to think rather poorly of any grown person who could fall heartily into the spirit of the fiction. Sometimes she would look at me with gravity and a sort of disquietude, as though she really feared I must be out of my wits. Sometimes, as when I inquired too particularly into the question of their names, she laughed at me so long and heartily that I began to feel almost embarrassed. But 129, when, in an evil moment, I asked to be allowed to kiss one of them, she could keep herself no longer to herself. Clambering down from the chair on which she sat perched to show me, Cornelia-like, her jewels, she ran straight out of the room and into the barret was just across the passage, and I could hear her telling her mother in loud tones, but apparently more in sorrow than in merriment, that the gentleman in the parlour wanted to kiss Darley. I fancy she was determined to save me from this humiliating action, even in spite of myself, for she never gave me the desired permission. She reminded me of an old dog I once knew, who would never suffer the master of the house to dance, out of an exaggerated sense of the dignity of that master's place and carriage. After the young people were gone, there was but one more incident ere I went to bed. I heard a party of children go up and down the dark street for a while, singing together sweetly, and the mystery of this little incident was so pleasant to me that I purposely refrained from asking who they were, and wherefore they went singing at so late an hour. One can rarely be in a pleasant place without meeting with some pleasant accident. I have a conviction that these children would not have gone singing before the inn, unless the inn parlour had been the delightful place it was. At least, if I had been in the customary public room of the modern hotel, with all its disproportions and discomforts, my ears would have been dull, and there would have been some ugly temper or other uppermost in my spirit, and so they would have wasted their songs upon an unworthy hearer. Next morning I went along to visit the church. It is a long-backed redand-white building, very much restored, and stands in a pleasant graveyard among those great trees of which I have spoken already. The sky was drowned in a mist. Now and again pulses of cold wind went about the enclosure, and set the branches busy overhead, and the dead leaves scurrying into the angles of the church buttresses. 130 now and again. Also, I could hear the dull sudden fall of a chestnut among the grass. Dog would bark before the rectory door. There would come a clinking of pails from the stable-yard behind. But in spite of these occasional interruptions, in spite also of the continuous autumn twittering that filled the trees, the chief impression somehow was one as of utter silence, inasmuch that the little greenish bell that peeped out of a window in the tower disquieted me with a sense of some possible and more inharmonious disturbance. The grass was wet, as if with a hoarfrost that had just been melted. I do not know that ever I saw a morning more autumnal. As I went to and fro among the graves, I saw some flowers set reverently before a recently erected tomb, and drawing near was almost startled to find they lay on the grave of a man 72 years old when he died. We are accustomed to strew flowers only over the young, where love has been cut short untimely, and great possibilities have been restrained by death. We strew them there in token that these possibilities, in some deeper sense, shall yet be realized, and the touch of our dead loves remain with us and guide us to the end. And yet there was more significance, perhaps, and perhaps a greater consolation, in this little nosegay on the grave of one who had died old. We are apt to make so much of the tragedy of death, and think so little of the enduring tragedy of some men's lives, that we see more to lament for in a life cut off in the midst of usefulness and love, than in one that miserably survives all love and usefulness, and goes about the world the phantom of itself without hope or joy or any consolation. These flowers seemed not so much the token of love that survived death, as of something yet more beautiful of love that had lived a man's life out to an end with him, and been faithful and companionable, and not weary of loving throughout all these years. The morning cleared a little, and the sky was once more the old stone-coloured vault over the sallow meadows and the russet woods, as I set forth on a dog cart from Wendover 131 to Tring. The road lay for a good distance along the side of the hills, with the great plain below on one hand and the beechwoods above on the other. The fields were busy with people ploughing and sowing. Every here and there a jug of ale stood in the angle of the hedge, and I could see many a team wait smoking in the furrow as ploughman or sower stepped aside for a moment to take a draught. Over all the brown ploughlands, and under all the leafless hedgerows, there was a stout piece of labour abroad, and, as it were, a spirit of picnic. The horses smoked, and the men laboured and shouted and drank in the sharp autumn morning, so that one had a strong effect of large, open-air existence. The fellow who drove me was something of a humourist, and his conversation was all in praise of an agricultural labourer's way of life. It was he who called my attention to these jugs of ale by the hedgerow. He could not sufficiently express the liberality of these men's wages. He told me how sharp an appetite was given by breaking up the earth in the morning air, whether with plough or spade, and cordially admired this provision of nature. He sang O Fortunato's Agricolas, indeed in every possible key, and with many cunning inflections, till I began to wonder what was the use of such people as Mr. Arch, and to sing the same air myself in a more diffident manner. Tring was reached, and then Tring railway station, for the two are not very near, the good people of Tring having held the railway of old days in extreme apprehension, lest some day it should break loose in the town and work mischief. I had a last walk among russet beeches as usual, and the air filled as usual with the carolling of larks. I heard shots fired in the distance, and saw, as a new sign of the fulfilled autumn, 2 horsemen exercising a pack of foxhounds. And then the train came and carried me back to London. I had nearly finished the transcription of the following pages, when I saw on a friend's table the number containing the piece from which this sentence is extracted, and, struck with a similarity of title, took it home with me and read it with indescribable satisfaction. I do not know whether I more envy 1,000 Thuriot the pleasure of having written this delightful article, or the reader the pleasure, which I hope he has still before him, of reading it once and again, and lingering over the passages that please him most. Romans 7. A Winter's Walk in Carrick and Galloway. A Fragment 1876. At the famous bridge of Doon, Kyle, the central district of the Shire of Ayr, marches with Carrick, the most southerly. On the Carrick side of the river rises a hill of somewhat gentle conformation, cleft with shallow dells, and sown here and there with farms and tufts of wood. Inland it loses itself, joining, I suppose, the great herd of similar hills that occupies the centre of the lowlands. Towards the sea it swells out the coastline into a protuberance, like a bay window in a plan, and is fortified against the surf behind bold crags. This hill is known as the Brown Hill of Carrick, or more shortly Brown Carrick. It had snowed overnight. The fields were all sheeted up, they were tucked in among the snow, and their shape was modelled through the pliant counterpane, like children tucked in by a fond mother. The wind had made ripples and folds upon the surface, like what the sea in quiet weather leaves upon the sand. There was a frosty stifle in the air. An effusion of coppery light on the summit of Brown Carrick showed where the sun was trying to look through, but along the horizon clouds of cold fog had settled down, so that there was no distinction of sky and sea. Over the white shoulders of the headlands, or in the opening of bays, there was nothing but a great vacancy and blackness, and the road as it drew near the edge of the cliff seemed to skirt the shores of creation and void space. The snow crunched underfoot, and at farms all the dogs broke out barking as they smelt a passerby upon the road. I met a fine old fellow, who might have sat as 133 the father in the carter's Saturday night, and who swore most heathenishly at a cow he was driving, and a little after I scraped acquaintance with a poor body tramping out to gather cockles. His face was wrinkled by exposure. It was broken up into flakes and channels like mud beginning to dry, and weathered in two colours, an incongruous pink and grey. He had a faint air of being surprised, which, God knows, he might well bet that life had gone so ill with him. The shape of his trousers was in itself a jest, so strangely were they bagged and ravelled about his knees, and his coat was all bedaubed with clay as though he had lain in a rain-dub during the New Year's festivity. I will own I was not sorry to think he had had a merry New Year and been young again for an evening, but I was sorry to see the mark still there. One could not expect such an old gentleman to be much of a dandy, or a great student of respectability in dress, but there might have been a wife at home, who had brushed out similar stains after 50 New Years, now become old, or a round-armed daughter who would wish to have him neat, were it only out of self-respect, and for the ploughman's sweetheart when he looks round at night. Plainly there was nothing of this in his life, and years and loneliness hung heavily on his old arms. He was 76, he told me, and nobody would give a day's work to a man that age. They would think he couldn't do it. And deed, he went on with a sad little chuckle, deed, I doubt if I could. He said good-bye to me at a footpath and crippled wearily off to his work. It will make your heart ache if you think of his old fingers groping in the snow. He told me I was to turn down beside the schoolhouse for Dunure. And so, when I found a lone house among the snow, and heard a babble of childish voices from within, I struck off into a steep road leading downwards to the sea. Dunure lies close under the steep hill, a haven among the rocks, a breakwater in consummate disrepair, much apparatus for drying nets, and a score or so of 134 fishers' houses. Hard by, a few shards of ruined castle overhang the sea, a few vaults and one tall gable honeycombed with windows. The snow lay on the beach to the tide mark. It was daubed on to the sills of the ruin, it roosted in the crannies of the rock like white seabirds. Even on outlying reefs there would be a little cock of snow, like a toy lighthouse. Everything was grey and white in a cold and dolorous sort of shepherd's plaid. In the profound silence, broken only by the noise of oars at sea, a horn was sounded twice, and I saw the postman, girt with 2 bags, pause a moment at the end of the clachan for letters. It is, perhaps, characteristic of Dunure that none were brought him. The people at the public-house did not seem well pleased to see me, and though I would fain have stayed by the kitchen fire, sent me Ben the hoose into the guest-room. This guest-room at Dunure was painted in quite aesthetic fashion. There are rooms in the same taste not 100 miles from London, where persons of an extreme sensibility meet together without embarrassment. It was all in a fine dull bottle green and black, a grave harmonious piece of colouring with nothing, so far as coarser folk can judge, to hurt the better feelings of the most exquisite purist. A cherried half-window blind kept up an imaginary warmth in the cold room, and threw quite a glow on the floor. 12 cockle-shells and a halfpenny china figure were ranged solemnly along the mantel-shelf. Even the spittoon was an original note, and instead of sawdust contained seashells. And as for the hearthrug, it would merit an article to itself, and a coloured diagram to help the text. It was patchwork, but the patchwork of the poor, no glowing shreds of old brocade and Chinese silk, shaken together in the kaleidoscope of some tasteful housewife's fancy, but a work of art in its own way, and plainly a labour of love. The patches came exclusively from people's raiment. There was no colour more brilliant than a heather mixture. My Johnny's grey breeks, 135 well polished over the oar on the boat's thwart, entered largely into its composition, and the spoils of an old black cloth coat that had been many a Sunday to church added something save the mark of preciousness to the material. While I was at luncheon, 4 carters came in, long-limbed, muscular Ayrshire Scots with lean, intelligent faces. 4 quarts of stout were ordered. They kept filling the tumbler with the other hand as they drank, and in less time than it takes me to write these words, the 4 quarts were finished. Another round was proposed, discussed, and negatived, and they were creaking out of the village with their carts. The ruins drew you towards them. You never saw any place more desolate from a distance, nor one that less belied its promise near at hand. Some crows and gulls flew away croaking as I scrambled in. The snow had drifted into the vaults. The clachan dabbled with snow, the white hills, the black sky, the sea marked in the coves with faint circular wrinkles. The whole world, as it looked from a loophole in Dunure, was cold, wretched, and outatlebeaux. If you had been a wicked baron and compelled to stay there all the afternoon, you would have had a rare fit of remorse. How you would have heaped up the fire and gnawed your fingers. I think it would have come to homicide before the evening if it were only for the pleasure of seeing something red. And the masters of Dunure, it is to be noticed, were remarkable of old for inhumanity. One of these vaults where the snow had drifted was that black vault where Mr. Elaine Stewart, commendator of Crossraguel, endured his fiery trials. On the 1st and 7th of September 1570, ill dates for Mr. Alan Gilbert, Earl of Cassillis, his chaplain, his baker, his cook, his pantryman, and another servant, bound the poor commendator betwixt an iron chimley and a fire, and there cruelly roasted him until he signed away his abbacy. It is one of the ugliest stories of an ugly period, but not 136 somehow, without such a flavour of the ridiculous as makes it hard to sympathise quite seriously with the victim. And it is consoling to remember that he got away at last, and kept his abbacy, and over and above, had a pension from the Earl until he died. Some way beyond Dunure a wide bay, of somewhat less unkindly aspect, opened out. Culzean plantations lay all along the steep shore, and there was a wooded hill towards the centre, where the trees made a sort of shadowy etching over the snow. The road went down and up, and past a blacksmith's cottage that made fine music in the valley. 3 compatriots of Burns drove up to me in a cart. They were all drunk, and asked me jeeringly if this was the way to Dunure. I told them it was, and my answer was received with unfeigned merriment. One gentleman was so much tickled he nearly fell out of the cart. Indeed, he was only saved by a companion, who either had not so fine a sense of humour or had drunken less. The town of Maybole, says the inimitable Abercrombie, 41 stands upon an ascending ground from east to west, and lies open to the south. It hath one principal street, with houses upon both sides built of freestone, and it is beautified with the situation of 2 castles, one at each end of this street. That on the east belongs to the Earl of Cassillis. On the west end is a castle, which belonged sometime to the Laird of Blairquin, which is now the Talbuith, and is adorned with a pyramid conical roof, and a row of balusters round it raised from the top of the staircase, into which they have mounted a fine clock. There be 4 lanes which pass from the principal street. One is called the Back Vennel, which is steep declining to the southwest, and leads to a lower street, which is far larger than the High Chief Street, and it runs from the Kirkland to the Well Trees, in which there have been many pretty buildings, belonging to the several 137 gentry of the country, who were wont to resort thither in winter, and divert themselves in converse together at their own houses. It was once the principal street of the town, but many of these houses of the gentry having been decayed and ruined, it has lost much of its ancient beauty. Just opposite to this Vennel, there is another that leads northwest from the chief street to the green, which is a pleasant plot of ground enclosed round with an earthen wall, wherein they were wont to play football, but now at the Gowf and Biasebles. The houses of this town on both sides of the street have their several gardens belonging to them, and in the lower street there be some pretty orchards that yield store of good fruit. As Patterson says, this description is near enough even today, and is mighty nicely written to boot. I am bound to add of my own experience that Maybole is tumble down and dreary. Prosperous enough in reality, it has an air of decay, and though the population has increased, a roofless house every here and there seems to protest the contrary. The women are more than well-favoured, and the men fine tall fellows, but they look slipshod and dissipated. As they slouched at street corners, or stood about gossiping in the snow, it seemed they would have been more at home in the slums of a large city than here in a country place betwixt a village and a town. I heard a great deal about drinking, and a great deal about religious revivals, 2 things in which the Scottish character is emphatic and most unlovely. In particular, I heard of clergymen who were employing their time in explaining to a delighted audience the physics of the second coming. It is not very likely any of us will be asked to help. If we were, it is likely we should receive instructions for the occasion, and that on more reliable authority. And so I can only figure to myself a congregation truly curious in such flights of theological fancy, as one of veteran and accomplished saints, who have fought the good fight to an end and outlived all worldly passion. and are to be regarded rather as 138, a part of the church triumphant, than the poor, imperfect company on earth. And yet I saw some young fellows about the smoking room who seemed, in the eyes of one who cannot count himself straight-laced, in need of some more practical sort of teaching. They seemed only eager to get drunk, and to do so speedily. It was not much more than a week after the New Year, and to hear them return on their past bouts with a gusto unspeakable was not altogether pleasing. Here is one snatch of talk, for the accuracy of which I can vouch. "Ye had a spree here last Tuesday." "We had that." "I wasna able to be oot o' my bed. Man, I was awful bad on Wednesday." "Aye, ye were jay bad." And you should have seen the bright eyes and heard the sensual accents. They recalled their doings with devout gusto and a sort of rational pride. Schoolboys, after their first drunkenness, are not more boastful. A cock does not plume himself with a more unmingled satisfaction as he paces forth among his harem, and yet these were grown men, and by no means short of wit. It was hard to suppose they were very eager about the second coming. It seemed as if some elementary notions of temperance for the men and seemliness for the women would have gone nearer the mark. And yet, as it seemed to me typical of much that is evil in Scotland, Mabel is also typical of much that is best. Some of the factories, which have taken the place of weaving in the town's economy, were originally founded and are still possessed by self-made men of the sterling, stout old breedfellows who made some little bit of an invention, borrowed some little pocketful of capital, and then, step by step in courage, thrift and industry, fought their way upward to an assured position. Abercrombie has told you enough of the Tolbooth, but as a bit of spelling, this inscription on the Tolbooth 139 bell seems too delicious to withhold. This bell is founded at Maybole by Daniel Jelly, a Frenchman, the 6th November 1696, by appointment of the heritors of the parish of Maybole. The castle deserves more notice. It is a large and shapely tower, plain from the ground upward, but with a zone of ornamentation running about the top. In a general way, this adornment is perched on the very summit of the chimney stacks, but there is one corner more elaborate than the rest. A very heavy string course runs round the upper story, and just above this, facing up the street, the tower carries a small oriel window, fluted and corbelled and carved about with stone heads. It is so ornate it has somewhat the air of a shrine. And it was indeed the casket of a very precious jewel, for in the room to which it gives light lay, for long years, the heroine of the sweet old ballad of Johnny Fosh, who at the call of the gypsies' songs came tripping down the stair, and all her maids before her. Some people say the ballad has no basis in fact, and have written, I believe, unanswerable papers to the proof. But in the face of all that, the very look of that high oriel window convinces the imagination, and we enter into all the sorrows of the imprisoned dame. We conceive the burthen of the long, lacklustre days, when she leaned her sick head against the mullions, and saw the burghers loafing in Maybole High Street, and the children at play, and ruffling gallants riding by from hunt or foray. We conceive the passion of odd moments, when the wind threw up to her some snatch of song, and her heart grew hot within her, and her eyes overflowed at the memory of the past. And even if the tale be not true of this or that lady, or this or that old tower, it is true in the essence of all men and women. For all of us some time or other hear the gypsies singing, over all of us is the glamour cast. Some resist and sit resolutely by the fire. Most go and are brought back again like Lady Cassiley's. A few of the tribe of Waring go and are seen no more. Only now and again, at springtime, 140 when the gypsies' song is afloat in the amethyst evening, we can catch their voices in the glee. By night it was clearer, and Maybole more visible than during the day. Clouds coursed over the sky in great masses, the full moon battled the other way, and lit up the snow with gleams of flying silver. The town came down the hill in a cascade of brown gables, bestridden by smooth white roofs, and spangled here and there with lighted windows. At either end the snow stood high up in the darkness, on the peak of the Tolbooth and among the chimneys of the castle. As the moon flashed a bull's-eye glitter across the town between the racing clouds, the white roofs leaped into relief over the gables and the chimney stacks, and their shadows over the white roofs. In the town itself the lit face of the clock peered down the street. An hour was hammered out on Mr. Jelly's bell, and from behind the red curtains of a public-house some one trolled out a compatriot of Burns, again, the sout tear blinds my ee. Next morning there was sun and a flapping wind. From the street corners of Maybole I could catch breezy glimpses of green fields. The road underfoot was wet and heavy, part ice, part snow, part water, and anyone I met greeted me, by way of salutation, with a fine thou thaw. My way lay among rather bleak hills, and past bleak ponds and dilapidated castles and monasteries, to the highland-looking village of Kirkoswald. It has little claim to notice save that Burns came there to study surveying in the summer of 1777, and there also in the kirkyard, the original of Tam O'Shanter sleeps his last sleep. It is worth noticing, however, that this was the first place I thought highland-looking. Over the hill from Kirkoswald, a farm road leads to the coast. As I came down above Turnberry, the sea view was indeed strangely different from the day before. The cold fogs were all blown away, and there was Ailsa Craig, like a refraction, magnified and deformed of the Bass Rock, and there 141 were the chiselled mountain tops of Erin, veined and tipped with snow, and behind and fainter the low, blue land of Cantyre. Cottony clouds stood in a great castle over the top of Erin and blew out in long streamers to the south. The sea was bitten all over with white. Little ships tacking up and down the firth lay over at different angles in the wind. On Shanter they were ploughing lee. A cart foal, all in a field by himself, capered and whinnied as if the spring were in him. The road from Turnberry to Girvan lies along the shore, among sandhills and by wildernesses of tumbled bent. Every here and there a few cottages stood together beside a bridge. They had one odd feature, not easy to describe in words. A triangular porch projected from above the door, supported at the apex by a single upright post. A secondary door was hinged to the post, and could be hasped on either cheek of the real entrance, so whether the wind was north or south, the cotter could make himself a triangular bite of shelter where to set his chair and finish a pipe with comfort. There is one objection to this device, for, as the post stands in the middle of the fairway, any one precipitately issuing from the cottage must run his chance of a broken head. So far as I am aware, it is peculiar to the little corner of country about Girvan. And that corner is noticeable for more reasons. It is certainly one of the most characteristic districts in Scotland. It has this movable porch by way of architecture. It has, as we shall see, a sort of remnant of provincial costume, and it has the handsomest population in the lowlands. William Abercrombie, see Fasti Ecclesi Scoticon under Mabel Part 3. Roman 8. Forest Notes. On the plains. Perhaps the reader knows already the aspect of the great levels of the Gatineis, where they border with the wooded hills of Fontainebleau. Here and there, a few grey rocks creep out of the forest as if to sun themselves. Here and there a few apple trees stand together on a knoll. The quaint, undignified tartan of a myriad small fields dies out into the distance, the strips blend and disappear, and the dead flat lies forth open and empty, with no accident save perhaps a thin line of trees or faint church spire against the sky. Solemn and vast at all times, in spite of pettiness in the near details, the impression becomes more solemn and vast towards evening. The sun goes down, a swollen orange as it were into the sea. A blue-clad peasant rides home, with a harrow smoking behind him among the dry clods. Another still works with his wife in their little strip. An immense shadow fills the plain. These people stand in it up to their shoulders, and their heads, as they stoop over their work and rise again, are relieved from time to time against the golden sky. These peasant farmers are well off nowadays, and not by any means overworked. But somehow you always see in them the historical representative of the serf of yore, and think not so much of present times, which may be prosperous enough, as of the old days when the peasant was taxed beyond possibility of payment, and lived, in Michelet's image, like a hare between two furrows. These very people now weeding their patch under the broad 143 sunset, that very man and his wife, it seems to us, have suffered all the wrongs of France. It is they who have been their country's scapegoat for long ages, they who, generation after generation, have sowed and not reaped, and another has garnered, and who have now entered into their reward and enjoy their good things in their turn. For the days are gone by when the seigneur ruled and profited. Le seigneur, says the old formula, infirme ses manants comme sus portet gans, du ciel et la terre. Tout est lui fort chenu oiso dans l'air, poison dans l'eau, beteo buisson land qui cool, la cloche don't le sun au loin rule. Such was his old state of sovereignty, a local god rather than a mere king. And now you may ask yourself where he is, and look round for vestiges of my late lord, and in all the countryside there is no trace of him but his forlorn and fallen mansion. At the end of a long avenue now sown with grain, in the midst of a close full of cypresses and lilacs, ducks and crowing chanticleers and droning bees, the old chateau lifts its red chimneys and peaked roofs and turning vanes into the wind and sun. There is a glad spring bustle in the air, perhaps, and the lilacs are all in flower, and the creepers green about the broken balustrade, but no spring shall revive the honour of the place. Old women of the people, little children of the people, saunter and gambol in the walled court or feed the ducks in the neglected moat. Plough-horses, mighty of limb, browse in the long stables. The dial-hand on the clock waits for some better hour. Out on the plain, where hot sweat trickles into men's eyes, and the spade goes in deep and comes up slowly, perhaps the peasant may feel a movement of joy at his heart when he thinks that these spacious chimneys are now cold, which have so often blazed and flickered upon gay folk at supper, while he and his hollowed children watch through the night with empty bellies and cold feet. And perhaps, as he raises his head and sees the forest lying like a coastline of low hills along the sea-like level of 140 for the plain, perhaps forest and chateau hold no unsimilar place in his affections. If the chateau was my lord's, the forest was my lord the king's, neither of them for this poor Jacques. If he thought to eke out his meagre way of life by some petty theft of wood for the fire, or for a new roof-tree, he found himself face to face with a whole department, from the grand master of the woods and waters, who was a high-born lord, down to the common sergeant, who was a peasant like himself, and wore stripes or bandolier by way of uniform. For the first offence, by the Salic law, there was a fine of 15 sols, and should a man be taken more than once in fault, or circumstances aggravate the colour of his guilt, he might be whipped, branded, or hanged. There was a hangman over at Melun, and I doubt not a fine tall gibbet hard by the town gate, where Jacques might see his fellows dangle against the sky as he went to market. And then, if he lived near to a cover, there would be the more hares and rabbits to eat out his harvest, and the more hunters to trample it down. My lord has a new horn from England. He has laid out 7 francs in decorating it with silver and gold, and fitting it with a silken leash to hang about his shoulder. The hounds have been on a pilgrimage to the shrine of Saint Mesmer, or Saint Hubert in the Ardennes, or some other holy intercessor who has made a speciality of the health of hunting dogs. In the grey dawn the game was turned and the branch broken by our best picua. A rare day's hunting lies before us. Wind a jolly flourish, sound the biennola with all your lungs. Jacques must stand by, hat in hand, while the quarry and hound and huntsman sweep across his field, and a year's sparing and labouring is as though it had not been. If he can see the ruin with a good enough grace, who knows but he may fall in favour with my lord? Who knows but his son may become the last and least among the servants at his lordship's ken alone of the 145 two poor varlets who get no wages and sleep at night among the hounds, 42. For all that, the forest has been of use to Jacques, not only warming him with fallen wood, but giving him shelter in days of sore trouble, when my lord of the chateau, with all his troopers and trumpets, had been beaten from field after field into some ultimate fastness, or lay overseas in an English prison. In these dark days, when the watch on the church steeple saw the smoke of burning villages on the skyline, or a clump of spears and fluttering pennon drawing nigh across the plain, these good folk gat them up, with all their household guards, into the wood whence from some high spur their timid scouts might overlook the coming and going of the marauders, and see the harvest ridden down, and church and cottage go up to heaven all night in flame. It was but an unhomely refuge that the woods afforded, where they must abide all change of weather and keep house with wolves and vipers. Often there was none left alive when they returned, to show the old divisions of field from field. And yet, as times went, when the wolves entered at night into depopulated Paris, and perhaps de Retz was passing by with a company of demons like himself, even in these caves and thickets there were glad hearts and grateful prayers. Once or twice, as I say, in the course of the ages, the forest may have served the peasant well, but at heart it is a royal forest, and noble by old association. These woods have rung to the horns of all the kings of France, from Philip Augustus downwards. They have seen St. Louis exercised the dogs he brought with him from Egypt, Francis I, go a-hunting with 10,000 horses in his train, and Peter of Russia following his first stag. And so they are still haunted for the imagination by royal 146 hunts and progresses, and peopled with the faces of memorable men of yore. And this distinction is not only in virtue of the pastime of dead monarchs. Great events, great revolutions, great cycles in the affairs of men, have here left their note, here taken shape in some significant and dramatic situation. It was hence that Guise and his leaguers led Charles IX a prisoner to Paris. Here, booted and spurred, and with all his dogs about him, Napoleon met the Pope beside a woodland cross. Here, on his way to Elba not so long after, he kissed the eagle of the Old Guard, and spoke words of passionate farewell to his soldiers. And here, after Waterloo, rather than yield its ensign to the new power, one of his faithful regiments burned that memorial of so much toil and glory on the Grand Master's table, and drank its dust in brandy, as a devout priest consumes the remnants of the host. In the season, close into the edge of the forest, so close that the trees of the bornage stand pleasantly about the last houses, sits a certain small and very quiet village. There is but one street, and that not long ago was a green lane, where the cattle browsed between the doorsteps. As you go up this street, drawing ever nearer the beginning of the wood, you will arrive at last before an inn where artists lodge. To the door, for I imagine it to be 6 o'clock on some fine summers, even half a dozen, or maybe half a score, of people have brought out chairs, and now sit sunning themselves and waiting the omnibus from Melun. If you go on into the court you will find as many more, some in the billiard room over absinthe and a match of corks, some without over a last cigar and a vermouth. The doves coo and flutter from the dovecot, Hortense is drawing water from the well, and as all the rooms open into the court, you can see the white-capped cook over 147 the furnace in the kitchen, and some idle painter, who has stored his canvases and washed his brushes, jangling a waltz on the crazy, tongue-tied piano in the Sallymanger. Edmund, encore on vermouth, cries a man in velveteen, adding in a tone of apologetic afterthought, undouble, sil vu's plate. Where are you working? Asks one in pure white linen from top to toe. At the Gariffer de El Epin, returns the other in corduroy. They are all gaitered, by the way. I couldn't do a thing to it. I ran out of white. Where were you? I wasn't working. I was looking for motives. Here is an outbreak of jubilation, and a lot of men clustering together about some newcomer with outstretched hands. Perhaps the correspondence has come in and brought so-and-so from Paris, or perhaps it is only so-and-so who has walked over from Chailly to dinner. A table, messieurs, cries 1,000. Siren bearing through the court the first tureen of soup, and immediately the company begins to settle down about the long tables in the dining-room, framed all round with sketches of all degrees of merit and demerit. There's the big picture of the huntsman winding a horn with a dead boar between his legs, and his leg swell, his legs in stockings. And here is the little picture of a raw mutton chop, in which Suchion knocked a hole last summer with no worse a missile than a plum from the dessert. And under all these works of art so much eating goes forward, so much drinking, so much jabbering in French and English, that it would do your heart good merely to peep and listen at the door. One man is telling how they all went last year to the fete at Fleury, and another how well so-and-so would sing of an evening, and here are a third and fourth making plans for the whole future of their lives, and there is a fifth imitating a conjurer making faces on his clenched fist, surely of all. Art's the most difficult and admirable. A sixth has eaten his fill, lights a cigarette and resigns himself to digestion. A seventh has just 148 dropped in and calls for soup. Number 8, meanwhile, has left the table, and is once more trampling the poor piano under powerful and uncertain fingers. Dinner over, people drop outside to smoke and chat. Perhaps we go along to visit our friends at the other end of the village, where there is always a good welcome and a good talk, and perhaps some pickled oysters and white wine to close the evening. Or a dance is organized in the dining-room, and the piano exhibits all its paces under manful jockeying, to the light of 3 or 4 candles and a lamp or two, while the waltzers move to and fro upon the wooden floor, and sober men, who are not given to such light pleasures, get up on the table or the sideboard, and sit there looking on approvingly over a pipe and a tumbler of wine. Or sometime, I suppose, my Lady Moon looks forth, and the court from out the half-lit dining-room seems nearly as bright as by day, and the light picks out the window-panes, and makes a clear shadow under every vine leaf on the wall. Sometimes a picnic is proposed, and a basket made ready, and a good procession formed in front of the hotel. The 2 trumpeters in honour go before, and as we file down the long alley and up through devious footpaths among rocks and pine trees, with every here and there a dark passage of shadow, and every here and there a spacious outlook over moonlit woods, these 2 precede us and sound many a jolly flourish as they walk. We gather ferns and dry boughs into the cavern, and soon a good blaze flutters the shadows of the old bandits' haunt, and shows shapely beards and comely faces and toilettes ranged about the wall. The bowl is lit, and the punch is burnt and sent round in scolding thimblefuls. So a good hour or 2 may pass with song and jest, And then we go home in the moonlight morning, straggling a good deal among the birch tufts and the boulders, but ever called together again, as one of our leaders winds his horn. Perhaps some one of the party will not heed the summons, but chooses 149 out some byway of his own. As he follows the winding sandy road, he hears the flourishes grow fainter and fainter in the distance, and die finally out, and still walks on in the strange coolness and silence, and between the crisp lights and shadows of the moonlit woods, until suddenly the bell rings out the hour from faraway Chailey, and he starts to find himself alone. No surf bell on forlorn and perilous shores, no passing knell over the busy marketplace, can speak with a more heavy and disconsolate tongue to human ears. Each stroke calls up a host of ghostly reverberations in his mind. And as he stands rooted, it has grown once more so utterly silent that it seems to him he might hear the church bells ring the hour out all the world over, not at Chailey only, but in Paris, and away in outlandish cities, and in the village on the river, where his childhood passed between the sun and flowers. Idle hours. The woods by night, in all their uncanny effect, are not rightly to be understood until you can compare them with the woods by day. The stillness of the medium, the floor of glittering sand, these trees that go streaming up like monstrous seaweeds and waver in the moving winds like the weeds in submarine currents, all these set the mind working on the thought of what you may have seen off a foreland or over the side of a boat, and make you feel like a diver, down in the quiet water, fathoms below the tumbling, transitory surface of the sea. And yet in itself, as I say, the strangeness of these nocturnal solitudes is not to be felt fully without the sense of contrast. You must have risen in the morning and seen the woods as they are by day, kindled and coloured in the sun's light. You must have felt the odour of innumerable trees at even, the unsparing heat along the forest roads, and the coolness of the groves. And on the first morning you will doubtless rise betimes. 150 if you have not been wakened before by the visit of some adventurous pigeon. You will be wakened as soon as the sun can reach your window, for there are no blinds or shutters to keep him out, and the room, with its bare wood floor and bare whitewashed walls, shines all round you in a sort of glory of reflected lights. You may doze a while longer by snatches, or lie awake to study the charcoal men and dogs and horses with which former occupants have defiled the partitions, Thiers with wily profile, local celebrities pipe in hand, or maybe a romantic landscape splashed in oil. Meanwhile artist after artist drops into the Sallymanger for coffee, and then shoulders easel, sunshade, stool and paint-box, bound into a faggot, and sets off for what he calls his motive. And artist after artist, as he goes out of the village, carries with him a little following of dogs. For the dogs, who belong only nominally to any special master, hang about the gate of the forest all day long, and whenever anyone goes by who hits their fancy, profit by his escort and go forth with him to play an hour or two at hunting. They would like to be under the trees all day, but they cannot go alone. They require a pretext, and so they take the passing artist as an excuse to go into the woods, as they might take a walking stick as an excuse to bathe. With quick ears, long spines and bandy legs, or perhaps as tall as a greyhound and with a bulldog's head, this company of mongrels will trot by your side all day and come home with you at night, still showing white teeth and wagging stunted tail. Their good humour is not to be exhausted. You may pelt them with stones if you please, all they will do is to give you a wider berth. If once they come out with you, to you they will remain faithful, and with you return, although if you meet them next morning in the street, it is as like as not they will cut you with a countenance of brass. The forest a strange thing for an Englishman's very destitute of birds. This is no country where every patch 151 of wood among the meadows gives up an incense of song, and every valley wandered through by a streamlet rings, and reverberates from side to side with a profusion of clear notes. And this rarity of birds is not to be regretted on its own account only, for the insects prosper in their absence, and become as one of the plagues of Egypt. Ants swarm in the hot sand, mosquitoes drone their nasal drone. Wherever the sun finds a hole in the roof of the forest, you see a myriad transparent creatures coming and going in the shaft of light. And even between wells, even where there is no incursion of sun rays into the dark arcade of the wood, you are conscious of a continual drift of insects, an ebb and flow of infinitesimal living things between the trees. Nor are insects the only evil creatures that haunt the forest, for you may plump into a cave among the rocks and find yourself face to face with a wild boar, or see a crooked viper slither across the road. Perhaps you may set yourself down in the bay between two spreading beetroots with a book on your lap, and be awakened all of a sudden by a friend. I say, just keep where you are, will you? You make the jolliest motive. And you reply, well, I don't mind if I may smoke. And thereafter the hours go idly by. Your friend at the easel labours doggedly a little way off in the wide shadow of the tree, and yet farther across a strait of glaring sunshine, you see another painter, encamped in the shadow of another tree, and up to his waist in the fern. You cannot watch your own effigy growing out of the white trunk, and the trunk beginning to stand forth from the rest of the wood, and the whole picture getting dappled over with the flecks of sun that slip through the leaves overhead, and as a wind goes by and sets the trees attocking, flicker hither and thither like butterflies of light. But you know it is going forward, and out of emulation with the painter, get ready your own palette, and lay out the colour for a woodland scene in words. Your tree stands in a hollow paved with fern and 152 heather, set in a basin of low hills, and scattered over with rocks and junipers. All the open is steeped in pitiless sunlight. Everything stands out as though it were cut in cardboard. Every colour is strained into its highest key. The boulders are some of them upright and dead like monolithic castles, some of them prone like sleeping cattle. The junipers looking, in their soiled and ragged mourning, like some funeral procession that has gone seeking the place of sepulchre 300 years, and more in wind and rain air, daubed in forcibly against the glowing ferns and heather. Every tassel of their rusty foliage is defined with pre-Raphaelite minuteness, and a sorry figure they make out there in the sun, like misbegotten yew trees. The scene is all pitched in a key of colour so peculiar, and lit up with such a discharge of violent sunlight, as a man might live 50 years in England and not see. Meanwhile at your elbow someone tunes up a song, words of Ronsard to a pathetic tremulous air, of how the poet loved his mistress long ago, and pressed on her the flight of time, and told her how white and quiet the dead lay under the stones, and how the boat dipped and pitched as the shades embarked for the passionless land. Yet a little while, sang the poet, and there shall be no more love, only to sit and remember loves that might have been. There is a falling flourish in the air that remains in the memory and comes back in incongruous places, on the seat of hansoms or in the warm bed at night, with something of a forest savour. You can get up now, says the painter, I am at the background. And so up you get, stretching yourself, and go your way into the wood, the daylight becoming richer and more golden, and the shadows stretching farther into the open. A cool air comes along the highways, and the scents awaken. The fir trees breathe abroad their ozone. Out of unknown thickets comes forth the soft, secret, aromatic odour of the woods, not like a smell of the free heaven, but as 153 though court ladies, who had known these paths in ages long gone by, still walked in the summer evenings, and shed from their brocades a breath of musk or bergamot upon the woodland winds. One side of the long avenues is still kindled with the sun, the other is plunged in transparent shadow. Over the trees the west begins to burn like a furnace, and the painters gather up their chattels and go down by avenue or footpath to the plain. A pleasure repartee. As this excursion is a matter of some length, and moreover we go in force, we have set aside our usual vehicle, the pony cart, and ordered a large wagonette from Legosnes. It has been waiting for near an hour, while one went to pack a knapsack, and t'other hurried over his toilette and coffee. But now it is filled from end to end with merry folk in summer attire. The coachman cracks his whip, and amid much applause from round the inn-door off we rattle at a spanking trot. The way lies through the forest, up hill and down dale, and by beech and pine wood in the cheerful morning sunshine. The English get down at all the ascents and walk on ahead for exercise. The French are mightily entertained at this, and keep coyly underneath the tilt. As we go we carry with us a pleasant noise of laughter and light speech, and someone will be always breaking out into a bar or two of opera bouffe. Before we get to the route round here comes Desprez, the colourman from Fontainebleau, trudging across on his weekly pedal with a case of merchandise. And it is Desprez, leave me some malachite green, Desprez, leave me so much canvas, Desprez, leave me this or leave me that, 1,000. Desprez standing the while in the sunlight with grave face and many salutations. The next interruption is more important. For some time back we have had the sound of cannon in our ears, and now, a little past Franchard, we find a mounted trooper holding 154 led horse, who brings the wagonette to a stand. The artillery is practising in the quadrilateral, it appears, passage along the route ronde formally interdicted for the moment. There is nothing for it but to draw up at the glaring crossroads, and get down to make fun with the notorious Cockardon, the most ungainly and ill-bred dog of all the ungainly and ill-bred dogs of Barbizon, or clamber about the sandy banks. And meanwhile the doctor, with sun umbrella, wide Panama and patriarchal beard, is busy wheedling, and for aught the rest of us know bribing the too facile sentry. His speech is smooth and dulcet, his manner dignified and insinuating. It is not for nothing that the doctor has voyaged all the world over, and speaks all languages from French to Patagonian. He has not come home from perilous journeys to be thwarted by a corporal of horse, and so we soon see the soldier's mouth relax, and his shoulders imitate a relenting heart. En voiture, messieurs, mesdames, sings the doctor, and on we go again at a good round pace, for black care follows hard after us, and discretion prevails not a little over valour in some timorous spirits of the party. At any moment we may meet the sergeant, who will send us back. At any moment we may encounter a flying shell, which will send us somewhere farther off than Grez. Gresver, that is our destination, has been highly recommended for its beauty. Ilwaya de Lo, people have said with an emphasis, as if that settled the question, which, for a French mind, I am rather led to think it does. And Grez, when we get there, is indeed a place worthy of some praise. It lies out of the forest, a cluster of houses with an old bridge, an old castle in ruin, and a quaint old church. The inn garden descends in terraces to the river, stableyard, kyleyard, orchard, and a space of lawn, fringed with rushes and embellished with a green arbour. On the opposite bank there is a reach of English-looking plain, set thickly with willows and poplars, and between the two lies the river, clear and deep, and full of reeds 155 and floating lilies. Waterplints cluster about the starlings of the long, low bridge, and stand halfway up upon the piers in green luxuriance. They catch the dipped oar with long antenne, and checker the slimy bottom with the shadow of their leaves. And the river wanders hither and thither among the islets, and is smothered and broken up by the reeds, like an old building in the lithe, hardy arms of the climbing ivy. You may watch the box where the good man of the inn keeps fish alive for his kitchen, one oily ripple following another over the top of the yellow deal. And you can hear a splashing and a prattle of voices from the shed under the old kirk, where the village women wash and wash all day among the fish and water lilies. It seems as if linen washed there should be specially cool and sweet. We have come here for the river, and no sooner have we all bathed than we board the two shallops and push off gaily, and go gliding under the trees and gathering a great treasure of water lilies. Some one sings, some trail their hands in the cool water, some lean over the gunwale to see the image of the tall poplars far below, and the shadow of the boat, with balanced oars and their own head protruded, glides smoothly over the yellow floor of the stream. At last the day declining goal silent and happy, and up to the knees in the wet lilies we punt slowly back again to the landing place beside the bridge. There is a wish for solitude on all. One hides himself in the arbour with a cigarette, another goes a walk in the country with Cockardon, a third inspects the church. And it is not till dinner is on the table, and the inn's best wine goes round from glass to glass, that we begin to throw off the restraint and fuse once more into a jolly fellowship. Half the party are to return tonight with the wagonette, and some of the others, loath to break up good company, will go with them a bit of the way and drink a stirrup cup at Marlott. It is dark in the wagonette, and 156 not so merry as it might have been. The coachman loses the road. So-and-so tries to light fireworks with the most indifferent success. Some sing, but the rest are too weary to applaud, and it seems as if the festival were fairly at an end. Nous avons fait la noce. Rentrons à nos foyers. And such is the burthen, even after we have come to Marlott and taken our places in the court at Mother Antonine's. There is punch on the long table out in the open air, where the guests dine in summer weather. The candles flare in the night wind, and the faces round the punch are lit up with shifting emphasis against a background of complete and solid darkness. It is all picturesque enough, but the fact is we are hoary. We yawn, we are out of the vein, we have made the wedding as the song says, and now, for pleasure's sake, let's make an end on't. When here comes striding into the court, booted to mid-thigh, spurred and splashed in a jacket of green cord, the great, famous and redoubtable Blank, and in a moment the fire kindles again, and the knight is witness of our laughter as he imitates Spaniards, Germans, Englishmen, picture-readilers, all eccentric ways of speaking and thinking, with a possession, a fury, a strain of mind and voice, that would rather suggest a nervous crisis than a desire to. Please, we are as merry as ever when the trap sets forth again, and say farewell noisily to all the good folk going farther. Then, as we are far enough from thoughts of sleep, we visit Blank in his quaint house, and sit an hour or so in a great tapestried chamber, laid with furs, littered with sleeping hounds, and lit up in fantastic shadow and shine by a wood fire in a medieval chimney. And then we plod back through the darkness to the inn beside the river. How quick bright things come to confusion. When we arise next morning, the grey showers fall steadily, the 157 trees hang limp, and the face of the stream is spoiled with dimpling raindrops. Yesterday's lilies encumber the garden walk, or begin, dismally enough, their voyage towards the Seine and the salt sea. A sickly shimmer lies upon the dripping house roofs, and all the colour is washed out of the green and golden landscape of last night, as though an envious man had taken a watercolour sketch and blotted it together with a sponge. We go out a-walking in the wet roads, but the roads about Grez have a trick of their own. They go on for a while among clumps of willows and patches of vine, and then, suddenly and without any warning, cease and determine in some miry hollow or upon some bold knowe. And you have a short period of hope, then right about face, and back the way you came. So we draw about the kitchen fire and play a round game of cards for halfpence, or go to the billiard-room for a match at corks, and by one consent a messenger is sent over for the wagonette Grez shall be left tomorrow. Tomorrow dawns so fair that 2 of the party agree to walk back for exercise, and let their knapsacks follow by the trap. I need hardly say they are neither of them French, for of all English phrases the phrase for exercise is the least comprehensible across the Straits of Dover. All goes well for a while with the pedestrians. The wet woods are full of scents in the noontide. At a certain cross where there is a guardhouse, they make a halt, for the forester's wife is the daughter of their good host at Barbizon. And so there they are hospitably received by the comely woman, with one child in her arms and another prattling and tottering at her gown, and drink some syrup of quince in the back parlour, with a map of the forest on the wall, and some prints of love affairs and the great Napoleon hunting. As they draw near the quadrilateral, and hear once more the report of the big guns, they take a by-road to avoid the sentries, and go on a while somewhat vaguely, with the sound of 158 the cannon in their ears and the rain beginning to fall. The ways grow wider and sandier. Here and there are real sand hills as though by the seashore. The firwood is open and grows in clumps upon the hillocks, and the race of signposts is no more. One begins to look at the other doubtfully. I am sure we should keep more to the right, says one, and the other is just as certain they should hold to the left. And now suddenly the heavens open, and the rain falls sheer and strong and loud, as out of a shower bath. In a moment they are as wet as shipwrecked sailors. They cannot see out of their eyes for the drift, and the water churns and gurgles in their boots. They leave the track and try across country with a gambler's desperation, for it seems as if it were impossible to make the situation worse, and for the next hour go scrambling from boulder to boulder, or plod along paths that are now no more than rivulets, and across waste clearings where the scattered shells and broken fir trees tell all too plainly of the cannon in the distance. And meantime the cannon grumble out responses to the grumbling thunder. There is such a mixture of melodrama and sheer discomfort about all this. It is at once so grey and so lurid that it is far more agreeable to read and write about by the chimney corner than to suffer in the person. At last they chance on the right path, and make Franchard in the early evening, the sorriest pair of wanderers that ever welcomed English ale. Thence by the Bois de Hiver, the Vents Alexander and the Pins Brules, to the clean hostelry, dry clothes and dinner. The woods in spring. I think you will like the forest best in the sharp early springtime, when it is just beginning to reawaken, and innumerable violets peep from among the fallen leaves. When 2 or 3 people at most sit down to dinner, and at table, you will do well to keep a rug about your 159 knees, for the nights are chill, and the sallymanger opens on the court. There is less to distract the attention for one thing, and the forest is more itself. It is not bedarted with artists' sunshades as with unknown mushrooms, nor bestrewn with the remains of English picnics. The hunting still goes on, and at any moment your heart may be brought into your mouth as you hear faraway horns, or you may be told by an agitated peasant that the Vicomte has gone up the avenue, not 10 minutes since, a fawn de train, monsieur, et avec 12 piqûres. If you go up to some coign of vantage in the system of low hills that permeates the forest, you will see many different tracts of country, each of its own cold and melancholy neutral tint, and all mixed together and mingled the one into the other at the seams. You will see tracts of leafless beeches of a faint yellowish grey, and leafless oaks a little ruddier in the hue. Then zones of pine of a solemn green, and dotted among the pines or standing by themselves in rocky clearings, the delicate snow-white trunks of birches, spreading out into snow-white branches yet more delicate, and crowned and canopied with a purple haze of twigs. And then a long, bare ridge of tumbled boulders, with bright sandbreaks between them, and wavering sandy roads among the bracken and brown heather. It is all rather cold and unhomely. It has not the perfect beauty nor the gem-like colouring of the wood in the later year, when it is no more than one vast colonnade of verdant shadow, tremulous with insects, intersected here and there by lanes of sunlight set in purple heather. The loveliness of the woods in March is not, assuredly, of this blousy rustic type. It is made sharp with a grain of salt, with a touch of ugliness. It has a sting like the sting of bitter ale. You acquire the love of it as men acquire a taste for olives. And the wonderful, clear, pure air wells into your lungs the while by voluptuous inhalations, and makes the eyes bright, and sets the heart tinkling to a new tuner rather, to an old tune. For 160 you remember in your boyhood something akin to this spirit of adventure, this thirst for exploration that now takes you masterfully by the hand, plunges you into many a deep grove, and drags you over many a stony crest. It is as if the whole wood were full of friendly voices calling you farther in, and you turn from one side to another like Beridan's donkey, in a maze of pleasure. Comely beeches send up their white, straight, clustered branches, barred with green moss, like so many fingers from a half-clenched hand. Mighty oaks stand to the ankles in a fine tracery of underwood. Thence the tall shaft climbs upward, and the great forest of stalwart boughs spreads out into the golden evening sky, where the rooks are flying and calling. On the sward of the Bois de Hiver the firs stand well asunder with outspread arms, like fencers saluting, and the air smells of resin all around, and the sound of the axe is rarely still. But strangest of all, and in appearance oldest of all, are the dim and wizard upland districts of young wood. The ground is carpeted with fir tassel, and strewn with fir apples and flakes of fallen bark. Rocks lie crouching in the thicket, guttered with rain, tufted with lichen, white with years and the rigours of the changeful seasons. Brown and yellow butterflies are sown and carried away again by the light air-like thistledown. The loneliness of these coverts is so excessive that there are moments when pleasure draws to the verge of fear. You listen and listen for some noise to break the silence, till you grow half mesmerized by the intensity of the strain. Your sense of your own identity is troubled. Your brain reels like that of some gymnosophist poring on his own nose in Asiatic jungles. And should you see your own outspread feet, you see them, not as anything of yours, but as a feature of the scene around you. Still the forest is always, but the stillness is not always unbroken. You can hear the wind pass in the distance over the treetops, sometimes briefly, like the noise of a 161 train, sometimes with a long, steady rush like the breaking of waves. And sometimes, close at hand, the branches move, a moan goes through the thicket, and the wood thrills to its heart. Perhaps you may hear a carriage on the road to Fontainebleau, a bird gives a dry, continual chirp, the dead leaves rustle underfoot, or you may time your steps to the steady, recurrent strokes of the woodman's axe. From time to time, over the low grounds, a flight of rooks goes by, and from time to time the cooing of wild doves falls upon the ear, not sweet and rich and near at hand as in England, but a sort of voice of the woods, thin and far away, as fits these solemn places. Or you hear suddenly the hollow, eager, violent barking of dogs. Scared deer flit past you through the fringes of the wood, then a man or two running in green blouse with gun and game bag on a bandolier. And then out of the thick of the trees comes the jar of rifle shots. Or perhaps the hounds are out, and horns are blown, and scarlet-coated huntsmen flash through the clearings, and the solid noise of horses galloping passes below you, where you sit perched among the rocks and heather. The boar is afoot, and all over the forest, and in all neighbouring villages, there is a vague excitement and a vague hope, for who knows whither the chase may lead, and even to have seen a single picua or spoken to a single sportsman is to be a man of consequence for the night. Besides men who shoot and men who ride with the hounds, there are few people in the forest, in the early spring, save woodcutters plying their axes steadily, and old women and children gathering wood for the fire. You may meet such a party coming home in the twilight, the old woman laden with a faggot of chips, and the little ones hauling a long branch behind them in her wake. That is the worst of what there is to encounter, and if I tell you of what once happened to a friend of mine, it is by no means to tantalize you with false hopes, for the adventure was unique. It was on a very cold, still, sunless 162 morning, with a flat grey sky and a frosty tingle in the air, that this friend who shall here be nameless heard the notes of a keybugle played with much hesitation, and saw the smoke of a fire spread out along the green pine tops, in a remote, uncanny glen, hard by a hill of naked boulders. He drew near warily and beheld a picnic party seated under a tree in an open. The old father knitted a sock, the mother sat staring at the fire. The eldest son, in the uniform of a private of dragoons, was choosing out notes on a keybugle. 2 or 3 daughters lay in the neighborhood picking violets. And the whole party as grave and silent as the woods around them. My friend watched for a long time, he says, but all held their peace, not one spoke or smiled. Only the dragoon kept choosing out single notes upon the bugle, and the father knitted away at his work and made strange movements the while with his flexible eyebrows. They took no notice whatever of my friend's presence, which was disquieting in itself, and increased the resemblance of the whole party to mechanical waxworks. Certainly, he affirms, a wax figure might have played the bugle with more spirit than that strange dragoon. And as this hypothesis of his became more certain, the awful insolubility of why they should be left out there in the woods with nobody to wind them up again when they ran down, and a growing disquietude as to what might happen next, became too much for his courage, and he turned tail and fairly took to his heels. It might have been a singing in his ears, but he fancies he was followed as he ran by a peal of titanic laughter. Nothing has ever transpired to clear up the mystery. It may be they were automata, or it may be, and this is the theory to which I lean myself, that this is all another chapter of Heine's Gods in Exile, that the upright old man with the eyebrows was no other than Father Jove, and the young dragoon with the taste for music either Apollo or Mars. Morality. Strange indeed is the attraction of the forest for the minds of men. Not 1 or 2 only, but a great chorus of grateful voices have arisen to spread abroad its fame. Half the famous writers of modern France have had their word to say about Fontainebleau. Chateaubriand, Michelet, Béranger, George Sand, de Senenca, Flaubert, Murger, the brothers Goncourt, Theodore de Banville, each of these has done something to the eternal praise and memory of these woods. Even at the very worst of times, even when the picturesque was anathema in the eyes of all persons of taste, the forest still preserved a certain reputation for beauty. It was in 1730 that the Abbé Gilbert published his historical description of the palace, town and forest of Fontainebleau, and very droll it is to see him, as he tries to set forth his admiration in terms of what was then permissible. The monstrous rocks, etc., says the Abbé, sont admires avec surprise des voyageurs qui secrient aussitot avec Horace, ut mihi divio rups et vacuum nemus mirari libet. The good man is not exactly lyrical in his praise, and you see how he sets his back against Horace as against a trusty oak. Horace, at any rate, was classical. For the rest, however, the Abbé likes places where many alleys meet, or which, like the Belle Étoile, are kept up by a special gardener, and admires at the table du roi the labours of the grand master of woods and waters, the Sieur de la Falleur, qui a fait faire si magnifique and droit. But indeed, it is not so much for its beauty that the forest makes a claim upon men's hearts, as for that subtle something, that quality of the air, that emanation from the old trees, that so wonderfully changes and renews a weary spirit. Disappointed men, sick Francis I's and vanquished grand monarchs, time out of mind have come here for consolation. Hither perplexed folk have retired out of the press of life, as into a deep bay window on some 164 night of masquerade, and here found quiet and silence, and rest the mother of wisdom. It is the great moral spa. This forest without a fountain is itself the great fountain of Juventius. It is the best place in the world to bring an old sorrow that has been a long while your friend and enemy. And if, like Bérangers, your gaiety has run away from home and left open the door for sorrow to come in, of all covers in Europe, it is here you may expect to find. The truant hid, with every hour you change. The air penetrates through your clothes and nestles to your living body. You love exercise and slumber, long fasting and full meals. You forget all your scruples and live a while in peace and freedom, and for the moment only. For here all is absent that can stimulate to moral feeling. Such people as you see may be old or toil-worn or sorry, but you see them framed in the forest, like figures on a painted canvas, and for you they are not people in any living and kindly sense. You forget the grim contrariety of interests. You forget the narrow lane where all men jostle together in unchivalrous contention, and the kennel, deep and unclean, that gapes on either hand for the defeated. Life is simple enough, it seems, and the very idea of sacrifice becomes like a mad fancy out of a last night's dream. Your ideal is not perhaps high, but it is plain and possible. You become enamoured of a life of change and movement and the open air, where the muscles shall be more exercised than the affections. When you have had your will of the forest, you may visit the whole round world. You may buckle on your knapsack and take the road on foot. You may bestride a good nag and ride forth with a pair of saddlebags into the enchanted East. You may cross the Black Forest and see Germany widespread before you, like a map dotted with old cities walled and spired, that dream all day on their own reflections in the Rhine or Danube. You may pass the spinal cord of Europe and go down from alpine glaciers to where Italy 165 extends her marble moles and glasses her marble palaces in the Midland Sea. You may sleep in flying trains or wayside taverns. You may be awakened at dawn by the scream of the express or the small pipe of the robin in the hedge. For you the rain should allay the dust of the beaten road, the wind dry your clothes upon you as you walked. Autumn should hang out russet pears and purple grapes along the lane, in after proffer you their cups of raw wine, river by river receive your body in the sultry noon. Wherever you went warm valleys and high trees and pleasant villages should compass you about, and light fellowships should take you by the arm, and walk with you an hour upon your way. You may see from afar off what it will come to in the end, that the weather-beaten red-nosed vagabond, consumed by a fever of the feet, cut off from all near touch of human sympathy, a waif, an Ishmael, and an outcast. And yet it will seem well, and yet in the air of the forest, this will seem the bestow break all the network bound about your feet by birth and old companionship and loyal love, and bear your shovelful of phosphates to and fro, in town and country, until the hour of the great dissolvent. Or perhaps you will keep to the cover, for the forest is by itself, and forest life owns small kinship with life in the dismal land of labour. Men are so far sophisticated that they cannot take the world as it is given to them by the sight of their eyes. Not only what they see and hear, but what they know to be behind, enter into their notion of a place. If the sea, for instance, lie just across the hills, sea thoughts will come to them at intervals, and the tenor of their dreams from time to time will suffer a sea change. And so here in this forest, a knowledge of its greatness is for much in the effect produced. You reckon up the miles that lie between you and intrusion. You may walk before you all day long, and not fear to touch the barrier of your Eden, or stumble out of fairyland into the land of gin and steam hammers. And there is an old 166 tale enhances for the imagination the grandeur of the woods of France, and secures you in the thought of your seclusion. When Charles VI hunted in the time of his wild boyhood near Senlis, there was captured an old stag, having a collar of bronze about his neck, and these words engraved on the collar, Caesar Mini Hoc Donavit. It is no wonder if the minds of men were moved at this occurrence, and they stood aghast to find themselves thus touching hands with forgotten ages, and following an antiquity with hound and horn. And even for you, it is scarcely in an idle curiosity that you ponder how many centuries this stag had carried its free antlers through the wood, and how many summers and winters had shone and snowed on the imperial badge. If the extent of Salem Wood could thus safeguard a tall stag from the hunter's hounds and horses, might not you also play hide-and-seek in these groves with all the pangs and trepidations of man's life, and elude death, the mighty hunter, for more than the span of human years? Here also crash his arrows, here in the farthest glade sounds the gallop of the pale horse, but he does not hunt this cover with all his hounds, for the game is thin and small, and if you were but alert and wary, if you lodged ever in the deepest thickets, you too might live on into later generations and astonish men by your stalwart age and the trophies of an immemorial success. For the forest takes away from you all excuse to die. There is nothing here to cabin or thwart your free desires. Here all the impudences of the brawling world reach you no more. You may count your hours like Endymion by the strokes of the lone woodcutter, or by the progression of the lights and shadows, and the sun wheeling his wide circuit through the naked heavens. Here shall you see no enemies but winter and rough weather. And if a pang comes to you at all, it will be a pang of healthful hunger. All the puling sorrows, all the carking repentance, all this talk of duty that is no duty, in the great peace, in the 167 pure daylight of these woods, fall away from you like a garment. And if perchance you come forth upon an eminence, where the wind blows upon you large and fresh, and the pines knock their long stems together, like an ungainly sort of puppets, and see far away over the plain, a factory chimney defined against the pale horizon, it is for you, as for the staid and simple peasant when with his plough he upturns old arms and harness from the furrow of the glebe. Aye, sure enough there was a battle there in the old times, and sure enough there is a world out yonder where men strive together with a noise of oaths and weeping and clamorous dispute. So much you apprehend by an athletic act of the imagination, a faint far-off rumour as of Merovingian wars, a legend as of some dead religion. 42 Dupors varles qui naut nulls gages et qui giscunt la nuit avec les chines. See Champollion Figeax Louis et Charles d'Orleans, 1, and for my lord's English horn, Ibid, 96. Criticisms I. Lord Lytton's Fables in Song. It seems as if Lord Lytton, in this new book of his, had found the form most natural to his talent. In some ways, indeed, it may be held inferior to chronicles and characters. We look in vain for anything like the terrible intensity of the night scene in Irene, or for any such passages of massive and memorable writing as appeared, here and there, in the earlier work, and made it not altogether unworthy of its model, Hugo's Legend of the Ages. But it becomes evident, on the most hasty retrospect, that this earlier work was a step on the way towards the later. It seems as if the author had been feeling about for his definite medium, and was already, in the language of the child's game, growing hot. There are many pieces in chronicles and characters that might be detached from their original setting, and embodied as they stand among the fables in song. For the term fable is not very easy to define rigorously. In the most typical form, some moral precept is set forth by means of a conception purely fantastic, and usually somewhat trivial into the bargain. There is something playful about it, that will not support a very exacting criticism, and the lesson must be apprehended by the fancy at half a hint. Such is the great mass of the old stories of wise animals or foolish men that have amused 172 our childhood. But we should expect the fable, in company with other and more important literary forms, to be more and more loosely, or at least largely, comprehended as time went on, and so to degenerate in conception from this original type. That depended for much of its piquancy on the very fact that it was fantastic. The point of the thing lay in a sort of humorous inappropriateness, and it is natural enough that pleasantry of this description should become less common, as men learn to suspect some serious analogy underneath. Thus a comical story of an ape touches us quite differently after the proposition of Mr. Darwin's theory. Moreover, there lay perhaps at the bottom of this primitive sort of fable a humanity, a tenderness of rough truths, so that at the end of some story in which vice or folly had met with its destined punishment, the fabulist might be able to assure his auditors, as we have often to assure tearful children on the like occasions, that they may dry their eyes, for none of it was true. But this benefit of fiction becomes lost with more sophisticated hearers and authors. A man is no longer the dupe of his own artifice, and cannot deal playfully with truths that are a matter of bitter concern to him in his life. And hence, in the progressive centralization of modern thought, we should expect the old form of fable to fall gradually into desuetude, and be gradually succeeded by another, which is a fable in all points except that it is not altogether fabulous. And this new form, such as we should expect, and such as we do indeed find, still presents the essential character of brevity. As in any other fable also, there is, underlying and animating the brief action, a moral idea, and as in any other fable, the object is to bring this home to the reader through the intellect rather than through the feelings, so that, without being very deeply moved or interested by the characters of the piece, we should recognize vividly the hinges on which the little plot revolves. But the fabulist now seeks analogies, where 173 before he merely sought humorous situations. There will be now a logical nexus between the moral expressed and the machinery employed to express it. The machinery, in fact, as this change is developed, becomes less and less fabulous. We find ourselves in presence of quite a serious, if quite a miniature division of creative literature, and sometimes we have the lesson embodied in a sober, everyday narration, as in the parables of the New Testament, and sometimes merely the statement or, at most, the collocation of significant facts in life, the reader being left to resolve for himself the vague, troublesome, and not yet definitely moral sentiment which has been thus created. And step by step with the development of this change, yet another is developed. The moral tends to become more indeterminate and large. It ceases to be possible to append it in a tag to the bottom of the piece, as one might write the name below a caricature, and the fable begins to take rank with all other forms of creative literature, as something too ambitious, in spite of its miniature dimensions, to be resumed in any succinct formula without the loss of all that is deepest and most suggestive in it. Now it is in this widest sense that Lord Lytton understands the term. There are examples in his two pleasant volumes of all the forms already mentioned, and even of another which can only be admitted among fables by the utmost possible leniency of construction. Composure, etc., and several more, are merely similes poetically elaborated. So too is the pathetic story of the grandfather and grandchild. The child, having treasured away an icicle and forgotten it for 10 minutes, comes back to find it already nearly melted and no longer beautiful. At the same time, the grandfather has just remembered and taken out a bundle of love letters, which he too had stored away in years gone by, and then long neglected. And behold, the letters are as faded and sorrowfully disappointing as the icicle. This is merely a simile poetically worked out, and yet it is in such as these, and some 174 others, to be mentioned further on, that the author seems at his best. Wherever he has really written after the old model, there is something to be deprecated. In spite of all the spirit and freshness, in spite of his happy assumption of that cheerful acceptation of things as they are, which, rightly or wrongly, we come to attribute to the ideal fabulist, there is ever a sense as of something a little out of place. A form of literature so very innocent and primitive looks a little overwritten in Lord Lytton's conscious and highly coloured style. It may be bad taste, but sometimes we should prefer a few sentences of plain prose narration, and a little bewick by way of tailpiece, so that it is not among those fables that conform most nearly to the old model, but one had nearly said among those that most widely differ from it, that we find the most satisfactory examples of the author's manner. In the mere matter of ingenuity, the metaphysical fables are the most remarkable, such as that of the windmill who imagined that it was he who raised the wind, or that of the grocer's balance cogito ergo sum who considered himself endowed with free will, reason, and an infallible practical judgment, until one fine day the police made a descent upon the shop, and find the weights false and the scales unequal, and the whole thing is broken up for old iron. Capital fables also in the same ironical spirit are Prometheus Unbound, the tale of the vainglorying of a Champignecork, and teleology, where a nettle justifies the ways of God to nettles while all goes well with it, and upon a change of luck, promptly changes its divinity. In all these there is still plenty of the fabulous, if you will, although, even here, there may be two opinions possible. But there is another group, of an order of merit perhaps still higher, where we look in vain for any such playful liberties with nature. Thus we have conservation of force, where a musician, thinking of a certain picture, improvises in the twilight. A poet, hearing 175 the music, goes home inspired and writes a poem, and then a painter, under the influence of this poem, paints another picture, thus lineally descended from the first. This is fiction, but not what we have been used to call fable. We miss the incredible element, the point of audacity with which the fabulist was wont to mock at his readers, and still more so is this the case with others. The Horse and the Fly states one of the unanswerable problems of life in quite a realistic and straightforward way. A fly startles a cab horse, the coach is overset, a newly married pair within and the driver, a man with a wife and family, are all killed. The horse continues to gallop off in the loose traces, and ends the tragedy by running over an only child, and there is some little pathetic detail here introduced in the telling, that makes the reader's indignation very white-hot against someone. It remains to be seen who that someone is to be, the fly. Nay, but on closer inspection, it appears that the fly, actuated by maternal instinct, was only seeking a place for her eggs. Is maternal instinct, then, sole author of these mischiefs all? Who's in the right? One of the best fables in the book is somewhat in the same vein. After a battle has been won, a group of officers assemble inside a battery, and debate together who should have the honour of the success. The prince, the general staff, the cavalry, the engineer who posted the battery in which they then stand talking, are successively named. The sergeant who pointed the guns sneers to himself at the mention of the engineer, and close by the gunner who had applied the match passes away with a smile of triumph, since it was through his hand that the victorious blow had been dealt. Meanwhile the cannon claims the honour over the gunner. The cannonball, who actually goes forth on the dread mission, claims it over the cannon who remains idly behind. The powder reminds the cannonball that, but for him, it would still be lying on the arsenal floor, and the match caps the discussion. 176 powder, cannonball, and cannon would be all equally vain and ineffectual without fire. Just then there comes on a shower of rain, which wets the powder and puts out the match, and completes this lesson of dependence, by indicating the negative conditions which are as necessary for any effect, in their absence as is the presence of this great fraternity of positive conditions, not any one of which can claim priority over any other. But the fable does not end here, as perhaps in all logical strictness it should. It wanders off into a discussion as to which is the truer greatness, that of the vanquished fire or that of the victorious rain. And the speech of the rain is charming. Lo, with my little drops I bless again, and beautify the fields which thou didst blast. Rend, wither, waste, and ruin what thou wilt, but call not greatness what the gods call guilt. Blossoms and grass from blood in battle spilt, and poppied corn I bring, mid mouldering Babels to oblivion built. My violet spring, little by little my small drops have strength to deck with green delights the grateful earth. And so forth, not quite germane it seems to me to the matter in hand, but welcome for its own sake. Best of all are the fables that deal more immediately with the emotions. There is, for instance, that of the two travellers, which is profoundly moving in conception, although by no means as well written as some others. In this, one of the two, fearfully frostbitten, saves his life out of the snow at the cost of all that was comely in his body, just as, long before, the other, who has now quietly resigned himself to death, had violently freed himself from love at the cost of all that was finest and fairest in his character. Very graceful and sweet is the fable, if so it should be called, in which the author sings the praises of that kindly perspective, which lets a wheat-stalk near the eye cover 20 leagues of distant country, and makes the humble circle about a man's hearth 177 more to him than all the possibilities of the external world. The companion fable to this is also excellent. It tells us of a man who had, all his life through, entertained a passion for certain blue hills on the far horizon, and had promised himself to travel thither ere he died, and become familiar with these distant friends. At last, in some political trouble, he is banished to the very place of his dreams. He arrives there overnight, and when he rises and goes forth in the morning, there sure enough are the blue hills, only now they have changed places with him, and smile across to him, distant as ever from the old home whence he has come. Such a story might have been very cynically treated, but it is not so done. The whole tone is kindly and consolatory, and the disenchanted man submissively takes the lesson, and understands that things far away are to be loved for their own sake, and that the unattainable is not truly unattainable, when we can make the beauty of it our own. Indeed, throughout all these 2 volumes, though there is much practical skepticism, and much irony on abstract questions, this kindly and consolatory spirit is never absent. There is much that is cheerful, and after a sedate, fireside fashion hopeful. No one will be discouraged by reading the book, but the ground of all this hopefulness and cheerfulness remains to the end somewhat vague. It does not seem to arise from any practical belief in the future, either of the individual or the race, but rather from the profound personal contentment of the writer. This is, I suppose, all we must look for in the case. It is as much as we can expect, if the fabulist shall prove a shrewd and cheerful fellow wayfarer, one with whom the world does not seem to have gone much amiss, but who has yet laughingly learned something of its evil. It will depend much, of course, upon our own character and circumstances, whether the encounter will be agreeable and bracing to the spirits, or offend us as an ill-timed mockery. But where, as here, there is a little tincture of bitterness along with the good nature, where 178 it is plainly not the humour of a man cheerfully ignorant, but of one who looks on, tolerant and superior and smilingly attentive, upon the good and bad of our existence, it will go hardly if we do not catch some reflection of the same spirit to help us on our way. There is here no impertinent and lying proclamation of Pisnon of the cheap optimism of the well-todo. What we find here is a view of life that would be even grievous, were it not enlivened with this abiding cheerfulness, and ever and anon redeemed by a stroke of pathos. It is natural enough, I suppose, that we should find wanting in this book some of the intenser qualities of the author's work, and their absence is made up for by much happy description after a quieter fashion. The burst of jubilation over the departure of the snow, which forms the prelude to the thistle, is full of spirit and of pleasant images. The speech of the forest in Sans Souci is inspired by a beautiful sentiment for nature of the modern sort, and pleases us more, I think, as poetry should please us, than anything in chronicles and characters. There are some admirable felicities of expression here and there, as that of the hill whose summit did print the azure air with pines, Moreover, I do not recollect in the author's former work any symptom of that sympathetic treatment of still life, which is noticeable now and again in the fables, and perhaps most noticeably when he sketches the burned letters as they hover along. The gusty flew thin sable veils, wherein a restless spark yet trembled, but the description is at its best when the subjects are unpleasant or even grisly. There are a few capital lines in this key on the last spasm of the battle before alluded to. Surely nothing could be better in its own way than the fish in the last cruise of the Arrogant, the shadowy, side-faced, silent things that come butting and staring with 179 lidless eyes at the sunken steam engine. And although in yet another we are told, pleasantly enough, how the water went down into the valleys, where it set itself gaily to saw wood, and on into the plains, where it would soberly carry grain to town, yet the real strength of the fable is when it deals with the shut pool inn, which certain unfortunate raindrops are imprisoned among slugs and snails, and in the company of an old toad. The sodden contentment of the fallen acorn is strangely significant, and it is astonishing how unpleasantly we are startled by the appearance of her horrible lover, the maggot. And now for a last word about the style. This is not easy to criticize. It is impossible to deny to it rapidity, spirit, and a full sound. The lines are never lame, and the sense is carried forward with an uninterrupted, impetuous rush, but it is not equal. After passages of really admirable versification, the author falls back upon a sort of loose, cavalry manner, not unlike the style of some of Mr. Browning's minor pieces, and almost inseparable from wordiness, and an easy acceptation of somewhat cheap finish. There is nothing here of that compression, which is the note of a really sovereign style. It is unfair, perhaps, to set a not remarkable passage from Lord Lytton side by side with one of the signal masterpieces of another, and a very perfect poet, and yet it is interesting, when we see how the portraiture of a dog, detailed through 30-odd lines, is frittered down and finally almost lost in the mere laxity of the style, to compare it with the clear, simple, vigorous delineation that Burns, in 4 couplets, has given us of the ploughman's carly. It is interesting at first, and then it becomes a little irritating, for when we think of other passages so much more finished and adroit, we cannot help feeling that with a little more ardour after perfection of form, criticism would have found nothing left for her to censure. A similar mark of precipitate work is the number of adjectives tumultuously heaped together, sometimes to help out the sense, and 180 sometimes as one cannot but suspect to help out the sound of the verses. I do not believe, for instance, that Lord Lytton himself would defend the lines in which we are told how Laocoon revealed to Roman crowds, now Christian grown, that pagan anguish which, in Parian stone, the Rhodian artist, and so on. It is not only that this is bad in itself, but that it is unworthy of the company in which it is found, that such verses should not have appeared with the name of a good versifier like Lord Lytton. We must take exception, also in conclusion, to the excess of alliteration. Alliteration is so liable to be abused that we can scarcely be too sparing of it, and yet it is a trick that seems to grow upon the author with years. It is a pity to see fine verses, such as some in Demas, absolutely spoiled by the recurrence of one wearisome consonant. Roman 2. Salvini's Macbeth. Salvini closed his short visit to Edinburgh by a performance of Macbeth. It was perhaps from a sentiment of local colour that he chose to play the Scottish usurper for the first time before Scotsmen, and the audience were not insensible of the privilege. Few things, indeed, can move a stronger interest than to see a great creation taking shape for the first time. If it is not purely artistic, the sentiment is surely human, and the thought that you are before all the world, and have the start of so many others as eager as yourself, at least keeps you in a more unbearable suspense before the curtain rises, if it does not enhance the delight with which you follow the performance, and see the actor bend up each corporal agent to realize a masterpiece of a few hours' duration. With a player 181 so variable as Salvini, who trusts to the feelings of the moment for so much detail, and who, night after night, does the same thing differently but always well, it can never be safe to pass judgment after a single hearing. And this is more particularly true of last week's Macbeth, for the whole third act was marred by a grievously humorous misadventure. Several minutes too, soon the ghost of Banquo joined the party, and after having sat helpless a while at a table, was ignominiously withdrawn. Twice was this ghostly jack-in-the-box obtruded on the stage before his time, twice removed again, and yet he showed so little hurry when he was really wanted, that after an awkward pause, Macbeth had to begin his apostrophe to empty air. The arrival of the belated spectre in the middle, with a jerk that made him nod all over, was the last accident in the chapter, and worthily topped the whole. It may be imagined how lamely matters went throughout these cross purposes. In spite of this, and some other hitches, Salvini's Macbeth had an emphatic success. The creation is worthy of a place beside the same artist's Othello and Hamlet. It is the simplest and most unsympathetic of the three, but the absence of the finer lineaments of Hamlet is redeemed by gusto, breadth, and a headlong unity. Salvini sees nothing great in Macbeth beyond the royalty of muscle, and that courage which comes of strong and copious circulation. The moral smallness of the man is insisted on from the first, in the shudder of uncontrollable jealousy with which he sees Duncan embracing Banquo. He may have some northern poetry of speech, but he has not much logical understanding. In his dealings with the supernatural powers, he is like a savage with his fetish, trusting them beyond bounds while all goes well, and whenever he is crossed, casting his belief aside and calling fate into the list. For his wife, he is little more than an agent, a frame of bone and sinew for her fiery spirit to command. The nature of his feeling towards her is 182 rendered with a most precise and delicate touch. He always yields to the woman's fascination, and yet his caresses, and we know how much meaning Salvini can give to a caress, are singularly hard and unloving. Sometimes he lays his hand on her as he might take hold of anyone who happened to be nearest to him at a moment of excitement. Love has fallen out of this marriage, by the way, and left a curious friendship. Only answered at the very moment when she is showing herself so little a woman, and so much a high-spirited man only once is he very deeply stirred towards her, and that finds expression in the strange and horrible transport of admiration, doubly strange and horrible on Salvini's lips bring forth menchildren only. The murder scene, as was to be expected, pleased the audience best. Macbeth's voice in the talk with his wife was a thing not to be forgotten, and when he spoke of his hangman's hands he seemed to have blood in his utterance. Never for a moment, even in the very article of the murder, does he possess his own soul. He is a man on wires. From first to last it is an exhibition of hideous cowardice. For after all it is not here but in broad daylight with the exhilaration of conflict, where he can assure himself at every blow he has the longest sword and the heaviest hand, that this man's physical bravery can keep him up. He is an unwieldy ship, and needs plenty of way on before he will steer. In the banquet scene, while the first murderer gives account of what he has done, there comes a flash of truculent joy at the 20 trenched gashes on Banquo's head. Thus Macbeth makes welcome to his imagination those very details of physical horror which are so soon to turn sour in him. As he runs out to embrace these cruel circumstances, as he seeks to realize to his mind's eye the reassuring spectacle of his dead enemy, he is dressing out the phantom to terrify himself, and his imagination, playing the part of justice, is to commend to his own lips the ingredients 183 of his poisoned chalice. With the recollection of Hamlet and his father's spirit still fresh upon him, and the holy awe with which that good man encountered things not dreamt of in his philosophy, it was not possible to avoid looking for resemblances between the two apparitions and the two men haunted, but there are none to be found. Macbeth has a purely physical dislike for Banquo's spirit and the 20 trenched gashes. He is afraid of he knows not what. He is abject and again blustering. In the end he so far forgets himself, his terror, and the nature of what is before him, that he rushes upon it as he would upon a man. When his wife tells him he needs repose, there is something really childish in the way he looks about the room, and seeing nothing, with an expression of almost sensual relief, plucks up heart enough to go to bed. And what is the upshot of the visitation? It is written in Shakespeare but should be read with the commentary of Salvini's voice and expression. Oh, Siam nel opera anchor fancially, we are yet but young indeed, circle below circle. He is looking with horrible satisfaction into the mouth of hell. There may still be a prick today, but tomorrow conscience will be dead, and he may move untroubled in this element of blood. In the 5th act we see this lowest circle reached, and it is Salvini's finest moment throughout the play. From the first he was admirably made up, and looked Macbeth to the full as perfectly as ever he looked Othello. From the first moment he steps upon the stage you can see this character is a creation to the fullest meaning of the phrase, for the man before you is a type you know well already. He arrives with Banquo on the heath, fair and red-bearded, sparing of gesture, full of pride and the sense of animal well-being, and satisfied after the battle like a beast who has eaten his fill. But in the fifth act there is a change. This is still the big, burly, fleshly, handsome-looking Thane. Here is still the same face which in the earlier acts could be superficially good-humoured, and sometimes royally 184 courteous. But now the atmosphere of blood which pervades the whole tragedy has entered into the man and subdued him to its own nature, and an indescribable degradation, a slackness and puffiness has overtaken his features. He has breathed the air of carnage and supped full of horrors. Lady Macbeth complains of the smell of blood on her hand. Macbeth makes no complaint, has ceased to notice it now, but the same smell is in his nostrils. A contained fury and disgust possesses him. He taunts the messenger and the doctor as people would taunt their mortal enemies, and indeed, as he knows right well, every one is his enemy now, except his wife. About her he questions the doctor with something like a last human anxiety, and in tones of grisly mystery asks him if he can minister to a mind diseased. When the news of her death is brought him, he is staggered and falls into a seat, but somehow it is not anything we can call grief that he displays. There had been two of them against God and man, and now, when there is only one, it makes perhaps less difference than he had expected. And so her death is not only an affliction, but one more disillusion, and he redoubles in bitterness. The speech that follows, given with tragic cynicism in every word, is a dirge, not so much for her as for himself. From that time forth there is nothing human left in him, only the fiend of Scotland, Macduff's hellhound, whom with a stern glee we see baited like a bear and hunted down like a wolf. He is inspired and set above fate by a demoniacal energy, a lust of wounds and slaughter. Even after he meets Macduff his courage does not fail, but when he hears the Thane was not born of woman, all virtue goes out of him, and though he speaks sounding words of defiance, the last combat is little better than a suicide. The whole performance is, as I said, so full of gusto and a headlong unity. The personality of Macbeth is so sharp and powerful, and within these somewhat narrow limits there is so much play and saliency that, so far as concerns 185 Salvini himself, a third great success seems indubitable. Unfortunately, however, a great actor cannot fill more than a very small fraction of the boards, and though Banquo's ghost will probably be more seasonable in his future apparitions, there are some more inherent difficulties in the piece. The company at large did not distinguish themselves. Macduff, to the huge delight of the gallery, out-Macduffed the average ranter. The lady who filled the principal female part has done better on other occasions, but I fear she has not mettle for what she tried last week. Not to succeed in the sleepwalking scene is to make a memorable failure. As it was given, it succeeded in being wrong in art without being true to nature. And there is yet another difficulty, happily easy to reform, which somewhat interfered with the success of the performance. At the end of the incantation scene, the Italian translator has made Macbeth fall insensible upon the stage. This is a change of questionable propriety from a psychological point of view, while in point of view of effect it leaves the stage for some moments empty of all business. To remedy this, a bevy of green ballet girls came forth and pointed their toes about the prostrate king. A dance of high church curates, or a hornpipe by Mr. T.P. Cook would not be more out of the key, though the gravity of a Scots audience was not to be overcome, and they merely expressed their disapprobation by a round of moderate hisses. A similar eruption of Christmas fairies would most likely convulse a London theatre from pit to gallery with inextinguishable laughter. It is, I am told, the Italian tradition, but it is one more honoured in the breach than the observance. With the total disappearance of these damsels, with a stronger Lady Macbeth, and if possible with some compression of those scenes in which Salvini does not appear, and the spectator is left at the mercy of Macduffs and Duncans, the play would go twice as well, and we should be better able to follow and enjoy an admirable work of dramatic art. Roman 3. Bagster's Pilgrim's Progress. I have here before me an edition of the Pilgrim's Progress, bound in green without a date, and described as illustrated by nearly 300 engravings, and memoir of Bunyan. On the outside it is lettered Bagster's Illustrated Edition, and after the author's apology, facing the first page of the tale, a folding pictorial plan of the road is marked as drawn by the late Mr. T. Kildare, and engraved by J. Basier. No further information is anywhere vouchsafed. Perhaps the publishers had judged the work too unimportant, and we are still left ignorant whether or not we owe the woodcuts in the body of the volume to the same hand that drew the plan. It seems, however, more than probable. the literal particularity of mind which, in the map, laid down the flower plots in the Devil's Garden, and carefully introduced the courthouse in the town of Vanity, is closely paralleled in many of the cuts. And in both, the architecture of the buildings and the disposition of the gardens have a kindred and entirely English air. Whoever he was, the author of these wonderful little pictures may lay claim to be the best illustrator of Bunyan. They are not only good illustrations like so many others, but they are like so few good illustrations of Bunyan. Their spirit in defect and quality is still the same as his own. The designer also has lain down and dreamed a dream, as literal, as quaint, and almost as apposite as Bunyan's, and text and pictures 187 make but the two sides of the same homespun yet impassioned story. To do justice to the designs, it will be necessary to say, for the 100th time, a word or two about the masterpiece which they adorn. All allegories have a tendency to escape from the purpose of their creators, and as the characters and incidents become more and more interesting in themselves, the moral which these were to show forth falls more and more into neglect. An architect may command a wreath of vine leaves round the cornice of a monument, but if, as each leaf came from the chisel, it took proper life and fluttered freely on the wall, and if the vine grew, and the building were hidden over with foliage and fruit, the architect would stand in much the same situation as the writer of allegories. The Fairy Queen was an allegory, I am willing to believe, but it survives as an imaginative tale in incomparable verse. The case of Bunyan is widely different, and yet in this also allegory, poor nymph, although never quite forgotten, is sometimes rudely thrust against the wall. Bunyan was fervently in earnest. With his fingers in his ears he ran on, straight for his mark. He tells us himself in the conclusion to the first part that he did not fear to raise a laugh. Indeed, he feared nothing and said anything, and he was greatly served in this by a certain rustic privilege of his style, which, like the talk of strong, uneducated men, when it does not impress by its force, still charms by its simplicity. The mere story and the allegorical design enjoyed perhaps his equal favour. He believed in both with an energy of faith that was capable of moving mountains. And we have to remark in him, not the parts where inspiration fails and is supplied by cold and merely decorative invention, but the parts where faith has grown to be credulity, and his characters become so real to him that he forgets the end of their creation. We can follow him step by step into the trap which he lays for himself by his own entire good faith and triumphant literality of vision, till the trap closes and shuts him in a 188 inconsistency. The allegories of the interpreter and of the shepherds of the Delectable Mountains are all actually performed, like stage plays, before the pilgrims. The son of Mr. Great Grace visibly tumbles hills about with his words. Adam the First has his condemnation written visibly on his forehead, so that Faithful reads it. At the very instant the net closes round the pilgrims, the white robe falls from the black man's body. Despair getteth him a grievous crabtree cudgel. It was in sunshiny weather that he had his fits, and the birds in the grove about the house beautiful are country birds, only sing their little pious verses at the spring, when the flowers appear and the sun shines warm. I often, says Piety, go out to hear them. We also oft-times keep them tame on our house. The post between Beulah and the celestial city sounds his horn, as you may yet hear in country places. Madam Bubble, that tall, comely dame, something of a swarthy complexion in very pleasant attire, but old, gives you a smile at the end of each sentence. A real woman she. We all know her. Christiana dying gave Mr. Standfast a ring, for no possible reason in the allegory, merely because the touch was human and affecting. Look at Greatheart with his soldierly ways, garrison ways as I had almost called them, with his taste in weapons, his delight in any that he found to be a man of his hands, his chivalrous point of honour, letting Giant Moll get up again when he was down. A thing fairly flying in the teeth of the moral, above all with his language in the inimitable tale of Mr. Fearing. I thought I should have lost my Manchikin-hearted at last he came in, and I will say that for my lord, he carried it wonderful lovingly to him. This is no independent minister. This is a stout, honest, big-busted ancient, adjusting his shoulder-belts, twirling his long moustaches as he speaks. Last and most remarkable, my sword, says the dying valiant for truth, he in whom Greatheart delighted, my sword I give to him that shall succeed me 189 in my pilgrimage, and my courage and skill to him that can get it. And after this boast, more arrogantly unorthodox than was ever dreamed of by the rejected ignorance, we are told that all the trumpets sounded for him on the other side. In every page the book is stamped with the same energy of vision and the same energy of belief. The quality is equally and indifferently displayed in the spirit of the fighting, the tenderness of the pathos, the startling vigor and strangeness of the incidents, the natural strain of the conversations, and the humanity and charm of the characters. Trivial talk over a meal, the dying words of heroes, the delights of Beulah or the celestial city, Apollyon and my Lord Hategood, Greatheart and Mr. Worldly Weissman, all have been imagined with the same clearness, all written of with equal gusto and precision, all created in the same mixed element of simplicity that is almost comical, and art that for its purpose is faultless. It was in much the same spirit that our artist sat down to his drawings. He is by nature a Bunyan of the pencil. He, too, will draw anything from a butcher at work on a dead sheep, up to the courts of heaven. A lamb for supper is the name of one of his designs, their glorious entry of another. He has the same disregard for the ridiculous, and enjoys somewhat of the same privilege of style, so that we are pleased even when we laugh the most. He is literal to the verge of folly. If dust is to be raised from the unswept parlor, you may be sure it will fly abundantly in the picture. If faithful is to lie as dead before Moses, dead he shall lie with a warrant dead and stiff like granite. Nay, and here the artist must enhance upon the symbolism of the author. It is with the identical stone tables of the law that Moses fells the sinner. Good and bad people, whom we at once distinguish in the text by their names, hopeful, honest, and valiant for truth, on the one hand, as against Byans, Sir Having Greedy, and the Lord Oldman on the other, are in these 190 drawings as simply distinguished by their costume. Good people, when not armed capepi, wear a speckled tunic girt about the waist, and low hats, apparently of straw. Bad people swagger in tailcoats and chimney-pots, a few with knee-breeches, but the large majority in trousers, and for all the world like guests at a garden party. Worldly Weissman alone, by some inexplicable quirk, stands before Christian in laced hat, embroidered waistcoat and trunk hose. But above all examples of this artist's intrepidity, commend me to the print entitled Christian Finds It Deep. A great darkness and horror, says the text, have fallen on the pilgrim. It is the comfortless deathbed with which Bunyan so strikingly concludes the sorrows and conflicts of his hero. How to represent this worthily the artist knew not, and yet he was determined to represent it somehow. This was how he did. Hopeful is still shown to his neck above the water of death, but Christian has bodily disappeared, and a blot of solid blackness indicates his place. As you continue to look at these pictures, about an inch square for the most part, sometimes printed 3 or more to the page, and each having a printed legend of its own, however trivial the event recorded, you will soon become aware of 2 things. First, that the man can draw, and second, that he possesses the gift of an imagination. Obstinate reviles, says the legend, and you should see obstinate reviling. He warily retraces his steps, and there is Christian, posting through the plain, terror and speed in every muscle. Mercy yearns to go shows you a plain interior with packing going forward, and right in the middle, Mercy yearning to go every line of the girl's figure yearning. In the chamber called Peace we see a simple English room, bed with white curtains, window valance and door, as may be found in many thousand unpretentious houses. But far off through the open window, we behold the sun uprising out of a great plain, and Christian hails it with his hand. 191. Where am I now? Is this the love and care of Jesus for the men that pilgrims are? Thus to provide, that I should be forgiven, and dwell already the next door to heaven. A page or 2 further from the top of the house beautiful, the damsels point his gaze toward the delectable mountains. The prospect, so the cut is ticketed, and I shall be surprised, if on less than a square of paper you can show me one so wide and fair. Down a cross road on an English plain, a cathedral city outlined on the horizon, a hazel shore upon the left, comes Madame Wanton dancing with her fair enchanted cup, and Faithful, book in hand, half pauses. The cut is perfect as a symbol. The giddy movement of the sorceress, the uncertain poise of the man struck to the heart by a temptation, the contrast of that even plane of life whereon he journeys with the bold, ideal bearing of the wanton artist who invented and portrayed this, had not merely read Bunyan, he had also thoughtfully lived. The delectable mountain's eye continue skimming the first part ere not on the whole happily rendered. Once and once only the note is struck, when Christian and Hopeful are seen coming shoulder-high, through a thicket of green shrub-sparks perhaps or perfumed nutmeg, while behind them, domed or pointed, the hills stand ranged against the sky. A little further and we come to that masterpiece of Bunyan's insight into life, the enchanted ground, where in a few traits he has set down the latter end of such a number of the wood good, where his allegory goes so deep that, to people looking seriously on life, it cuts like satire. The true significance of this invention lies, of course, far out of the way of drawing. Only one feature, the great tedium of the land, the growing weariness in well-doing, may be somewhat represented in a symbol. The pilgrims are near the end, 2 miles yet, says the legend. The road goes ploughing up and down over a rolling heath. The wayfarers, with outstretched arms, are already sunk to the knees over the 192 brow of the nearest hill. They have just passed a milestone with the cipher too. From overhead a great, piled, summer cumulus, as of a slumberous summer afternoon, beshadows them. 2 miles, it might be hundreds. In dealing with the land of Beulah, the artist lags in both parts miserably behind the text, but in the distant prospect of the celestial city more than regains his own. You will remember when Christian and hopeful with desire fell sick. Effect of the sunbeams is the artist's title. Against the sky, upon a cliffy mountain, the radiant temple beams upon them over deep, subjacent woods. They, behind a mound, as if seeking shelter from the splendor roan prostrate on his face, one kneeling, and with hands ecstatically lifted yearn with passion after that immortal city. Turn the page, and we behold them walking by the very shores of death. Heaven, from this nigher view, has risen halfway to the zenith, and sheds a wider glory, and the 2 pilgrims, dark against that brightness, walk and sing out of the fullness of their hearts. No cut more thoroughly illustrates at once the merit and the weakness of the artist. Each pilgrim sings with a book in his grasp, a family Bible at the least for bigness, tomes so recklessly enormous that our second impulse is to laughter, and yet that is not the first thought, nor perhaps the last. Something in the attitude of the mannequins' faces they have none. They are too small for that something in the way they swing these monstrous volumes to their singing. Something perhaps borrowed from the text, some subtle differentiation from the cut that went before, and the cut that follows after something, at least, speaks clearly of a fearful joy, of heaven seen from the deathbed, of the horror of the last passage no less than of the glorious coming home. There is that in the action of one of them which always reminds me, with a difference, of that haunting last glimpse of Thomas Idle, travelling to Tyburn in the cart. Next come the shining ones, wooden and trivial enough. The pilgrims pass into the river. The blot already mentioned 193 settles over and obliterates Christian. In 2 more cuts we behold them drawing nearer to the other shore, and then between 2 radiant angels, one of whom points upward, we see them mounting in new weeds, their former lendings left behind them on the inky river. More angels meet them. Heaven is displayed, and if no better, certainly no worse than it has been shown by others a place, at least, infinitely populous and glorious with light, a place that haunts solemnly the hearts of children. And then this symbolic draftsman once more strikes into his proper vein. 3 cuts conclude the first part. In the first the gates close, black against the glory struggling from within. The second shows us ignorantilas, poor Arminian, hailing in a sad twilight the ferryman Vainhope, and in the third we behold him bound hand and foot, and black already with the hue of his eternal fate, carried high over the mountain-tops of the world by 2 angels of the anger of the Lord. Carried to another place, the artist enigmatically names his platea terrible design. Wherever he touches on the black side of the supernatural, his pencil grows more daring and incisive. He has many true inventions in the perilous and diabolic. He has many startling nightmares realized. It is not easy to select the best. Some may like one and some another. The nude, depilated devil bounding and casting darts against the wicket gate, the scroll of flying horrors that hang over Christian by the mouth of hell, the horned shade that comes behind him whispering blasphemies, the daylight breaking through that rent cavemouth of the mountains and falling chill adown the haunted tunnel. Christian's further progress. Along the causeway, between the 2 black pools, where at every yard or 2 a gin, a pitfall, or a snare awaits the passer below, some white devilkins harbouring close under the bank to work the springes, Christian himself pausing and pricking with his sword's point at the nearest noose, and pale discomfortable mountains 194 rising on the farther side. Or yet again, the 2 ill-favoured ones that beset the first of Christians. Journey with the frog-like structure of the skull, the frog-like limberness of limbs, crafty, slippery, lustful-looking devils, drawn always in outline as though possessed of a dim, infernal luminosity. Horrid fellows are they one and all, horrid fellows and horrific scenes, in another spirit that good conscience to whom Mr. Honest had spoken in his lifetime, a cowled, grey, awful figure, one hand pointing to the heavenly shore, realizes, I will not say all, but some at least of the strange impressiveness of Bunyan's words. It is no easy nor pleasant thing to speak in one's lifetime with good conscience. He is an austere, unearthly friend, whom maybe Torquemada knew, and the folds of his raiment are not merely claustral, but have something of the horror of the pole. Be not afraid, however, with the hand of that appearance Mr. Honest will get safe across. Yet perhaps it is in sequences that this artist best displays himself. He loves to look at either side of a thing, as for instance when he shows us both sides of the wall, grace inextinguishable on the one side, with the devil vainly pouring buckets on the flame, and the oil of grace on the other, where the Holy Spirit, vessel in hand, still secretly supplies the fire. He loves also to show us the same event twice over, and to repeat his instantaneous photographs at the interval of but a moment. So we have first the whole troop of pilgrims coming up to Valiant, and Greatheart to the front, spear in hand and parleying, and next the same crossroads from a more distant view, the convoy now scattered and looking safely and curiously on, and Valiant handing over for inspection his right Jerusalem blade. It is true that this designer has no great care after consistency. Apollyon's spear is laid by, his quiver of darts will disappear, whenever they might hinder the designer's freedom, and the fiend's tail is blobbed or forked at his good pleasure. But this is not unsuitable to the illustration of the fervent Bunyan, breathing hurry 195 and momentary inspiration. He, with his hot purpose, hunting sinners with a lasso, shall himself forget the things that he has written yesterday. He shall first slay heedless in the valley of the shadow, and then take leave of him talking in his sleep, as if nothing had happened, in an arbour on the enchanted ground. And again, in his rhymed prologue, he shall assign some of the glory of the siege of Doubting Castle to his favourite Valiant Forth Truth, who did not meet with the besiegers till long after, at that dangerous corner by Deadman's Lane. And with all inconsistencies and freedoms, there is a power shown in these sequences of cuts, a power of joining on one action or one humour to another, a power of following out the moods, even of the dismal subterhuman fiends engendered by the artist's fancy, a power of sustained continuous realization, step by step in nature's order that can tell a story in all its ins and outs, its pauses and surprises, fully and figuratively, like the art of words. One such sequence is the fight of Christian and Apollyon, 6 cuts, weird and fiery like the text. The pilgrim is throughout a pale and starkish figure, but the devil covers a multitude of defects. There is no better devil of the conventional order than our artist's Apollyon, with his mane, his wings, his bestial legs, his changing and terrifying expression, his infernal energy to slay. In cut the first you see him afar off, still obscure in form, but already formidable in suggestion. Cut the second, the fiend in discourse, represents him, not reasoning, railing rather, shaking his spear at the pilgrim, his shoulder advanced, his tail writhing in the air, his foot ready for a spring, while Christian stands back a little timidly defensive. The third illustrates these magnificent words. Then Apollyon straddled quite over the whole breadth of the way, and said, I am void of fear in this matter. Prepare thyself to die, for I swear by my infernal den that thou shalt go no farther. Here will I spill thy soul. And with that he threw a flaming dart at his breast. In the cut he throws 196 a dart with either hand, belching pointed flames out of his mouth, spreading his broad vans, and straddling the while across the path, as only a fiend can straddle who has just sworn by his infernal den. The defence will not be long against such vice, such flames, such red-hot nether energy. And in the fourth cut, to be sure, he has leaped bodily upon his victim, sped by foot and pinion, and roaring as he leaps. The fifth shows the climacteric of the battle. Christian has reached nimbly out and got his sword, and dealt that deadly home thrust, the fiend still stretched upon him, but giving back, as one that had received his mortal wound. The raised head, the bellowing mouth, the paw clapped upon the sword, the one wing relaxed in agony, all realize vividly these words of the text. In the sixth and last, the trivial armed figure of the pilgrim is seen kneeling with clasped hands on the betrodden scene of contest, and among the shivers of the darts, while just at the margin the hinder quarters and the tail of Apollyon are whisking off, indignant and discomfited. In one point only do these pictures seem to be unworthy of the text, and that point is one rather of the difference of arts than the difference of artists. Throughout his best and worst, in his highest and most divine imaginations, as in the narrowest sallies of his sectarianism, the human-hearted piety of Bunyan touches and ennobles, convinces, accuses the reader. through no art beside the art of words, can the kindness of a man's affections be expressed. In the cuts you shall find faithfully parodied the quaintness and the power, the triviality and the surprising freshness of the author's fancy. There you shall find him outstripped in ready symbolism and the art of bringing things essentially invisible before the eyes. But to feel the contact of essential goodness, to be made in love with piety, the book must be read and not the prints examined. Farewell should not be taken with a grudge, nor can I dismiss in any other words than those of gratitude a series of pictures which have, to one at least, been the 197 visible embodiment of Bunyan from childhood up, and shown him through all his years. Greatheart lunging at Giant Mole and Apollyon breathing fire at Christian, and every turn in town along the road to the celestial city, and that bright place itself, seen as to a stave of music, shining afar off upon the hilltop, the candle of the world. The illustrator was, in fact, a lady, Miss Eunice Bagster, eldest daughter of the publisher Samuel Bagster, except in the case of the cuts depicting the fight with Apollyon, which were designed by her brother, Mr. Jonathan Bagster. The edition was published in 1845. I am indebted for this information to the kindness of Mr. Robert Bagster, the present managing director of the firm, Sir Sidney Colvin's note. An appeal to the clergy of the Church of Scotland, with a note for the laity. Had I a strong voice, as it is the weakest alive, yea, could I lift it up as a trumpet, I would sound a retreat from our unnatural contentions and irreligious strivings for religion. Archbishop Leeton, 1669. William Blackwood Sons, Edinburgh and London. Price 3d. Facsimile of original title page. An appeal to the clergy of the Church of Scotland, with a note for the laity. Had I a strong voice, as it is the weakest alive, yea, could I lift it up as a trumpet, I would sound a retreat from our unnatural contentions and irreligious strivings for religion. Archbishop Leeton, 1669. Gentlemen, the position of the Church of Scotland is now one of considerable difficulty. Not only the credit of the Church, not only the credit of Christianity, but to some extent also that of the national character, is at stake. You have just gained a great victory. In spite of an opposition neither very logical nor very generous, you have succeeded in effecting, by quiet constitutional processes, a great reform which brings your Church somewhat nearer in character to what is required by your dissenting brethren. It remains to be seen whether you can prove yourselves as generous as you have been wise and patient, and the position, as I say, is one of difficulty. Many, doubtless, left the Church for a reason which is now removed. Many have joined other sects who would rather have joined themselves with you, had you been then as you now are, and for these you are bound to render as easy as may be the way of reconciliation, and show, by some notable action, the reality of your own desire for peace. But I am not unaware that there are others, and those possibly a majority, who hold very different opinions, who regard the old quarrel as still competent, or have found some new reason for dissent. And from these the Church, if she makes 202 such an advance as she ought to make, in all loyalty and charity, may chance to meet that most sensible of insults, ridicule, in return for an honest offer of reconciliation. I am not unaware also that there is yet another ground of difficulty, and that those even who would be most ready to hold the cause of offence as now removed will find it hard to forget the past, will continue to think themselves unjustly used, will not be willing to come back, as though they were repentant offenders, among those who delayed the reform and quietly enjoyed their benefices, while they bore the heat and burthen of the day in a voluntary exile for the truth's sake. In view of so many elements of difficulty, no intelligent person can be free from apprehension for the result, and you gentlemen may be perhaps more ready now to receive advice, to hear and weigh the opinion of one who is free, because he writes without name, than you would be at any juncture less critical. There is now a hope, at least, that some term may be put to our more clamorous dissensions. Those who are at all open to a feeling of national disgrace look eagerly forward to such a possibility. They have been witnesses already too long to the strife that has divided this small corner of Christendom, and they cannot remember without shame that there has been as much noise, as much recrimination, as much severance of friends, about mere logical abstractions in our remote island, as would have sufficed for the great dogmatic battles of the continent. it would be difficult to exaggerate the pity that fills the heart at such a reflection, at the thought of how this neck of barren hills between two inclement seaways has echoed for 3 centuries with the uproar of sectarian battle, of how the east wind has carried out the sound of our shrill disputations into the desolate Atlantic, and the west wind has borne it over the German Ocean, as though it would make all Europe privy to how well we Scottish brethren abide together in unity. It is not a bright page in the annals of a small country. It is not 203 a pleasant commentary on the Christianity that we profess. There is something in it pitiful, as I have said, for the pitiful man, but bitterly humorous for others. How much time we have lost, how much of the precious energy and patience of good men we have exhausted on these trivial quarrels, it would be nauseous to consider. We know too much already when we know the facts in block. We know enough to make us hide our heads for shame, and grasp gladly at any present humiliation, if it would ensure a little more quiet, a little more charity, a little more brotherly love in the distant future. And it is with this before your eyes that, as I feel certain, you are now addressing yourselves to the consideration of this important crisis. It is with a sense of the blackness of this discredit upon the national character and national Christianity that not you alone, but many of other churches are now setting themselves to square their future course with the exigencies of the new position of sects. And it is with you that the responsibility remains. The obligation lies ever on the victor, and just so surely as you have succeeded in the face of captious opposition in carrying forth the substance of a reform of which others had despaired, just as surely does it lie upon you as a duty to take such steps as shall make that reform available, not to you only, but to all your brethren who will consent to profit by it, not only to all the clergy, but to the cause of decency and peace throughout your native land. It is earnestly hoped that you may show yourselves worthy of a great opportunity, and do more for the public minds by the example of one act of generosity and humility than you could do by an infinite series of sermons. Without doubt, it is your intention, on the earliest public opportunity, to make some advance. Without doubt, it is your purpose to improve the advantage you have gained, and to press upon those who quitted your communion some 30 years ago your great desire to be once more united to them. This, at least, will find a place in the 204 most unfriendly program you can entertain, and if there are any in the Free Church, as I doubt not there are some who seceded, not so much from any dislike to the just supremacy of the law, as from a belief that the law in these ecclesiastical matters was applied unjustly, I know well that you will be most eager to receive them. Back again, I know well that you will not let any petty vanity, any scruple of worldly dignity, stand between them and their honourable return. If, therefore, there were no more to be done than to display to these voluntary exiles the deep sense of your respect for their position, this appeal would be unnecessary, and you might be left to the guidance of your own good feeling. But it seems to me that there is need of something more. It seems to me, and I think that it will seem so to you also, that you must go even further if you would be equal to the importance of the situation. If there are any among the dissenters whose consciences are so far satisfied with the provisions of the recent act that they could now return to your communion, to such, it must not be forgotten, you stand in a position of great delicacy. The conduct of these men you have so far justified. You have tacitly admitted that there was some ground for dissatisfaction with the former condition of the Church, and though you may still judge those to have been over-scrupulous who were moved by this imperfection to secede, instead of waiting patiently with you until it could be remedied by peaceful means, you must not forget that it is the strong stomach, according to St. Paul, that is to consider the weak, and should come forward to meet these brethren with something better than compliments upon your lips. Observe, I speak only of those who would now see their way back to your communion with a clear conscience. It is their conduct, and their conduct alone, that you have justified, and therefore it is only for them that your special generosity is here solicited. But towards them, if there are any such, your countrymen would desire to see you 205 behave with all consideration. I do not pretend to lay before you any definite scheme of action. I wish only to let you understand what thoughts are busy in the heads of some outside your councils, so that you may take this also into consideration when you come to decide. And this, roughly, is how it appears to these. These good men have exposed themselves to the chance of hardship for the sake of their scruples, whilst you, being of a stronger stomach, continue to enjoy the security of national endowments. Some of you occupy the very livings which they resigned for conscience' sake. To others preferment has fallen which would have fallen to them had they been still eligible. If then any of them are now content to return, you are bound, if not in justice, then in honor, to do all that you can to testify your respect for brave conviction, and to repair to them such losses as they may have suffered, whether for their first secession or their second. You owe a special duty, not only to the courage that left the church, but to the wisdom and moderation that now returns to it. And your sense of this duty will find a vent not only in word but in action. You will facilitate their return not only by considerate and brotherly language, but by pecuniary aid. You will seek, by some new endowment scheme, to preserve for them their ecclesiastical status. That they have no claim will be their strongest claim on your consideration. Many of you, if not all, will set apart some share out of your slender livings for their assistance and support. You will give them what you can afford, and you will say to them, as you do so, what I dare say to you, that what you give is theirs not only in honor but in justice. For you know that the justice which should rule the dealings of Christians, how much more of Christian ministers, is not as the justice of courts of law or equity. And those who profess the morality of Jesus Christ have abjured, in that profession, all that can be urged by policy or worldly prudence. From them we can accept no half-hearted and calculating generosity. They must make haste to be liberal. 206 they must catch with eagerness at all opportunities of service, and the mere whisper of an obligation should be to them more potent than the decree of a court, to others who make profession of a less stringent code. And remember that it lies with you to show to the world that Christianity is something more than a verbal system. In the lapse of generations, men grow weary of unsupported precept. They may wait long, and keep long in memory the bright doings of former days, but they will weary at the last. They will begin to trouble you for your credentials. If you cannot give them miracles, they will demand virtue. If you cannot heal the sick, they will call upon you for some practice of the Christian ethics. Thus people will knock often at a door if only it be opened to them now and again, but if the door remains closed too long, they will judge the house uninhabited and go elsewhere. And thus it is that a season of persecution, constantly endured, revives the fainting confidence of the people, and some centuries of prosperity may prepare a church for ruin. You have here at your hand an opportunity to do more for the credit of your Christianity than ever you could do by visions, miracles, or prophecies. A sacrifice such as this would be better worth, as I said before, than many sermons, and there is a disposition in mankind that would ennoble it beyond much that is more ostentatious. For men, whether lay or clerical, suffer better the flame of the stake than a daily inconvenience or a pointed sneer, and will not readily be martyred without some external circumstance and a concourse looking on. And you need not fear that your virtue will be thrown away. The people of Scotland will be quick to understand, in default of visible fire and halter, that you have done a brave action for Christianity and the national weal. And if they are spared in the future any of the present ignoble jealousy of sect against sect, they will not forget that to that end you gave of your household comfort and stinted your children. Even if you fail, and even if there were not found one to profit by your 207 invitationa virtue, would still have its own reward. Your predecessors gave their lives for ends not always the most Christian. They were tempted and slain with the sword. They wandered in deserts and in mountains, in caves and in dens of the earth. But your action will not be less illustrious. What you may have to suffer may be a small thing if the world will, but it will have been suffered for the cause of peace and brotherly love. I have said that the people of Scotland will be quick to appreciate what you do. You know well that they will be quick also to follow your example, but the sign should come from you. It is more seemly that you should lead than follow in this matter. Your predecessors gave the word from their free pulpits which was to brace men for sectarian strife. It would be a pleasant sequel if the word came from you that was to bid them bury all jealousy, and forget the ugly and contentious past in a good hope of peace to come. What is said in these few pages may be objected to as vague. It is no more vague than the position seemed to me to demand. Each man must judge for himself what it behoves him to do at this juncture, and the whole church for herself. All that is intended in this appeal is to begin, in a tone of dignity and disinterestedness, the consideration of the question, for when such matters are much pulled about in public prints, and have been often discussed from many different, and not always from very high, points of view, there is ever a tendency that the decision of the parties may contract some taint of meanness from the spirit of their critics. All that is desired is to press upon you, as ministers of the Church of Scotland, some sense of the high expectation with which your country looks to you at this time, and how many reasons there are that you should show an example of signal disinterestedness and zeal in the encouragement that you give to returning brethren. For, first, it lies with you to clear the Church from the discredit of our miserable contentions, and surely you can never have a fairer opportunity to improve her claim to 208 the style of a peacemaker. Again, it lies with you, as I have said, to take the first step, and prove your own true ardour for an honourable union, and how else are you to prove it? It lies with you, moreover, to justify in the eyes of the world the time you have been enjoying your benefices, while these others have voluntarily shut themselves out from all participation in their convenience. And how else are you to convince the world that there was not something of selfishness in your motives? It lies with you, lastly, to keep your example unspotted before your congregations, and I do not know how better you are to do that. It is never a thankful office to offer advice, and advice is the more unpalatable, not only from the difficulty of the service recommended, but often from its very obviousness. We are fired with anger against those who make themselves the spokesmen of plain obligations, for they seem to insult us as they advise. In the present case I should have feared to waken some such feeling, had it not been that I was addressing myself to a body of special men on a very special occasion. I know too much of the history of ideas to imagine that the sentiments advocated in this appeal are peculiar to me and a few others. I am confident that your own minds are already busy with similar reflections. But I know at the same time how difficult it is for one man to speak to another in such a matter, how he is withheld by all manner of personal considerations, and dare not propose what he has nearest his heart, because the other has a larger family or a smaller stipend, or is older, more venerable, and more conscientious than himself, and it is in view of this that I have determined to profit by the freedom of an anonymous writer, and give utterance to what many of you would have uttered already, had they been as I am apart from the battle. It is easy to be virtuous when one's own convenience is not affected, and it is no shame to any man to follow the advice of an outsider who owns that, while he sees which is the better part, he might not have the courage to profit himself by this opinion. Note for the laity. The foregoing pages have been in type since the beginning of last September. I have been advised to give them to the public, and it is only necessary to add that nothing of all that has taken place since they were written has made me modify an opinion, or so much as change a word. The question is not one that can be altered by circumstances. I need not tell the laity that with them this matter ultimately rests, whether we regard it as a question of mere expense or as a question of good feeling against ill feeling, the solution must come from the church members. The lay purse is the long one, and if the lay opinion does not speak from so high a place, it speaks all the week through and with innumerable voices. Trumpets and captains are all very well in their way, but if the trumpets were ever so clear, and the captains as bold as lions, it is still the army that must take the fort. The laymen of the church have here a question before them, on the answering of which, as I still think, many others attend. If the established church could throw off its lethargy, and give the dissenters some speaking token of its zeal for union, I still think that union, to some extent, would be the result. There is a motion tabled, as I suppose all know, for the next meeting of the General Assembly, but something more than motions must be tabled, and something more must be given than votes. It lies practically with the laymen, by a new endowment scheme, to put the church right with the world in two ways, so that those who left it more than 30 years ago, and who may now be willing to return, shall lose neither in money nor in ecclesiastical status. At the outside, what will they have to do? They will have to do for say 10 years what the laymen of the Free Church have done cheerfully ever since 1843. February 12, 1875. The Charity Bazaar. The Lightkeeper. On a new form of intermittent. Light for lighthouses. On the thermal influence of forests. The Charity Bazaar. An allegorical dialogue. Persons of the dialogue. The ingenuous public. His wife. The tout. The tout, in an allegorical costume, holding a silver trumpet in his right hand, is discovered on the steps in front of the bazaar. He sounds a preliminary flourish. The tout, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to announce a sale of many interesting, beautiful, rare, quaint, comical and necessary articles. Here you will find objects of taste, such as babies' shoes, children's petticoats, and Shetland wool cravats, objects of general usefulness, such as ticacies, bangles, Brahman beads, and madras baskets, and objects of imperious necessity, such as penwippers, Indian figures carefully repaired with glue, and sealed envelopes containing a surprise. And all this is not to be sold by your common shopkeepers, intent on small and legitimate profits, but by ladies and gentlemen, who would as soon think of picking your pocket of a cotton handkerchief as of selling a single one of these many interesting, beautiful, rare, quaint, comical, and necessary articles at less than twice its market value. He sounds another flourish 214. The wife, this seems a very fair-spoken young man. The ingenuous public addressing the tout, Sir, I am a man of simple and untutored mind, but I apprehend that this sale, of which you give us so glowing a description, is neither more nor less than a charity bazaar. The tout, Sir, your penetration has not deceived you. The ingenuous public, into which you seek to entice unwary passengers. The tout, such is my office. The ingenuous public, but is not a charity bazaar, sir, a place where, for ulterior purposes, amateur goods are sold at a price above their market value. The tout, I perceive you are no novice. Let us sit down all three upon the doorsteps and reason this matter at length. The position is a little conspicuous but airy and convenient. The tout seats himself on the second step, the ingenuous public and his wife to right and left of him, one step below. The tout, shopping is one of the dearest pleasures of the human heart. The wife indeed, sir, and that it is. The tout, choice of articles apart from their usefulness, is an appetizing occupation, and to exchange bold, uniform shillings for a fine big, figurative knick-knack, such as a windmill, a gross of green spectacles, or a cocked hat, gives us a direct and emphatic sense of gain. We have had many shillings before as good as these, but this is the first time we have possessed a windmill. Upon these principles of human nature, sir, is based the theory of the charity bazaar. People were doubtless charitably disposed. The problem was to make the exercise of charity entertaining in itself. You follow me, madam, and in the charity bazaar a satisfactory solution was attained. The act of giving away money for charitable purposes is, 215 by this admirable invention, transformed into an amusement and puts on the externals of profitable commerce. You play at shopping a while, and in order to keep up the illusion, sham goods do actually change hands. Thus, under the similitude of a game, I have seen children confronted with the horrors of arithmetic, and even taught to gargle. The ingenuous public, you expound this subject very magisterially, sir. But tell me, would it not be possible to carry this element of play still further, and after I had remained a proper time in the bazaar and negotiated a sufficient number of sham bargains, would it not be possible to return me my money in the whole? The tout, I question whether that would not impair the humour of the situation, and besides, my dear sir, the pith of the whole device is to take that money from you. The ingenuous public, true, but at least the bazaar might take back the ticacies and penwippers. The tout, I have no doubt, if you were to ask it handsomely, that you would be so far accommodated. Still it is out of the theory. The sham goods, for which, believe me, I readily understand your disaffection, sham goods are well adapted for their purpose. Your lady wife will lay these ticacies and penwippers aside in a safe place, until she is asked to contribute to another charity bazaar. There the ticacies and penwippers will be once more charitably sold. The new purchasers, in their turn, will accurately imitate the dispositions of your lady wife. In short, sir, the whole affair is a cycle of operations. The ticacies and penwippers are merely counters. They come off and on again like a stage army, and year after year people pretend to buy and pretend to sell them, with a vivacity that seems to indicate a talent for the stage. But in the course of these illusory manoeuvres, a great deal of money is given in charity, and that in a picturesque, bustling, and agreeable manner. If you have to travel 216 somewhere on business, you would choose the prettiest route, and desire pleasant companions by the way. And why not show the same spirit in giving alms? The ingenuous public, sir, I am profoundly indebted to you for all you have said. I am, sir, your absolute convert. The wife, let us lose no time, but enter the charity bazaar. The ingenuous public, yes, let us enter the charity bazaar. both singing, "Let us enter, let us enter, let us enter, let us enter the charity bazaar." An interval is supposed to elapse. The ingenuous public and his wife are discovered issuing from the charity bazaar. The wife, "How fortunate you should have brought your checkbook." The ingenuous public, "Well, fortunate in a sense," addressing the tout, "Sir, I shall send a van in the course of the afternoon for the little articles I have purchased. I shall not say goodbye, because I shall probably take a lift in the front seat, not from any solicitude, believe me, about the little articles, but as the last opportunity I may have for some time of enjoying the costly entertainment of a drive." The scene closes. The lightkeeper. The brilliant kernel of the night. The flaming lightroom circles me. I sit within a blaze of light, held high above the dusky sea. Far off the surf doth break and roar, along bleak miles of moonlit shore, where through the tides the tumbling wave falls in an avalanche of foam, and drives its churned waters home, up many an under cliff and caves. The clear bell chimes, the clockwork strain, the turning lenses flash and pass, frame turning within glittering frame, with frosty gleam of moving glass, unseen by me, each dusky hour. The sea waves welter up the tower, or in the ebb subside again, and ever and anon all night, drawn from afar by charm of light, a seabird beats against the pane. And lastly, when dawn ends the night, and belts the semiurb of sea, the tall pale Pharos in the light looks white and spectral as may be. The early ebb is out, the green straight belt of seaweed now is seen, that round the basement of the tower marks out the interspace of tide, and watching men are heavied, and sleepless lips are dry and sour. The night is over like a dream. The seabirds cry and dip themselves, and in the early sunlight steam the newly bared and dripping shelves, around whose verge the glassy wave with lisping wash is heard to lave, while on the white tower lifted high, with yellow light in faded glass, the circling lenses flash and pass, and sickly shine against the sky. Roman 2. As the steady lenses circle, with a frosty gleam of glass, and the clear bell chimes, and the oil brims over the lip of the burner, quiet and still at his desk, the lonely lightkeeper holds his vigil, lured from afar. The bewildered seagull beats dully against the lantern, yet he stirs not, lifts not his head from the desk where he reads, lifts not his eyes to see the chill blind circle of night watching him through the panes. This is his country's guardian, the outmost sentry of peace. This is the man who gives up all that is lovely in living for the means to live. Poetry cunningly gilds the life of the lightkeeper, held on high in the blackness, in the burning kernel of night. The seaman sees and blesses him. The poet, deep in a sonnet, numbers his inky fingers, fitly to praise him. Only we behold him, sitting patient and stolid, martyr to a salary, on a new form of intermittent light for lighthouses. The necessity for marked characteristics in coast illumination increases with the number of lights. The late Mr. Robert Stevenson, my grandfather, contributed 2 distinctions, which he called respectively the intermittent and the flashing light. It is only to the former of these that I have to refer in the present paper. The intermittent light was first introduced at Tarbetness in 1830, and is already in use at 8 stations on the coasts of the United Kingdom. As constructed originally, it was an arrangement by which a fixed light was alternately eclipsed and revealed. These recurrent occultations and revelations produce an effect totally different from that of the revolving light, which comes gradually into its full strength, and as gradually fades away. The changes in the intermittent, on the other hand, are immediate. A certain duration of darkness is followed at once and without the least gradation by a certain period of light. The arrangement employed by my grandfather to effect this object consisted of 2 opaque cylindric shades or extinguishers, one of which descended from the roof, while the other ascended from below to meet it at a fixed interval. The light was thus entirely intercepted. At a later period, at the harbour light of Troon, Mr. Wilson, 100, produced an intermittent light by the use of gas, which leaves little to be desired, and which is still in 221 use at Troon Harbour. By a simple mechanical contrivance, the gas jet was suddenly lowered to the point of extinction, and after a set period, as suddenly raised again. The chief superiority of this form of intermittent light is economy in the consumption of the gas. In the original design, of course, the oil continues uselessly to illuminate the interior of the screens during the period of occultation. Mr. Wilson's arrangement has been lately resuscitated by Mr. Wigham of Dublin in connection with his new gas burner. Gas, however, is inapplicable to many situations, and it has occurred to me that the desired result might be effected with strict economy with oil lights, in the following manner. Fig. 1. In Fig. 1, AAA represents in plan an ordinary Fresnel's dioptric fixed light apparatus, and BB a hemispherical mirror, either metallic or dioptric on my father's principle, which is made to revolve with uniform speed about the burner. This mirror, it is obvious, intercepts the rays of one hemisphere, and returning them through the flame less loss by absorption, etc., spreads them equally over the other. In this way 180 of light pass regularly the eye of the seaman, and are followed at once by 180 of darkness. As the hemispherical mirror begins to open, the observer receives the full light, since the whole lit 222 hemisphere is illuminated with strict equality, and as it closes again, he passes into darkness. Other characteristics can be produced by different modifications of the above. In Fig. 2, the original hemispherical mirror is shown broken up into 3 different sectors, BB, CC, and DD, so that with the same velocity of revolution, the periods of light and darkness will be produced in quicker succession. In this figure, Fig. 2, the 3 sectors have been shown as subtending equal angles, but if one of them were increased in size and the other 2 diminished as in Fig. 3, we should have 1 long steady illumination and 2 short flashes at each revolution. Again, the number of sectors may be increased, and by varying both their number and their relative size, a number of additional characteristics are attainable. Fig. 2. Color may also be introduced as a means of distinction. Colored glass may be set in the alternate spaces, but it is necessary to remark that these colored sectors will be inferior in power to those which remain white. This objection is, however, obviated to a large extent, especially where the dioptric spherical mirror is used by such an arrangement as is shown in Fig. 4, where the 2 sectors WW are left unassisted, while the 2 with the red 223 screens are reinforced respectively by the 2 sectors of mirror 2000. Fig. 3. Fig. 4. Another mode of holophotally producing the intermittent light has been suggested by my father, and is shown in Fig. 5. It consists of alternate and opposite sectors of dioptric spherical mirror and of Fresnel's fixed light apparatus R. By the revolution of this composite frame about the burner, the same immediate alternation of light and darkness is produced, the first when the front of the 224 fixed panel, and the second when the back of the mirror, is presented to the eye of the sailor. Fig. 5. One advantage of the method that I propose is this, that while we are able to produce a plain intermittent light, an intermittent light of variable period, ranging from a brief flash to a steady illumination of half the revolution, and finally, a light combining the immediate occultation of the intermittent with combination and chain. Of color, we can yet preserve comparative lightness in the revolving parts, and consequent economy in the driving machinery. It must, however, be noticed that none of these last methods are applicable to cases where more than one radiant is employed. For these cases, either my grandfather's or Mr. Wilson's contrivance must be resorted to. Read before the Royal Scottish Society of Arts on 27 March 1871, and awarded the Society's Silver Medal. On the thermal influence of forests. The opportunity of an experiment on a comparatively large scale, and under conditions of comparative isolation, can occur but rarely in such a science as meteorology. Hence Mr. Milne Home's proposal for the plantation of Malta seemed to offer an exceptional opportunity for progress. Many of the conditions are favourable to the simplicity of the result, and it seemed natural that, if a searching and systematic series of observations were to be immediately set afoot, and continued during the course of the plantation and the growth of the wood, some light would be thrown on the still doubtful question of the climatic influence of forests. Mr. Milne Home expects, as I gather, a threefold result. First, an increased and better regulated supply of available water. Second, an increased rainfall. And third, a more equable climate, with more temperate summer heat and winter cold. As to the first of these expectations, I suppose there can be no doubt that it is justified by facts, but it may not be unnecessary to guard against any confusion of the first with the second. Not only does the presence of growing timber increase and regulate the supply of running and spring water independently of any change in the amount of rainfall, but as Boussingault found at Marmato, 47 denudation of forest is sufficient to decrease that supply, even when the rainfall has increased instead. 226 have diminished in amount. The second and third effects stand apart, therefore, from any question as to the utility of Mr. Milne Home's important proposal. They are both, perhaps, worthy of discussion at the present time, but I wish to confine myself in the present paper to the examination of the third alone. A wood, then, may be regarded either as a superficies or as a solid, that is, either as a part of the earth's surface slightly elevated above the rest, or as a diffused and heterogeneous body displacing a certain portion of free and mobile atmosphere. It is primarily in the first character that it attracts our attention, as a radiating and absorbing surface, exposed to the sun and the currents of the air, such that, if we imagine a plateau of meadowland or bare earth raised to the mean level of the forests exposed leaf surface, we shall have an agent entirely similar in kind, although perhaps widely differing in the amount of action. Now, by comparing a tract of wood with such a plateau as we have just supposed, we shall arrive at a clear idea of the specialities of the former. In the first place, then, the mass of foliage may be expected to increase the radiating power of each tree. The upper leaves radiate freely towards the stars and the cold interstellar spaces, while the lower ones radiate to those above and receive less heat in return. Consequently, during the absence of the sun, each tree cools gradually downward from top to bottom. Hence we must take into account not merely the area of leaf surface actually exposed to the sky, but, to a greater or less extent, the surface of every leaf in the whole tree or the whole wood. This is evidently a point in which the action of the forest may be expected to differ from that of the meadow or naked earth. For though, of course, inferior strata tend to a certain extent to follow somewhat the same course as the mass of inferior leaves, they do so to a less degree conduction, and the conduction of a very slow conductor being substituted for radiation. We come next, however, to a second point of difference. 227 in the case of the meadow, the chilled air continues to lie upon the surface, the grass, as Humboldt says, remaining all night submerged in the stratum of lowest temperature, while in the case of trees, the coldest air is continually passing down to the space underneath the boughs, or what we may perhaps term the crypt of the forest. Here it is that the consideration of any piece of woodland conceived as a solid comes naturally in, for this solid contains a portion of the atmosphere, partially cut off from the rest, more or less excluded from the influence of wind, and lying upon a soil that is screened all day from isolation by the impending mass of foliage. In this way, and chiefly, I think, from the exclusion of winds, we have underneath the radiating leaf surface a stratum of comparatively stagnant air, protected from many sudden variations of temperature, and tending only slowly to bring itself into equilibrium with the more general changes that take place in the free atmosphere. Over and above what has been mentioned, thermal effects have been attributed to the vital activity of the leaves in the transudation of water, and even to the respiration and circulation of living wood. The whole actual amount of thermal influence, however, is so small that I may rest satisfied with mere mention. If these actions have any effect at all, it must be practically insensible, and the others that I have already stated are not only sufficient validly to account for all the observed differences, but would lead naturally to the expectation of differences very much larger and better marked. To these observations I proceed at once. Experience has been acquired upon the following 3 points. 1. The relation between the temperature of the trunk of a tree and the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere. 2. The relation between the temperature of the air under a wood and the temperature of the air outside. And 3. The relation between the temperature of the air above a wood and the temperature of the air above cleared land. As to the first question, there are several independent series of observations, and I may remark in passing, what applies to all, that allowance must be made throughout for some factor of specific heat. The results were as follows. The seasonal and monthly means in the tree and in the air were not sensibly different. The variations in the tree in 1000. Becquerel's own observations appear as considerably less than a fourth of those in the atmosphere, and he has calculated, from observations made at Geneva between 1796 and 1798, that the variations in the tree were less than a fifth of those in the air. But the tree in this case, besides being of a different species, was 7 or 8 inches thicker than the one experimented on by himself. Variations in the tree, therefore, are always less than those in the air, the ratio between the two depending apparently on the thickness of the tree in question and the rapidity with which the variations followed upon one another. The times of the maxima, moreover, were widely different. In the air, the maximum occurs at 2p1000, in winter and at 3p1000. In summer, in the tree, it occurs in winter at 6p1000, and in summer between 10 and 11p1000. At 9 in the morning in the month of June, the temperatures of the tree and of the air had come to an equilibrium. A similar difference of progression is visible in the means, which differ most in spring and autumn, and tend to equalize themselves in winter and in summer, but it appears most strikingly in the case of variations somewhat longer in period than the daily ranges. The following temperatures occurred during 1000. Becquerel's observations in the Jardin des Plantes. Date: temperature of the air, temperature in the tree. Dec 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. A moment's comparison of the two columns will make the principle apparent. The temperature of the air falls nearly 15 degrees in 5 days. The temperature of the tree, sluggishly following, falls in the same time less than 4 degrees. Between the 19th and the 20th, the temperature of the air has changed its direction of motion and risen nearly a degree, but the temperature of the tree persists in its former course and continues to fall nearly 3 degrees farther. On the 21st there comes a sudden increase of heat, a sudden thaw. The temperature of the air rises 25.5 degrees. The change at last reaches the tree, but only raises its temperature by less than 3 degrees, and even 2 days afterwards, when the air is already 12 degrees above freezing point, the tree is still half a degree below it. Take again the following case. Date: temperature of the air, temperature in the tree. July 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. The same order reappears. From the 13th to the 19th the temperature of the air steadily falls, while the temperature of the tree continues apparently to follow the course of previous variations, and does not really begin to fall, is not really affected by the ebb of heat, until the 17th, 3 days at least after it had been operating in the air. Hence we may conclude that all variations of 230 the temperature of the air, whatever be their period, from 24 hours up to 12 months, are followed in the same manner by variations in the temperature of the tree, and that those in the tree are always less in amount and considerably slower of occurrence than those in the air. This thermal sluggishness, so to speak, seems capable of explaining all the phenomena of the case without any hypothetical vital power of resisting temperatures below the freezing point, such as is hinted at even by Becquerel. Réaumur, indeed, is said to have observed temperatures in slender trees nearly 30 degrees higher than the temperature of the air in the sun, but we are not informed as to the conditions under which this observation was made, and it is therefore impossible to assign to it its proper value. The sap of the ice plant is said to be materially colder than the surrounding atmosphere, and there are several other somewhat incongruous facts, which tend, at first sight, to favor the view of some inherent power of resistance in some plants to high temperatures, and in others to low temperatures, but such a supposition seems in the meantime to be gratuitous. Keeping in view the thermal redispositions, which must be greatly favored by the ascent of the sap, and the difference between the condition as to temperature of such parts as the root, the heart of the trunk, and the extreme foliage, and never forgetting the unknown factor of specific heat, we may still regard it as possible to account for all anomalies without the aid of any such hypothesis. We may therefore, I think, disregard small exceptions and state the result as follows. If after every rise or fall, the temperature of the air remained stationary for a length of time proportional to the amount of the change, it seems probable, setting aside all question of vital heat, that the temperature of the tree would always finally equalize itself with the new temperature 231 of the air, and that the range in tree and atmosphere would thus become the same. This pause, however, does not occur. The variations follow each other without interval, and the slow-conducting wood is never allowed enough time to overtake the rapid changes of the more sensitive air. Hence, so far as we can see at present, trees appear to be simply bad conductors, and to have no more influence upon the temperature of their surroundings than is fully accounted for by the consequent tardiness of their thermal variations. Observations bearing on the second of the 3 points have been made by Becquerel in France, by Lacoeur in Jutland and Iceland, and by Rivoli at Posen. The results are perfectly congruous. Becquerel's observations were made under wood, and about 100 yards outside in open ground, at 3 stations in the district of Montargis, Loire. There was a difference of more than 1 degree Fahrenheit between the mean annual temperatures in favor of the open ground. The mean summer temperature in the wood was from 2 to 3 degrees lower than the mean summer temperature outside. The mean maxima in the wood were also lower than those without by a little more than 2 degrees. Herr Lacoeur found the daily range consistently smaller inside the wood than outside. As far as regards the mean winter temperatures, there is an excess in favor of the forest, but so trifling in amount as to be unworthy of much consideration. Libri found that the minimum winter temperatures were not sensibly lower at Florence, after the Apennines had been denuded of forest, than they had been before. The disheartening contradictoriness of his observations on this subject led Herr Rivoli to the following ingenious and satisfactory comparison. Arranging his results according to the wind 232 that blew on the day of observation, he set against each other the variation of the temperature under wood from that without, and the variation of the temperature of the wind from the local mean for the month. Wind NNE, ESCSSWWNW. VAR in wood 000000000. VAR in wind 023111111. From this curious comparison, it becomes apparent that the variations of the difference in question depend upon the amount of variations of temperature which take place in the free air, and on the slowness with which such changes are communicated to the stagnant atmosphere of woods. In other words, as Herr Rivoli boldly formulates it, a forest is simply a bad conductor. But this is precisely the same conclusion as we have already arrived at with regard to individual trees, and in Herr Rivoli's table, what we see is just another case of what we saw in 1000. Becquerel's different progression of temperatures. It must be obvious, however, that the thermal condition of a single tree must be different in many ways from that of a combination of trees and more or less stagnant air, such as we call a forest. And accordingly we find, in the case of the latter, the following new feature. The mean yearly temperature of woods is lower than the mean yearly temperature of free air, while they are decidedly colder in summer, and very little, if at all, warmer in winter. Hence, on the whole, forests are colder than cleared lands, but this is just what might have been expected from the amount of evaporation, the continued descent of cold air, and its stagnation in the close and sunless crypt of a forest. and one can only wonder here as elsewhere that the resultant difference is so insignificant and doubtful. We come now to the third point in question, the thermal influence of woods upon the air above them. It will be remembered that we have seen reason to believe their effect to be similar to that of certain other surfaces, except in so far as it may be altered, in the case of the forest, by the greater extent of effective radiating area, and by the possibility of generating a descending cold current as well as an ascending hot. 1000. Becquerel is, so far as I can learn, the only observer who has taken up the elucidation of this subject. He placed his thermometers at 3 points. 55 A and B were both about 70 feet above the surface of the ground, but A was at the summit of a chestnut tree, while B was in the free air, 50 feet away from the other. C was 4 or 5 feet above the ground, with a northern exposure. There was also a fourth station to the south, at the same level as this last, but its readings are very seldom referred to. After several years of observation, the mean temperature at A was found to be between 1 and 2 degrees higher than that at B. The order of progression of differences is as instructive here as in the two former investigations. The maximum difference in favor of Station A occurred between 3 and 5 in the afternoon, later or sooner according as there had been more or less sunshine, and ranged sometimes as high as 7 degrees. After this, the difference kept declining until sunrise, when there was often a difference of a degree or a degree and a half upon the other side. On cloudy days, the difference tended to a minimum. During a rainy month of April, for example, the difference in favor of Station A was less than half a degree. The first 15 days of May following, however, were sunny, and the difference rose to more than a degree and a half. It will be observed that I have omitted up to the present point all mention of Station 100. I do so because 1000. Becquerel's language leaves it doubtful whether the observations made at this station are logically comparable with 234 those made at the other two. If the end in view were to compare the progression of temperatures above the earth, above a tree, and in free air, removed from all such radiative and absorptive influences, it is plain that all three should have been equally exposed to the sun or kept equally in shadow. As the observations were made, they give us no notion of the relative action of earth surface and forest surface upon the temperature of the contiguous atmosphere. And this, as it seems to me, was just the crux of the problem. So far, however, as they go, they seem to justify the view that all these actions are the same in kind, however they may differ in degree. We find the forest heating the air during the day, and heating it more or less according as there has been more or less sunshine for it to absorb, and we find it also chilling it during the night, both of which are actions common to any radiating surface, and would be produced, if with differences of amount and time, by any other such surface raised to the mean level of the exposed foliage. To recapitulate, we find that single trees appear to act simply as bad conductors. In D, we find that woods, regarded as solids, are on the whole slightly lower in temperature than the free air which they have displaced, and that they tend slowly to adapt themselves to the various thermal changes that take place without them. RD, we find forests regarded as surfaces acting like any other part of the Earth's surface, probably with more or less difference in amount and progression, which we still lack the information necessary to estimate. All this done, I am afraid that there can be little doubt that the more general climatic investigations will be long and vexatious. Even in South America, with extremely favorable conditions, the result is far from being definite. Glancing over the table published by 1000. Becquerel in his book on climates, from the observations of Humboldt, 235 Hall, Boussingault, and others, it becomes evident, I think, that nothing can be founded upon the comparisons therein instituted, that all reasoning in the present state of our information is premature and unreliable. Strong statements have certainly been made, and particular cases lend themselves to the formation of hasty judgments. From the Bay of Cupica to the Gulf of Guayaquil, says 1000. Boussingault, the country is covered with immense forest and traversed by numerous rivers. It rains there almost ceaselessly, and the mean temperature of this moist district scarcely reaches 78. At Paita commence the sandy deserts of Priura and Setura. To the constant humidity of Choco succeeds almost at once an extreme of dryness, and the mean temperature of the coast increases at the same time by 1. 57. Even in this selected favorable instance, it might be argued that the part performed in the change by the presence or absence of forest was comparatively small. There seems to have been at the same time an entire change of soil, and in our present ignorance it would be difficult to say by how much this of itself is able to affect the climate. Moreover, it is possible that the humidity of the one district is due to other causes besides the presence of wood, or even that the presence of wood is itself only an effect of some more general difference or combination of differences. Be that as it may, however, we have only to look a little longer at the table before referred to see how little weight can be laid on such special instances. Let us take 5 stations, all in this very district of Choco. Hakita is 820 feet above Navita, and their mean temperatures are the same. Alto de Mambu again is 500 feet higher than Hakita, and the mean temperature has here fallen nearly 2 degrees. Go up another 500 feet to Tambo de la Orquita, and again we find no fall in the mean temperature. Go up some 500 further to Chami, and there is a fall in the mean temperature of nearly 236.6 degrees. Such numbers are evidently quite untrustworthy, and hence we may judge how much confidence can be placed in any generalization from these South American mean temperatures. The question is probably considered too much to the neglect of concurrent influences. Until we know, for example, somewhat more of the comparative radiant powers of different soils, we cannot expect any very definite result. A change of temperature would certainly be affected by the plantation of such a marshy district as this alone, because, if nothing else were done, the roots might pierce the impenetrable subsoil, allow the surface water to drain itself off, and thus dry the country. But might not the change be quite different if the soil planted were a shifting sand, which, fixed by the roots of the trees, would become gradually covered with a vegetable earth, and be thus changed from dry to wet? Again, the complication and conflict of effects arises, not only from the soil, vegetation, and geographical position of the place of the experiment itself, but from the distribution of similar or different conditions in its immediate neighborhood, and probably to great distances on every side. A forest, for example, as we know from Herr Rivali's comparison, would exercise a perfectly different influence in a cold country subject to warm winds, and in a warm country subject to cold winds, so that our question might meet with different solutions even on the east and west coasts of Great Britain. The consideration of such a complexity points more and more to the plantation of Malta as an occasion of special importance. Its insular position and the unity of its geological structure both tend to simplify the question. There are certain points about the existing climate, moreover, which seem specially calculated to throw the influence of woods into a strong relief. Thus, during 4 summer months, there is practically no rainfall. Thus, again, the northerly winds, when stormy, and especially in winter, tend to depress the temperature very suddenly, and thus 237.2, the southerly and southwesterly winds, which raise the temperature during their prevalence to from 88 to 98 degrees, seldom last longer than a few hours, insomuch that their disagreeable heat and dryness may be escaped by carefully closing the windows and doors of apartments at their onset. 58 such sudden and short variations seem just what is wanted to accentuate the differences in question. Accordingly, the opportunity seems one not lightly to be lost, and the British Association or this society itself might take the matter up and establish a series of observations to be continued during the next few years. Such a combination of favorable circumstances may not occur again for years, and when the whole subject is at a standstill for want of facts, the present occasion ought not to go past unimproved. Such observations might include the following: the observation of maximum and minimum thermometers in 3 different classes of situation Weidlicit, in the areas selected for plantation themselves, at places in the immediate neighborhood of those areas where the external influence might be expected to reach its maximum, and at places distant from those areas where the influence might be expected to be least. The observation of rain gauges and hygrometers at the same 3 descriptions of locality. In addition to the ordinary hours of observation, special readings of the thermometers should be made as often as possible at a change of wind, and throughout the course of the short hot breezes alluded to already, in order to admit of the recognition and extension of Herr Rivali's comparison. Observation of the periods and forces of the land and sea breezes. Gauging of the principal springs, both in the neighborhood of the areas of plantation and at places far removed from those areas. Read Before the Royal Society, Edinburgh, 19th May 1873, and reprinted from the Proceedings RSC. George Scott met Soch nu Sir, Roman 26. Quoted by Mr. Milne Home. Atlas Météorologique de l'Observatoire Impérial, 1867. Comptes rendus de l'Académie, 29th March 1869. Professor Balfour's Class Book of Botany, Physiology, Chap. 12. Comptes rendus, 1867 and 1869. See his paper. Annales de Chimie et de Physique, 45, 1830. A more detailed comparison of the climates in question would be a most interesting and important contribution to the subject. Reviewed in the Austrian Meteorological Magazine, Vol. 4. Comptes rendus, 28 May 1860. Ibid, 20th May 1861. Becquerel Climates. Scoresby Jackson's Medical Climatology. Essays of Travel. Essays of Travel. I. Davos in Winter. A mountain valley has, at the best, a certain prison-like effect on the imagination, but a mountain valley, an alpine winter, and an invalid's weakness make up among them a prison of the most effective kind. The roads indeed are cleared, and at least one footpath dodging up the hill, but to these the health-seeker is rigidly confined. There are for him no cross-cuts over the field, no following of streams, no unguided rambles in the wood. His walks are cut and dry. In 5 or 6 different directions he can push as far, and no farther than his strength permits, never deviating from the line laid down for him, and beholding at each repetition the same field of wood and snow from the same corner of the road. This of itself would be a little trying to the patience in the course of months, but to this is added by the heaped mantle of the snow, an almost utter absence of detail and an almost unbroken identity of colour. Snow, it is true, is not merely white. The sun touches it with roseate and golden lights. Its own crushed infinity of crystals, its own richness of tiny sculpture, fills it, when regarded near at hand, with wonderful depths of coloured shadow, and though winterly transformed, it is still water and has watery tones of blue. But when all is said, these fields of white and blots of crude black forest are but a trite and staring substitute for the infinite variety and pleasantness of the earth's face. Even a boulder whose front is too 242 precipitous to have retained the snow, seems, if you come upon it in your walk, a perfect gem of colour, reminds you almost painfully of other places, and brings into your head the delights of more Arcadian daced path across the meadow, the hazel dell, the lilies on the stream, and the scents, the colours, and the whisper of the woods. And scents here are as rare as colours. Unless you get a gust of kitchen in passing some hotel, you shall smell nothing all day long but the faint and choking odour of frost. Sounds, too, are absent, not a bird pipes, not a bough waves in the dead, windless atmosphere. If a sleigh goes by, the sleigh bells ring, and that is all. You work all winter through to no other accompaniment but the crunching of your steps upon the frozen snow. It is the curse of the alpine valleys to be each one village from one end to the other. Go where you please, houses will still be in sight, before and behind you, and to the right and left. Climb as high as an invalid is able, and it is only to spy new habitations nested in the wood. Nor is that all, for about the health resort the walks are besieged by single people walking rapidly with plaids about their shoulders, by sudden troops of German boys trying to learn to jodel, and by German couples silently, and, as you venture to fancy, not quite happily, pursuing love's young dream. You may perhaps be an invalid who likes to make bad verses as he walks about. Alas, no muse will suffer this imminence of interruption, and, at the second stampede of jodlers, you find your modest inspiration fled. Or you may only have a taste for solitude. It may try your nerves to have someone always in front whom you are visibly overtaking, and someone always behind who is audibly overtaking you, to say nothing of a score or so who brush past you in an opposite direction. It may annoy you to take your walks and seats in public view. Alas, there is no help for it among the Alps. There are no recesses, as in Gorbio Valley by the oil mill, no sacred solitude of olive gardens on the Rockabrunner Road, 243 no nook upon St. Martin's Cape, haunted by the voice of breakers, and fragrant with the threefold sweetness of the rosemary and the seapines and the sea. For this publicity there is no cure and no alleviation, but the storms of which you will complain so bitterly while they endure, checker and by their contrast, brighten the sameness of the fair weather scenes. When sun and storm contend togedowen, the thick clouds are broken up and pierced by arrows of golden daylight. There will be startling rearrangements and transfigurations of the mountain summits. A sun-dazzling spire of Alp hangs suspended in midski among awful glooms and blackness, or perhaps the edge of some great mountain shoulder will be designed in living gold, and appear for the duration of a glance bright like a constellation, and alone in the unapparent. You may think you know the figure of these hills, but when they are thus revealed, they belong no longer to the things of earth, meteors we should rather call them, appearances of sun and air that endure but for a moment and return no more. Other variations are more lasting, as when, for instance, heavy and wet snow has fallen through some windless hours, and the thin, spiry mountain pine trees stand each stalk still, and loaded with a shining burthen. You may drive through a forest so disguised, the tongue-tied torrent struggling silently in the cleft of the ravine, and all still except the jingle of the sleigh bells, and you shall fancy yourself in some untrodden northern territory, Lapland, Labrador, or Alaska. Or possibly you arise very early in the morning, totter downstairs in a state of somnambulism, take the simulacrum of a meal by the glimmer of one lamp in the deserted coffee-room, and find yourself by 7 o'clock outside in a belated moonlight and a freezing chill. The mail sleigh takes you up and carries you on, and you reach the top of the ascent in the first hour of the day. To trace the fires of the sunrise as they pass from peak to peak, to see the unlit treetops stand out soberly against the lighted sky, 244 to be for 20 minutes in a wonderland of clear, fading shadows, disappearing vapors, solemn blooms of dawn, hills half glorified already with the day, and still half confounded with the greyness of the western heaven, these will seem to repay you for the discomforts of that early start. But as the hour proceeds, and these enchantments vanish, you will find yourself upon the farther side in yet another alpine valley, snow-white and coal-black, with such another long-drawn congeries of hamlets and such another senseless watercourse bickering along the foot. You have had your moment, but you have not changed the scene. The mountains are about you like a trap. You cannot foot it up a hillside and behold the sea as a great plain, but live in holes and corners, and can change only one for another. Roman 2. Health and mountains. There has come a change in medical opinion, and a change has followed in the lives of sick folk. A year or two ago, and the wounded soldiery of mankind were all shut up together in some basking angle of the Riviera, walking a dusty promenade or sitting in dusty oliveyards within earshot of the interminable and unchanging surfeital among spiritless idlers not perhaps dying, yet hardly living either, and aspiring, sometimes fiercely, after livelier weather and some vivifying change. These were certainly beautiful places to live in, and the climate was wooing in its softness. Yet there was a later shiver in the sunshine. You were not certain whether you were being wooed, and these mild shores would sometimes seem to you to be the shores of death. There was a lack of a manly element. The air was not reactive. You might write bits of poetry 245 and practice resignation, but you did not feel that here was a good spot to repair your tissue or regain your nerve. And it appears, after all, that there was something just in these appreciations. The invalid is now asked to lodge on wintry Alps. A ruder air shall medicine him. The demon of cold is no longer to be fled from, but bearded in his den. For even winter has his dear domestic cave, and in those places where he may be said to dwell for ever tempers his austerities. Anyone who has travelled westward by the great transcontinental railroad of America must remember the joy with which he perceived, after the tedious prairies of Nebraska, and across the vast and dismal moorlands of Wyoming, a few snowy mountain summits along the southern sky. It is among these mountains in the new state of Colorado that the sick man may find, not merely an alleviation of his ailments, but the possibility of an active life and an honest livelihood. There, no longer as a lounger in a plaid, but as a working farmer sweating at his work, he may prolong and begin anew his life. Instead of the bath chair, the spade; instead of the regulated walk, rough journeys in the forest, and the pure, rare air of the open mountains for the miasma of the sickroom, these are the changes offered him. With what promise of pleasure and of self-respect, with what a revolution in all his hopes and terrors none but an invalid can know. Resignation, the cowardice that apes a kind of courage and that lives in the very air of health resorts, is cast aside at a breath of such a prospect. The man can open the door, he can be up and doing, He can be a kind of a man after all and not merely an invalid. But it is a far cry to the Rocky Mountains. We cannot all of us go farming in Colorado, and there is yet a middle term which combines the medical benefits of the new system with the moral drawbacks of the old. Again the invalid has to lie aside from life and its wholesome duties. Again he has to be an idler among idlers, but this time 246 at a great altitude, far among the mountains, with the snow piled before his door and the frost flowers every morning on his window. The mere fact is tonic to his nerves. His choice of a place of wintering has somehow to his own eyes the air of an act of bold contract, and since he has willfully sought low temperatures, he is not so apt to shudder at a touch of chill. He came for that, he looked for it, and he throws it from him with the thought. A long straight reach of valley, wall-like mountains upon either hand that rise higher and higher and shoot up new summits the higher you climb. A few noble peaks seen even from the valley. A village of hotels. A world of black and white-black pinewoods, clinging to the sides of the valley and white snow flowering it, and papering it between the pinewoods, and covering all the mountains with a dazzling curd. Add a few score invalids, marching to and fro upon the snowy road, or skating on the ice rinks, possibly to music, or sitting under sunshades by the door of the hotel, and you have the larger features of a mountain sanatorium. A certain furious river runs curving down the valley, its pace never varies, it has not a pool for as far as you can follow it, and its unchanging, senseless hurry is strangely tedious to witness. It is a river that a man could grow to hate. Day after day breaks with the rarest gold upon the mountain spires, and creeps, growing and glowing, down into the valley. From end to end the snow reverberates the sunshine, from end to end the air tingles with the light, clear and dry like crystal. Only along the course of the river, but high above it, there hangs far into the noon one waving scarf of vapour. It were hard to fancy a more engaging feature in a landscape. Perhaps it is harder to believe that delicate, long-lasting phantom of the atmosphere, a creature of the incontinent stream whose course it follows. By noon the sky is arrayed in an unrivalled pomp of colour, milled and pale and melting in the north, but towards the zenith, dark with an intensity of purple-blue. What with this darkness of heaven, and the 247 intolerable lustre of the snow, space is reduced again to chaos. An English painter, coming to France late in life, declared with natural anger that the values were all wrong. Had he got among the Alps on a bright day he might have lost his reason. And even to anyone who has looked at landscape with any care, and in any way through the spectacles of representative art, the scene has a character of insanity. The distant shining mountain peak is here beside your eye, the neighbouring dull-coloured house in comparison is miles away, the summit, which is all of splendid snow, is close at hand, the nigh slopes, which are black with pine trees, bear it no relation, and might be in another sphere. Here there are none of those delicate gradations, those intimate, misty joinings and spreadings out into the distance, nothing of that art of air and light by which the face of nature explains and veils itself in climes which we may be allowed to think more lovely. A glaring piece of crudity, where everything that is not white is a solecism and defies the judgment of the eyesight, a scene of blinding definition, a parade of daylight, almost scenically vulgar, more than scenically trying, and yet hearty and healthy, making the nerves to tighten and the mouth to smile. Such is the winter daytime in the Alps. With the approach of evening all is changed. A mountain will suddenly intercept the sun, a shadow fall upon the valley, in 10 minutes the thermometer will drop as many degrees, the peaks that are no longer shone upon dwindle into ghosts, and meanwhile overhead, if the weather be rightly characteristic of the place, the sky fades towards night through a surprising key. Colours, the latest gold leaps from the last mountain. Soon perhaps the moon shall rise, and in her gentler light the valley shall be mellowed and misted, and here and there a wisp of silver cloud upon a hilltop, and here and there a warmly glowing window in a house, between fire and starlight, kind and homely in the fields of snow. But the valley is not seated so high among the clouds 248, to be eternally exempt from changes. The clouds gather black as ink, the wind bursts rudely in, day after day the mists drive overhead, the snowflakes flutter down in blinding disarray. Daily the mail comes in later from the top of the pass, people peer through their windows and foresee no end but an entire seclusion from Europe, and death by gradual dry rot, each in his indifferent inn. And when at last the storm goes and the sun comes again, behold a world of unpolluted snow, glossy like fur, bright like daylight, a joy to wallowing dogs and cheerful to the souls of men. Or perhaps from across storied and malarious Italy, a wind cunningly winds about the mountains and breaks, warm and unclean, upon our mountain valley. Every nerve is set ajar. The conscience recognizes at a gust a load of sins and negligences hitherto unknown, and the whole invalid world huddles into its private chambers and silently recognizes the empire of the phone. Roman 3. Alpine diversions. There will be no lack of diversion in an alpine sanatorium. The place is half English, to be sure, the local sheet appearing in double column text and translation, but it still remains half German, and hence we have a band which is able to play, and a company of actors able, as you will be told, to act. This last you will take on trust, for the players, unlike the local sheet, confine themselves to German, and though at the beginning of winter they come with their wig boxes to each hotel in turn, long before Christmas they will have given up the English for a bad job. There will follow, perhaps, a skirmish between the two races, the German element seeking, in the interest of their actors, to raise a mysterious item, the Kurtax, which 249 figures heavily enough already in the weekly bills, the English element stoutly resisting. Meantime, in the English hotels, home-played farces, tableaux vivants, and even bowls enliven the evenings. A charity bazaar sheds genial consternation. Christmas and New Year are solemnized with Pantagruelian dinners, and from time to time the young folks carol and revolve untunefully enough through the figures of a singing quadrille. A magazine club supplies you with everything, from the quarterly to the Sunday at home. Grand tournaments are organized at chess, draughts, billiards, and whist. Once and again wandering artists drop into our mountain valley, coming you know not whence, going you cannot imagine whither, and belonging to every degree in the hierarchy of musical art, from the recognized performer who announces a concert for the evening, to the comic German family or solitary long-haired German baritone, who surprises the guests at dinner-time with songs and a collection. They are all of them good to see. They at least are moving. They bring with them the sentiment of the open road. Yesterday perhaps they were in Tyrol, and next week they will be far in Lombardy, while all we sick folk still simmer in our mountain prison. Some of them, too, are welcome as the flowers in May for their own sake. Some of them may have a human voice, some may have that magic which transforms a wooden box into a songbird, and what we jeeringly call a fiddle into what we mention with respect as a violin. From that grinding lilt, with which the blind man, seeking pence, accompanies the beat of paddle wheels across the ferry, there is surely a difference rather of kind than of degree to that unearthly voice of singing that bewails and praises the destiny of man at the touch of the true virtuoso. Even that you may perhaps enjoy, and if you do so you will own it impossible to enjoy it more keenly than here. I am Schnee der Alpen. A hyacinth in a pot, a handful of primroses packed in moss, or a piece of music by someone who knows the way to the heart of a violin, are things 250 that, in this invariable sameness of the snows and frosty air, surprise you like an adventure. It is droll, moreover, to compare the respect with which the invalids attend a concert, and the ready contempt with which they greet the dinner-time performers. Singing which they would hear with real enthusiasm, possibly with tears from a corner of a drawing-room, is listened to with laughter when it is offered by an unknown professional, and no money has been taken at the door. Of skating little need be said. In so snowy a climate the rinks must be intelligently managed. Their mismanagement will lead to many days of vexation and some petty quarrelling, but when all goes well it is certainly curious, and perhaps rather unsafe, for the invalid to skate under a burning sun, and walk back to his hotel in a sweat, through long tracts of glare and passages of freezing shadow. But the peculiar outdoor sport of this district is tobogganing. A Scotsman may remember the low flat board, with the front wheels on a pivot which was called a hurley. He may remember this contrivance, laden with boys, as laboriously started, it ran rattling down the brae, and was, now successfully, now unsuccessfully, steered round the corner at the foot. He may remember scented. Summer evenings passed in this diversion, and many a grazed skin, bloody coxcomb, and neglected lesson. The toboggan is to the hurley what the sled is to the carriage. It is a hurley upon runners, and if for a grating road you substitute a long declivity of beaten snow, you can imagine the giddy career of the tobogganist. The correct position is to sit, but the fantastic will sometimes sit hindforemost, or dare the descent upon their belly or their back. A few steer with a pair of pointed sticks, but it is more classical to use the feet. If the weight be heavy and the track smooth, the toboggan takes the bit between its teeth, and to steer a couple of full-sized friends in safety requires not only judgment but desperate exertion. On a very steep track with a keen evening frost, You may have moments almost 251 too appalling to be called enjoyment. The head goes, the world vanishes. Your blind steed bounds below your weight. You reach the foot with all the breath knocked out of your body, jarred and bewildered as though you had just been subjected to a railway accident. Another element of joyful horror is added by the formation of a train, one toboggan being tied to another, perhaps to the number of half a dozen, only the first rider being allowed to steer, and all the rest pledged to put up their feet and follow their leader with heart in mouth down the mad descent. This, particularly if the track begins with a headlong plunge, is one of the most exhilarating follies in the world, and the tobogganing invalid is early reconciled to somersaults. There is all manner of variety in the nature of the tracks, some miles in length, others but a few yards, and yet like some short rivers, furious in their brevity. All degrees of skill and courage and taste may be suited in your neighbourhood. But perhaps the true way to toboggan is alone and at night. First comes the tedious climb, dragging your instrument behind you. Next a long breathing space, alone with snow and pine woods, cold, silent and solemn to the heart. Then you push off, the toboggan fetches away. She begins to feel the hill, to glide, to swim, to gallop. In a breath you are out from under the pine trees, and a whole heavenful of stars reels and flashes overhead. Then comes a vicious effort, for by this time your wooden steed is speeding like the wind, and you are spinning round a corner, and the whole glittering valley and all the lights in all the great hotels lie for a moment at your feet, and the next you are racing once more in the shadow of the night with close-shut teeth and beating heart. Yet a little while and you will be landed on the highroad by the door of your own hotel. This, in an atmosphere tingling with 40 degrees of frost, in a night made luminous with stars and snow, and girt with strange white mountains, teaches the pulse and 252 unaccustomed tune, and adds a new excitement to the life of man upon his planet. Roman 4. The stimulation of the Alps. To anyone who should come from a southern sanatorium to the Alps, the row of sunburned faces round the table would present the first surprise. He would begin by looking for the invalids, and he would lose his pains, for not 1 out of 5 of even the bad cases bears the mark of sickness on his face. The plump sunshine from above, and its strong reverberation from below colour the skin like an Indian climate. The treatment, which consists mainly of the open air, exposes even the sickliest to tan, and a tableful of invalids comes in a month or two to resemble a tableful of hunters. But although he may be thus surprised at the first glance, his astonishment will grow greater as he experiences the effects of the climate on himself. In many ways it is a trying business to reside upon the Alps. The stomach is exercised, the appetite often languishes, the liver may at times rebel, and because you have come so far from metropolitan advantages, it does not follow that you shall recover. But one thing is undeniable, that in the rare air, clear, cold and blinding light of alpine winters, a man takes a certain troubled delight in his existence which can nowhere else be paralleled. He is perhaps no happier, but he is stingingly alive. It does not, perhaps, come out of him in work or exercise, yet he feels an enthusiasm of the blood unknown in more temperate climates. It may not be health, but it is fun. There is nothing more difficult to communicate on paper than this baseless ardour, this stimulation of the brain, this sterile joyousness of spirits. You wake every morning, see the gold upon the snow peaks, become filled 253 with courage, and bless God for your prolonged existence. The valleys are but a stride to you. You cast your shoe over the hilltops, your ears and your heart sing. In the words of an unverified quotation from the Scots Psalms, you feel yourself fit on the wings of all the winds to come flying all abroad. Europe and your mind are too narrow for that flood of energy. Yet it is notable that you are hard to root out of your bed, that you start forth singing indeed on your walk, yet are unusually ready to turn home again, that the best of you is volatile, and that although the restlessness remains till night, the strength is early at an end. With all these heady jollities, you are half conscious of an underlying languor in the body. You prove not to be so well as you had fancied. You weary before you have well begun, and though you mount at morning with the lark, that is not precisely a songbird's heart that you bring back with you when you return with aching limbs and peevish temper to your inn. It is hard to say wherein it lies, but this joy of alpine winters is its own reward. Baseless in a sense, it is more than worth more permanent improvements. The dream of health is perfect while it lasts, and if in trying to realize it you speedily wear out the dear hallucination, still every day, and many times a day, you are conscious of a strength you scarce possess, and a delight in living as merry as it proves to be transient. The brightness heaven and earth conspiring to be bright levity and quiet of the air, the odd stirring silence more stirring than a tumult, the snow, the frost, the enchanted landscape, all have their part in the effect and on the memory, tous vous tapent sur la tête, and yet when you have enumerated all, you have gone no nearer to explain or even to qualify the delicate exhilaration that you feel delicate, you may say, and yet excessive, greater than can be said in prose, almost greater than an invalid can bear. There is a certain wine of France known in England in some gaseous disguise, but when drunk in 254 the land of its nativity still as a pool, clean as river water, and as heady as verse. It is more than probable that in its noble natural condition, this was the very wine of Anjou so beloved by Athos in the Musketeers. Now if the reader has ever washed down a liberal second breakfast with the wine in question, and gone forth on the back of these dilutions, into a sultry, sparkling noontide, he will have felt an influence almost as genial, although strangely grosser, than this fairy titillation of the nerves among the snow and sunshine of the Alps. That also is a mode, we need not say of intoxication, but of insobriety. Thus also a man walks in a strong sunshine of the mind, and follows smiling, insubstantial meditations. And whether he be really so clever or so strong as he supposes, in either case he will enjoy his chimera while it lasts. The influence of this giddy air displays itself in many secondary ways. A certain sort of laboured pleasantry has already been recognized, and may perhaps have been remarked in these papers as a sort peculiar to that climate. People utter their judgments with a cannonade of syllables. A big word is as good as a meal to them, and the turn of a phrase goes further than humour or wisdom. By the professional writer many sad vicissitudes have to be undergone. At first he cannot write at all. The heart, it appears, is unequal to the pressure of business, and the brain, left without nourishment, goes into a mild decline. Next, some power of work returns to him, accompanied by jumping headaches. Last, the spring is opened, and there pours at once from his pen a world of blatant, hustling polysyllables, and talk so high as, in the old joke, to be positively offensive in hot weather. He writes it in good faith and with a sense of inspiration. It is only when he comes to read what he has written that surprise and disquiet seize upon his mind. What is he to do, poor man? All his little fishes talk like whales. This yeasty inflation, this stiff and strutting architecture of the sentence has come upon him while he slept, and it is not he, it is the 255 Alps who are to blame. He is not perhaps alone, which somewhat comforts him, nor is the ill without a remedy. Some day, when the spring returns, he shall go down a little lower in this world, and remember quieter inflections and more modest language. But here, in the meantime, there seems to swim up some outline of a new cerebral hygiene, and a good time coming, when experienced advisers shall send a man to the proper measured level for the ode, the biography, or the religious tract, and a nook may be found between the sea and Chimborazo, where Mr. Swinburne shall be able to write more continently, and Mr. Browning somewhat slower. Is it a return of youth, or is it a congestion of the brain? It is a sort of congestion, perhaps, that leads the invalid, when all goes well, to face the new day with such a bubbling cheerfulness. It is certainly congestion that makes night hideous with visions, all the chambers of a manasteried caravanserai, haunted with vociferous nightmares, and many wakeful people come down late for breakfast in the morning. Upon that theory the cynic may explain the whole affair: exhilaration, nightmares, pomp of tongue, and all. But on the other hand, the peculiar blessedness of boyhood may itself be but a symptom of the same complaint, for the two effects are strangely similar, and the frame of mind of the invalid upon the Alps is a sort of intermittent youth, with periods of lassitude. The fountain of Juventus does not play steadily in these parts, but there it plays, and possibly nowhere else. Stevenson at play. Stevenson at play. Introduction by Mr. Lloyd Osborne. In an old notebook, soiled and doged by much travelling, yellow and musty with the long years it had lain hid in a Samoan chest, the present writer came across the mimic war correspondence here presented to the public. The stirring story of these Tinseldeer campaigns occupies the greater share of the book, though interspersed with many pages of scattered verse, not a little Gaelic idiom and verb, a half-made will and the chaptering of a novel. This game of tin soldiers, an intricate kriegspiel, involving rules innumerable, prolonged arithmetical calculations, constant measuring with foot rules, and the throwing of dice, sprang from the humblest beginnings: a row of soldiers on either side, and a deadly marble. From such a start it grew in size and complexity, until it became mimic war indeed, modelled closely upon real conditions and actual warfare, requiring, on Stevenson's part, the use of textbooks and long conversations with military invalids. On mine, all the pocket money derived from my publishing ventures, as well as a considerable part of my printing stock in trade. The abiding spirit of the child in Stevenson was seldom shown in more lively fashion than during those days of exile at Davos, where he brought a boy's eagerness, a man's intellect, a novelist's imagination, into the varied business of my holiday hours, the printing press, the toy theatre, the tin soldiers, all engaged his attention. Of these, however, the tin soldiers most took his fancy, and the war game was constantly improved and elaborated, until from a few hours a war took weeks to play, and the critical operations in the attic monopolized half our thoughts. This attic was a most chilly and dismal spot, reached by a crazy ladder, and unlit save for a single frosted window, so low at the eaves and so dark that we could seldom stand upright, 260 North Sea without a candle. Upon the attic floor a map was roughly drawn in chalks of different colours, with mountains, rivers, towns, bridges, and roads of two classes. Here we would play by the hour, with tingling fingers and stiffening knees, and an intentness, zest, and excitement that I shall never forget. The mimic battalions marched and countermarched, changed by measured evolutions from column formation into line, with cavalry screens in front and massed supports behind, in the most approved military fashion of today. It was war in miniature, even to the making and destruction of bridges, the entrenching of camps, good and bad weather, with corresponding influence on the roads, siege and horse artillery proportionately slow, as compared to the speed of unimpeded foot and proportionately expensive in the upkeep, and an exacting commissariat added to the last touch of verisimilitude. 4 men formed the regiment or unit, and our shots were in proportion to our units and amount of ammunition. The troops carried carts of printers Ms 20 Ms to each cart, and, for every shot taken, an M had to be paid into the base, from which fresh supplies could be slowly drawn in empty carts returned for the purpose. As a large army often contained 30 regiments, consuming a cart and a half of ammunition in every engagement, not to speak of the heavy additional expense of artillery, it will be seen what an important part the commissariat played in the game, and how vital to success became the line of communication to the rear. A single cavalry brigade, if bold and lucky enough, could break the line at the weakest link, and by cutting off the sustenance of a vast army could force it to fall back in the full tide of success. A well-devised flank attack, the plucky destruction of a bridge, or the stubborn defence of a town, might each become a factor in changing the face of the war and materially alter the course of campaigns. It must not be supposed that the enemy ever knew your precise strength, or that it could divine your intentions by the simple expedient of looking at your side of the attic and counting your regiments. Numerous numbered cards dotted the country wherever the eye might fall, one, perhaps, representing a whole army with supports, another a solitary horseman dragging some ammunition, another nothing but a dummy that might paralyze the efforts of a corps, and overawe it into a ruinous inactivity. To uncover these cards, and unmask the forces for which they 261 stood, was the duty of the cavalry vedettes, whose movements were governed by an elaborate and most vexatious set of rules. It was necessary to feel your way amongst these alarming pasteboards to obtain an inkling of your opponent's plans, and the first dozen moves were often spent in little less. But even if you were befriended by the dice, and your cavalry broke the enemy's screen and uncovered his front, you would learn nothing more than could reasonably be gleaned with a field glass. The only result of a daring and costly activity might be such meagre news as the road is blocked with artillery and infantry in column, or you can perceive light horse artillery strongly supported. It was only when the enemy began to take his shots that you would begin to learn the number of his regiments, and even then he often fired less than his entitled share in order to maintain the mystery of his strength. If the game possessed a weakness, it was the unshaken courage of our troops, who faced the most terrific odds and endured defeat upon defeat with an intrepidity rarely seen on the actual field. An attempt was made to correct this with the dice, but the innovation was so heartbreaking to the loser, and so perpetual a menace to the mislaid plans, that it had perforce to be given up. After 2 or 3 dicebox panics, our heroes were permitted to resume their normal and unprecedented devotion to their cause, and their generals breathed afresh. There was another defect in our Kriegspiel. I was so much the better shot that my marksmanship often frustrated the most admirable strategy and the most elaborate of military schemes. It was in vain that we, or rather my opponent, wrestled with the difficulty and tried to find a substitute for the deadly and discriminating popgun. It was all of no use. Whatever the missile, Slieverfink, marble, or buttoneye was invariably the better shot, and that skill stood me in good stead on many an ensanguined plain, and helped to counteract the inequality between a boy of 12 and a man of mature years. A wise discretion ruled with regard to the personnel of the fighting line. Stevenson possessed a horde of particularly chubby cavalrymen, who, when marshalled in close formation at the head of the infantry, could bear unscathed the most accurate and overwhelming fire, and thus shelter their weaker brethren in the rear. This was offset by his old guard, whose unfortunate peculiarity of carrying their weapons at the charge often involved 262 whole regiments in a common ruin. On my side there was a multitude of flimsy Swiss, for whom I trembled whenever they were called to action. These Swiss were so weak upon their legs that the merest breath would mow them down in columns, and so deficient in stamina that they would often fall before they were hurt. Their ranks were burdened, too, with a number of egregious puppets with musical instruments, who never fell without entangling a few of their comrades. Another improvement that was tried, and soon again given up, was an effort to match the sickness of actual war. Certain zones were set apart as unwholesome, especially those near great rivers and lakes, and troops unfortunate enough to find themselves in these miasmic plains had to undergo the ordeal of the dice box. Swiss or guards, musicians, Arabs, chubby cavalrymen or thin, all had to pay death's toll in a new and frightful form. But we rather overdid the miasma, so it was abolished by mutual consent. The war which forms the subject of the present paper was unusual in no respect, save that its operations were chronicled from day to day in a public press of Stevenson's imagination, and reported by daring correspondents on the field. Nothing is more eloquent of the man than the particularity and care with which this mimic war correspondence was compiled. The author of The Child's Garden had never outgrown his love for childish things, and it is typical of him that, though he mocks us at every turn and loses no occasion to deride the puppets in the play, he is everywhere faithful to the least detail of fact. It must not be supposed that I was privileged to hear these records daily read, and thus draw my plans against the morrow. On the contrary, they were sometimes held back until the military news was staled by time, or were guardedly communicated with blanks for names and the dead unnumbered. Party, pipes, and piffle were very real to me, and lived like actual people in that dim garret. I can still see them through the mist of years. The formidable General Stevenson, corpulent with solder, a detachable midget who could be mounted upon a fresh steed whenever his last had been trodden underfoot, whose frame gave evidence of countless mendings, the emaciated Delafield with the folded arms, originally a simple artilleryman but destined to reach the highest honours, Napoleon with the flaming clothes, whom fate had bound to a very fragile 263 horse, Green, the simple patriot who took his name from his coat, and the redoubtable Lafayette in blue, alas, with no Washington to help him. The names of that Attic country fall pleasantly upon the ear and brighten the dark and bloody page of war. Scarlet, Glendarule, Sandusky, Mar, Tahima, and Savannah, how sweetly they run. I must accept my own and solitary contribution to the map, Samuel City, which sounds out of key with these mouthfuls of melody, though none the less an important point. Yallabally I shall always recall with bitterness, for it was there I first felt the thorn of a vindictive press. The reader will see what little cause I had to love the Yallabally record, a scurrilous sheet that often made my heart ache, for all I pretended to laugh and see the humour of its attacks. It was indeed a relief when I learned I might exert my authority, and suppress its publication and even hang the editor, which I did, I fear, with unseemly haste. It will be noticed that the story of the war begins on the 10th day, the earlier moves being without interest save to the combatants themselves, passed as they were in uncovering the cards on either side, and in learning with more or less success the forces for which they stood. This was an essential but scarcely stirring branch of Tinseldeering, and has been accordingly unreported as too tedious even for the columns of the Yallabally record. When the veil had been somewhat lifted, and the shadowy armies discerned with some precision, the historian takes his pen and awaits the clash of arms. Lloyd Osborne. War correspondence from Stevenson's notebook. Glendarule ×10. Scarlet, the advance of the enemy continues along 3 lines, a light column moving from Tahima on Grierson, and the main body concentrating on Garrard from the Savannah and Yallabally roads. Garrard and Grierson have both been evacuated. A small force without artillery is alone in the neighbourhood of Cinnabar, and some of that has fallen back on 264 Glentower by the pass. The brave artillery remains in front of Scarlett, and was reinforced this morning with some ammunition. All-day infantry has been moving eastward on Sandusky. The greatest depression prevails. Editorial comment: General Stevenson may or may not be a capable commander. It would be unjust to pronounce in the meantime. Still, the attempt to seize Mar was disastrously miscalculated, and as we all know, the column has fallen back on Sandusky with cruel loss. Nor is it possible to deny that the attempt to hold Grierson and keep an army in the west was idle. Our correspondent at Scarlett mentions the passage of troops moving eastward through that place, and the retreat of another column on Glentower. These are the last wrecks of that army of the west, from which great things were once expected. With the exception of the Yolo column, which is without guns, all our forces are now concentrated in the province of Sandusky. Blue Mountain province is particularly deserted, and nothing has been done to check, even for an hour, the advance of our numerous and well-appointed foes. Scarlett, the horse artillery returned through Scarlett on the Glendarul road. Hideous confusion reigns. Were the enemy to fall upon us now, the best opinions regard our position as hopeless. Authentic news has been received of the desertion of Cinnabar. Sandusky, the enemy has again appeared, threatening Mar, and the column moving to the relief of the Yolo column has stopped in its advance in consequence. General Stevenson moved out a column with artillery and crushed a flanking party of the enemy's great centre army on Scarlett, Garrard and Savannah Road. No loss was sustained on our side. The enemy's loss is officially calculated at 400 killed or wounded. Scarlett, at last the moment has arrived. The enemy, with a strong column of horse and horse artillery, occupied Grierson this morning. This, with his army of the centre moving steadily forward upon Garrard, places all the troops 265 in, and around this place in imminent danger of being entirely cut off, or being forced to retreat before overwhelming forces across the Blue Mountains, a course, according to all military men, involving the total destruction of General Party's force. Piffle's whole corps with the heavy artillery continued its descent on the left bank of the Sandusky River, while Party, dashing through Scarlett at the hand gallop, and among the cheers of the populace, moved off along the Grierson road, collecting infantry as he moved, and riding himself at the head of the horse artillery. Note: General Party was an airy, amiable, affected creature, the very soul of bravery and levity. He had risen rapidly by virtue of his pleasing manners, but his application was small, and he lacked self-reliance at the council board. Piffle called him a parrot. He returned the compliment by calling Piffle the hundredweight of bricks. They were scarce on speaking terms. Half an hour after, he had driven the foreguard of the enemy out of Grierson without the loss of a trooper on our side. The enemy's loss is reckoned at 1,600 men. I telegraph at this juncture before returning to the field. So far the work is done. Party has behaved nobly, but he remains isolated by the retreat of Piffle, with a large force in front and another large force advancing on his unprotected flank. Editorial comment: We have been successful in 2 skirmishes, but the situation is felt to be critical, and is by some supposed to be desperate. Stevenson's skirmish on the 11th did not check the advance of the army of the centre. It is impossible to predict the result of Party's success before Grierson. The Yolo column appears to meet with no resistance, but it is terribly committed, and is, it must be remembered, quite helpless for offensive purposes, without the cooperation of Stevenson from Sandusky. How that can be managed, while the enemy hold the pass behind Mar, is more than we can see. Some shrewd, but perhaps too hopeful, critics perceive a deep 266 policy in the inactivity of our troops about Sandusky, and believe that Stevenson is luring on the cautious Osborne to his ruin. We will hope so, but this does not explain Piffle's senseless countermarchings around Scarlett, nor the horribly outflanked and unsupported position of Party on the line of the Cinnabar River. If General Osborne were a child, we might hope for the best. There is no doubt that he has been careless about Mar and Yolo, and that he was yesterday only saved from a serious disaster by a fluke, and the imperfection of our scout system. But the situation to the west and centre wears a different complexion. There his steady, well-combined advance, carrying all before him, contrasts most favourably with the timid and divided counsels of our Stevensons, Piffles, and parties. From the original sketch in Stevenson's notebook, Yallabally record, that incompetent shuffler General Osborne has again put his foot into it. Blundering 267 into Grierson with a lot of unsupported horse, he has got exactly what he deserved. The whole command was crushed by that wide-awake fellow, Party, and a lot of guns and ammunition lie ignominiously deserted on our own side of the river. All this through mere chuckle-headed incompetence and the neglect of the most elementary precautions, within a day's march of two magnificent armies, either of which, under any sane, soldierly man, is capable of marching right through to Glendaruel. This is the last scandal. Yesterday, it was a whole regiment cut off between the Garrard Road and the Sandusky River, and cut off without firing or being able to fire a single shot in self-defense. It is an open secret that the men behind Mar are starving, and that the whole East and the city of Savannah were within a day of being deserted. How long is this disorganization to go on? How long is that bloated bondholder to go prancing round on horseback, wall-eyed and muddle-headed, while his men are starved and butchered, and the forces of this great country are at the mercy of clever rogues like Party or respectable mediocrities like Stevenson? General Piffle's force was, I learn, attacked this morning from across the river by the whole weight of the enemy's centre. Supports were being hurried forward, ammunition was scarce. A feeling of anxiety, not unmixed with hope, is the rule. Noon, I am now back in Scarlet, as being more central to both actions now raging, one along the line of the Sandusky between General Piffle and the army of the centre, the other toward Grierson between Party and the corps of Generals Greene and Lafayette. News has come from both quarters. Piffle, who was at one time thought to be overwhelmed, has held his ground on the Sandusky highroad, and by last advices his whole supports had come into line, and he hoped by a last effort to carry the day. His losses have been severe. They are estimated at 2,600 killed and wounded, but it appears from the reports 268 of captives that the enemy's losses must amount to 3,000 at least. The fate of the engagement still trembles in the balance. From the battle at Grierson, the news is both encouraging and melancholy. The enemy has once more been driven across the rivers, and even some distance behind the town of Grierson itself on the Tahima Road. He has certainly lost 2,400 men, principally horse, but he has succeeded in carrying off his guns and ammunition in the face of our attack, and his immense reserves are close at hand. Both Greene and Lafayette are sent wounded to the rear. It is unknown who now commands their column. These successes, necessary as they were felt to be, were somewhat dearly purchased. 2,600 men are hors de combat, and the chivalrous Party is himself seriously hurt. This has cast a shade of anxiety over our triumph, and though the light column is still pushing its advantage under Lieutenant General Pipes, it is felt that nothing but a complete success of the main body under Piffle can secure us from the danger of complete investment. Scarlet. The engagement ended last night by the complete evacuation of Grierson. Pipes cleared the whole country about that town in splendid style, and the army encamped on the field of battle, sadly reduced indeed but victorious for the moment. The enemy, since their first appearance at Grierson, have lost 4,400 men, and have been beaten decisively back. There is now not a man on our side of the Sandusky, and our loss of 2,600 is serious indeed, but, seeing how much has been accomplished, not excessive. The enemy's horse was cut to pieces. Piffle slept on the ground that he had held all day. In the afternoon he had once more driven back the head of the enemy's columns, inflicting a further loss of 3,200 killed and wounded at the lowest computation, but the enemy's campfires can still be plainly made out with a fieldglass, in the same position as the night before. This 269 is scarcely to be called success, although it is certainly not failure. Sandusky, all quiet at Sandusky. The army has fallen back into the city, and large reserves are still massed behind. Editorial comment: the Battle of Grierson is a distinct success. The enemy, with a heavy loss, have been beaten back to their own side. As to the vital engagement on the Sandusky and the heavy fighting before Yolo, it is plain that we must wait for further news of both. In neither case has any decided advantage crowned our arms, and if we are to judge by the expressions of the Commander-in-Chief to our Sandusky correspondent, the course of the former still leaves room for the most serious apprehensions. General Party, we are glad to assure our readers, will be once more in the saddle before many days. It is an odd coincidence that all the principal commanders in the Battle of Grierson were at one period or another of the day carried to the rear, and that none of the three is seriously hurt. Greene and Lafayette were shot down, it appears, within a few moments of each other. It was reported that they had been having high words as to the reckless advance over the Sandusky, each charging the blame upon the other, but it seems certain that the fault was Lafayette's, who was in chief command, and was present in Grierson itself at the time of the fatal maneuver. The result would have been crushing, had not General Party been left for some hours utterly without ammunition. Commissary Scuttlebutt is loudly blamed. Tomorrow's news is everywhere awaited with an eagerness approaching to agony. Th. Scarlett, late last night, orders reached General Pipes to fall back on this place, where his reserves were diverted to support Piffle, hard-pressed on the Sandusky. This morning the maneuver was effected in good order, the enemy following us through Grierson and capturing 100 prisoners. The battle was resumed on the Sandusky with the same fury, and it is still raging as I-270 write. The enemy's army of the centre is commanded, as we learn from stragglers, by General Napoleon. They boast of large supports arriving, both from Savannah and Tahima directions. The slaughter is something appalling. The whole of Party's infantry corps has marched to support Piffle, and as we have now no more men within a day's ride, it is feared the enemy may yet manage to carry Garrard and command the line of the river. Sandusky. This morning, General Stevenson marched out of town to the southward on the Savannah and Sandusky road. It was fully expected that he would have mounted the Sandusky River to support Piffle and engage the enemy's army of the centre on the flank, and the present maneuver is loudly criticised. Not only is the integrity of the line of the Sandusky ventured, but Stevenson's own force is now engaged in a most awkward country, with a difficult bridge in front. To add, if possible, to our anxiety, it is reported that General de Lafield in yesterday's engagement lost 3,200 men, killed and wounded. He held his ground, however, and by the last advices had killed 800 and taken 1,400 prisoners, with which he had fallen back again on Yolo itself. This retrogression, it seems, is in accordance with his original orders. He was either to hold Yolo, or if possible advance on Savannah via Brierley. This last he judged unwise, so that he was obliged to cling to Yolo itself. This also is seriously criticised in the best-informed circles. Osborne himself is reported to be in Savannah. Yallably record, we have never concealed our opinion that Osborne was a bummer and a scallywag, but the entire collapse of his campaign beats the worst that we imagined possible. We have received at the same moment news of Greene and Lafayette's column being beaten ignominiously back again across the Sandusky River and out of Grierson, a place on our own side, and next of the appearance of a large body of troops at Yolo, in the very heart of this great land, where they seem to have played the very devil, taking prisoners by the hundred and marching 271 with arrogant footsteps on the sacred soil of the province of Savannah. General Napoleon, the only commander who has not yet disgraced himself, still fights an uphill battle in the centre, inflicting terrific losses and upholding the honour of his country single-handed. The infamous Osborne is shaking in his spectacles at Savannah. He was roundly taken to task by a public-spirited reporter and babbled meaningless excuses. He did not know, he said, that the force now falling in on us at Yolo was so large. It was his business to know. What is he paid for? That force has been 10 days at least turning the east of the Mar Mountains, a week at least on our own side of the frontier. Where were Osborne's wits? Will it be believed the column at Lone Bluff is again short of ammunition? This old man of the sea, whom all the world knows to be an ass and whom we can prove to be a coward, is apparently a peculator also. If we were to die tomorrow, the word Osborne would be found engraven backside foremost on our hearts. Note the tergiversation of the Army of the West. The delay of the Army of the West and the timorous counsels of Greene and Lafayette were the salvation of Party, Pipes, and Piffle. This is the third time we hear of this great army crossing the river. It never should have left hold. Lafayette had an overwhelming force at his back, and with a little firmness, a little obstinacy even, he might have swallowed up the thin lines opposed to him. On this day, the 16th, when we hear of his leaving Grierson for the third time, his headquarters should have been in Scarlet, and his guns should have enfiladed the weak posts of Piffle. Sandusky, noon, great gloom here. As everyone predicted, Stevenson has already lost 600 men in the marshes at the mouth of the Sandusky, men simply sacrificed. his willful conduct in not mounting the river, following on his melancholy defeat before Mar, and his long and fatal hesitation as to the armies of the West and Centre, filled 272 up the measure of his incapacity. His uncontrolled temper and undisguised incivility, not only to the press, but to fellow soldiers of the stamp of Piffle, have alienated from him even the sympathy that sometimes improperly consoles demerit. Editorial, we leave our correspondents to speak for themselves, reserving our judgment with a heavy heart. Piffle has the sympathy of the nation. Scarlet 9p 1000, the attack has ceased, Napoleon is moving off southward. Our fellows smartly pursued and cut off 1,600 men. In spreading along the other side of the Sandusky, they fell on a flanking column of the enemy's army of the West, and sent it to the right about with a loss of 800 left upon the field. This shows how perilously near to a junction these two formidable armies were, and should increase our joy at Napoleon's retreat. That movement is variously explained, but many suppose it is due to some advance from Sandusky. Sandusky, p. 1000. Stevenson this afternoon occupied the angle between the Glendarule and the Sandusky. His guns command the Garrard and Savannah highroad, the only line of retreat for General Napoleon's guns, and he has already hopelessly defeated and scattered a strong body of supports, advancing from Savannah to the aid of that commander. The enemy lost 1,600 men. It is thought that this success in Stevenson's present position involved the complete destruction or the surrender of the enemy's army of the centre. The enemy have retired from the passes behind Mar, but it is thought they have moved too late to save Savannah. Pleasant news from Colonel Delafield, who, with a loss of 600, has destroyed thrice that number of the enemy before Yolo. Th. Scarlet, the enemy turned last night, inflicting losses on the combined forces of Generals Pipes and Piffle, amounting together to 1,600 men. But his retreat still continues, harassed by our cavalry and guns. The rest of the troops out of Cinnabar have arrived via Glentower, 273 at the foot of the Blue Mountains. Everyone is in high spirits. Party has resumed command of his division. I met him half an hour ago at lunch, when he expressed himself delighted with the campaign. Sandusky, a great victory must be announced. Today Stevenson passed the Sandusky and occupied the right bank of the Glendarule and the country in front of Savannah. General Napoleon, in full retreat upon that place, found himself cut off, and after a desperate struggle, in which 2,600 fell, surrendered with 6,000 men. The wrecks of his army are scattered far and wide, and his guns are lying deserted on the Garrard road. At the very moment while Napoleon was surrendering his sword to General Stevenson, the head of our colours cut off 1,400 men before Savannah, which was under the fire of our guns, and destroyed a convoy on the Mar and Savannah highroad. This completes the picture. The enemy have now only one bridge over the Glendarule not swept by our artillery. Delafield has had another partial success. With a loss of 1,000 he has cut off 1,200 and made 400 prisoners, but a strong force TS reported on the Yolo and Yallabally road, which by placing him between two fires, may soon render his hold on the Yolo untenable. Note General Napoleon. His real name was Clamborough. The son of a well-known linendraper in Yolo, he was educated at the Military College of Savannah. His chief fault was an overwhelming vanity, which betrayed itself in his unfortunate assumption of a pseudonym, and in the gorgeous oriental costumes by which he rendered himself conspicuous and absurd. He received early warning of Stevenson's advance from Sandusky, but refused to be advised, and did not begin to retreat until his army was already circumvented. A characteristic anecdote is told of the surrender. "General," said Napoleon to his captor, "you have today immortalized your name." "Sir," returned Stevenson, whose brutality of manner was already proverbial, "if you had taken as much trouble to direct 270 for your army as your tailor to make your clothes, our positions might have been reversed." From the original sketch in Stevenson's notebook. Editorial comment. Unlike many others, we have never lost confidence in General Stevenson. Indeed, as our readers may remember, we have always upheld him as a capable, even a great commander. Some little ruffle at Scarlet did occur, but it was, no doubt, chargeable to the hasty party, and now, by one of the finest manoeuvres on record, the head general of our victorious armies has justified our most hopeful prophecies and aspirations. There is not perhaps an officer in the army who would not have chosen the obvious and indecisive move up the 275 Sandusky, which even our correspondent, able as he is, referred to with apparent approval. Had Stevenson done that, the brave enemy who chooses to call himself Napoleon might have been defeated 12 hours earlier, and there would have been less sacrifice of life in the divisions of party and the ignorant piffle. But the enemy's retreat would not have been cut off. His general would not now have been a prisoner in our camp, nor should our cannon, advanced boldly into the country of our foes, thunder against the gates of Savannah and cut off the supplies from the army behind Mar. A glance at the map will show the authority of our position. Not a loaf of bread, not an ounce of powder can reach Savannah or the enemy's army of the east, but it must run the gauntlet of our guns. And this is the result produced by the turning movement at Yolo, General Stevenson's long inactivity in Sandusky, and his advance at last, the one right movement and in the one possible direction. Yallabally record, the humbug who had the folly and indecency to pick up the name of Napoleon second-hand at a sale of old pledges, has been thrashed and is a prisoner. Except the Army of the West, and the division on the Mar Road, which is commanded by an old woman, we have nothing on foot but scattered, ragamuffin regiments. Savannah is under fire. That will teach Osborne to skulk in cities instead of going to the front with the poor devils whom he butchers by his ignorance and starves with his peculations. What we want to know is, when is Osborne to be shot? Note, the record editor, a man of the name of McGuffog, was subsequently hanged by order of General Osborne. Public opinion endorsed this act of severity. My great-uncle, Mr. Phelim Settle, was present and saw him with the nightcap on and a file of his journals around his neck. When he was turned off, the applause, according to Mr. Settle, was deafening. He was a man, as the extracts prove, not without a kind of vulgar talent. Yallabally Evening Herald. It would be idle to disguise the fact that the retreat of our Army of the Centre, and the accidental capture of the accomplished soldier whose modesty conceals itself under the pseudonym of Napoleon, have created a slight though baseless feeling of alarm in this city. Nearer the field the troops are quite steady, the inhabitants enthusiastic, and the loyal and indefatigable Osborne multiplies his bodily presence. The events of yesterday were much exaggerated by some papers, and the publication of one rowdy sheet, suspected of receiving pay from the enemy, has been suspended by an order from headquarters. Our Army of the West still advances triumphantly unresisted into the heart of the enemy's country. The force at Yolo, which is a mere handful and quite without artillery, will probably be routed out tomorrow. Addresses and congratulations pour in to General Osborne. Subscriptions to the great testimonial Osborne statue are received at the Herald office every day between the hours of 10 and 4. Abstract of 6 days fighting from the 19th to the 24th, from the Glendarul Times Saturday special. This week has been, on the whole, unimportant. There are few changes in the aspect of the field of war, and perhaps the most striking fact is the collapse of Colonel Delafield's Yolo column. 1,400 killed and 1,800 prisoners is assuredly a serious consideration for our small army, yet the good done by that expedition is not wiped away by the present defeat. Large reinforcements of troops and much ammunition have been directed into the Far East, and the city of Savannah and the enemy's forces in the pass have thus been left without support. Delafield himself has reached Mar, now in our hands, and the cavalry and stores of the expedition, all safe, are close behind him. Yolo is a name that will never be forgotten. Our forces are now thus disposed. Party, with the brave artillery, lies behind the southeast shoulder of the Blue Mountains, on the Sandusky and Samuel City 277 road. Piffle, with the Army of the Centre, has fallen back into Sandusky itself, while Stevenson still holds the same position across the Sandusky River, his advance to which will constitute his chief claim to celebrity. Savannah was bombarded from the 18th to the 20th, inclusive. 4,000 men fell in its defence. Osborne himself, directing operations, was seriously wounded and sent to Yallabally, and on the evening of the 20th the city surrendered, only 600 men being found within its walls. A heavy contribution was raised, but the general himself, fearing to expose his communications, remains in the same position and has not even occupied the fallen city. In the meantime, the army from the pass has been slowly drawing down to the support of Savannah, suffering cruelly at every step. Yesterday, 24th Mar was occupied by a corps of our infantry, who fell on the rear of the retreating enemy, inflicting heavy loss. Note, retreat of the Mar column. The army which so long and so usefully held the passes behind Mar over the neck of Long Bluff did not begin to retreat until the enemy had already occupied Mar and begun to engage their outposts. Supplies had already been cut off by the advanced position of Stevenson. The men were short of bread. The roads were heavy, the horses starving. The rear of the column was continually and disastrously engaged with the enemy pouring after. It is perhaps the saddest chapter in the history of the war. My grandmother, Mrs. Henky Nee Pilworthy, then a young girl on a mountain farm on the line of the retreat, distinctly remembers giving a soda biscuit, which was greedily received, to Colonel Diggory Jacks, then in command of our division, and lending him an umbrella which was never returned. This incident, trivial as it may be thought, emphatically depicts the destitution of our brave soldiers. In the meantime, in the west, the enemy are slowly passing the rivers and advancing with their main body on Scarlet, and with a single corps on Glentour. Cinnabar 278 was occupied on the 21st in the morning, and a heavy contribution raised. The situation may thus be stated. In the centre we are the sole arbiters, commanding the roads and holding a position which can only be described as authoritative. In the east, de Laffield's corps has been destroyed, but the enemy's army of the pass, on the other hand, is in a critical position and may, in the course of a few days or so, be forced to lay down its arms. In the west, nothing as yet is decided, and the movement through the Glentour Pass somewhat hampers General Potty's position. The comparative losses during these days are very encouraging, and compare pleasingly with the cost of the early part of the campaign. The enemy have lost 12,800 men, killed, wounded and prisoners, as against 4,800 on our side. Yallabally Herald, interview from General Osborne with a special reporter. I met the wounded hero some miles out of Yallabally, still working, even as he walked, and surrounded by messengers from every quarter. After the usual salutations, he inquired what paper I represented, and received the name of the Herald with satisfaction. It is a decent paper, he said. It does not seek to obstruct a general in the exercise of his discretion. He spoke hopefully of the west and east, and explained that the collapse of our centre was not so serious as might have been imagined. It is unfortunate, he said, but if Greene succeeds in his double advance on Glendoruel, and if our army can continue to keep up even the show of resistance in the province of Savannah, Stevenson dare not advance upon the capital. That would expose his communications too seriously for such a cautious and often cowardly. Commander, I call him cowardly, he added, even in the face of the desperate Yolo expedition, for you see he is withdrawing all along the west, and Greene, though now in the heart of his country, encounters no resistance. The general hopes soon to recover. His wound, though annoying, presents no character of gravity 279. Note: General Osborne's perfect sincerity is doubtful. He must have known that Greene was hopelessly short of ammunition. Unfortunate, as an epithet describing the collapse of the Army of the Centre, is perhaps without parallel in military criticism. It was not unfortunate, it was ruinous. Stevenson was a man of uneven character, whom his own successes rendered timid. This timidity it was that delayed the end, but the war was really over when General Napoleon surrendered his sword on the afternoon of the 17th. The Davos Press. In the reproductions which follow of moral emblems, etc., by R50, Stevenson and Lloyd Osborne, the tint shows the actual size of the paper on which the pamphlets were printed. Notice: Today is published by S50, Osborne Co. Illustrated. Black Canyons. Thwart. Wild Adventures in the Far West. And instructive and amusing tale written by Samuel Lloyd Osborne. Price 6d. Opinions of the press. Although Black Canyon is rather shorter than ordinary for that kind of story, it is an excellent work. We cordially recommend it to our readers. Weekly Messenger. S50, Osborne's new work Black Canyon is splendidly illustrated. In the story the characters are bold and striking. It reflects the highest honor on its writer. Morning Calls. A very remarkable work. Every page produces an effect. The end is as singular as the beginning. I never saw such a work before. R50, Stevenson. Black Canyons. Thwart. Wild Adventures in the Far West. A tale of instruction and amusement. For the young. By Samuel Osborne. Illustrated. Printed by the author. Davos Platz. Chapter 1. In this forest we see in a misty morning a campfire. Sitting lazily around it are 3 men. The oldest is evidently a sailor. The sailor turns to the fellow next to him and says, "Blast my eyes if I know where we is rather think we're in the vicinity of those rocky mountains," remarked the young man. Suddenly the bushes parted. What, they all exclaim, not Black Eagle. Who is Black Eagle, we shall see. Chapter 2. James P. Drake was a gambler, not in cards but in lost luggage. 287 in America, all baggage etc. lost on trains and not reclaimed is put up to auction unopened. James was one who always expected to find a fortune in some one of these bags. One day he was at the auction house as usual, when a small and exceedingly light trunk was put up for sale. He bought and opened it. It was empty. No, a little bit of paper was in the bottom with this written on it: Idaho. Being an intelligent young man, he knew that this was a clue for finding hidden treasure. Then after a while he made this: in Black Canyon, Idaho, 570 feet west of some mark, 10 feet below a tree treasure will be found. Beware of Black Eagle Indian. But he forgot the. Chapter 3. James at once took 2 friends into his secret, an old sailor Jack and a young frontiersman. They all agreed that they must start for Black Canyon at once. The frontiersman said he had heard of Black Canyon in Idaho, 289, but who could Black Eagle be? An Indian stood before them. See first chap, he merely said come, they take up their arms and do so. Chapter 5. After following him for 4 hours he stopped, turned around and said, "Rest, eat you fellows." They did so. In about an hour they started again. After walking 10 miles they heard the roaring of an immense cataract. Suddenly they find themselves face to face with a long deep gorge or canyon. "Black Canyon," they all cry. "Stop," says the Indian. He pushes a stone aside. It uncovers the mouth of a small cave. The Indian struck a light with 2 sticks. They follow him into this cave for about a mile when the cave opens into an immense 291 grotto. The Indian whistled, a bear and dog appeared. "Bring meat, Nero," said the Indian. The bear at once brought a deer, which they cooked and ate. Then the Indian said, "Show me the treasure clue." His eyes flashed when he saw it. Chapter 6. Midnight. The Indian is about to light a fuse to a cask of gunpowder, but James sees him and shoots him before he is able to light the fuse. He ran to the side of the dying Indian who made this confession: "I am not an Indian. 10 years 292 ago I met G. Gideon, a man who found a quantity of gold here. Before he died, he sent that clue to a friend who never received it. I knew the gold was here. I have hunted 10 years for it. Your clue showed me where it was. Here Black Eagle told it to James. Then Black Eagle died." Chapter 7. Years have passed. James is the same as ever. Jack is owner of a yacht. The frontiersman owns a large cattle and hog ranch. Finis. Not Eyes. And Other Poems. By Robert Louis Stevenson. Author of The Blue Scalper Travels with a Donkey, etc. Price 6d. Dedicated to Messrs. R. Clarke. By S. 50 Osborne. Davos. Not one, some like drink in a pint pot. Some like to think, some not. Strong Dutch cheese. Old Kentucky rye. Some like these. Not one, some like Poe. And others like Scott. Some like Mrs. Stowe. Some not. Some like to laugh. Some like to cry. Some like chaff. Not one here perfect to a wish. We offer not a dish, but just the platter. A book that's not a book. a pamphlet in the look, but not the matter. I own in disarray. As to the flowers of May, the frosts of winter, to my poetic rage, the smallness of the page, and of the printer, as seamen on the seas, with song and dance descry, adown the morning breeze, an islet in the sky, in Araby the dry, as o'er the sandy plain, the panting camels cry, to smell the coming rain. So all things over earth a common law obey, and rarity and worths pass arm in arms away. And even so today, the printer and the bard in pressless Davos pray their sixpenny reward. The pamphlet here presented was planned and printed by a printer unindented, a bard whom all decry, the author and the printer, with various kinds of skill, concocted it in winter. At Davos on the hill, they burned the nightly taper. But now the work is ripe. Observe the costly paper. Remark the perfect type. Begun Feb, ended Oct 1881. Morals. Emblems. A collection of cuts and verses. By Robert Louis Stevenson, author of The Blue Scalper, Travels with a Donkey, Treasure Island, Not I, etc. Printers S50, Osborne Company. Davos Platz. See how the children in the print bound on the book to see what's in't. Oh, like these pretty babes, may you seize and apply this volume too, and while your eye upon the cuts with harmless ardour open and shuts, reader, may your immortal mind to their sage lessons not be blind. Reader, your soul upraise to see in yon fair cut designed by me, the pauper by the highway side, vainly soliciting from pride. Mark how the beau with easy air contempts the anxious rustic's prayer, and casting a disdainful eye, goes gaily gallivanting by. He from the poor averts his head, he will regret it when he's dead. A peak in Darien, broad gazing on untrodden lands, see where adventurous Cortez stands, while in the heavens above his head the eagle seeks its daily bread. How aptly fact to fact replies, heroes and eagles, hills and skies. Ye who contemn the fatted slave, look on this emblem and be brave. See in the print how moved by whim, trumpeting Jumbo, great and grim, adjusts his trunk like a cravat to noose that individual's hat. The sacred ibis in the distance joys to observe his bold resistance. Mark printed on the opposing page the unfortunate effects of rage. A man who might be you or me hurls another into the sea. Poor soul, his unreflecting act, his future joys will much contract, and he will spoil his evening tardy by dwelling on that mangled body. Works recently issued by Samuel Osborne Co. Davos. Not I, and Other Poems by Robert Louis Stevenson. A volume of enchanting poetry. Black Canyon or Wild Adventures in the Far West by S. Osborne. A beautiful gift book. To be obtained from the publishers and all respectable booksellers. Stevenson's Moral Emblems. Edition deluxe, 5 full-page illustrations. Price 9d. The above specimen cut illustrates a new departure in the business of Osborne Co. Wood engraving, designed and executed by Mr. and Mrs. Stevenson, and printed under the personal supervision of Mr. Osborne, now form a branch of their business. Today is published by S50, Osborne Co. A second collection of Moral Emblems by Robert Louis Stevenson. Edition deluxe, tall paper, extra fine first impression, price 10d. Popular edition for the million, small paper, cut slightly worn, a great bargain, 8d. Notice as a literary curiosity, part of the 1000 S of Black Canyon, price 1s, 6d. Apply to Samuel Osborne Co. Buell Chalet Villa Stein Davos. Morals Emblems. A second collection of cuts and verses by Robert Louis Stevenson, author of Latter-day Arabian Nights Travels, with a donkey not I 100, printers S50 Osborne Company, Davos Platz, with storms o'er the rocks a lee. The dancing skiff puts forth to sea. The lone dissenter in the blast recoils before the sight aghast. But she, although the heavens be black, holds on upon the starboard tack. For why, although today she sink, still safe she sails in printer's ink. And though today the seamen drown, my cut shall hand their memory down. The careful angler chose his nook at morning by the lilied brook, and all the noon his rod he plied by that romantic riverside. Soon as the evening hours decline, tranquilly hell return to dine, and breathing forth a pious wish, will cram his belly full of fish. The abbot for a walk went out, a wealthy cleric very stout, and Robin has that abbot stuck, as the red hunter spears the buck. The javel or the javelins has, you observe, gone bravely in, and you may hear that weapon whack bang through the middle of his back. Hence we may learn that abbots should never go walking in a wood. The frozen peaks he once explored, but now he's dead and by the board. How better far at home to have stayed, attended by the parlour maid, and warmed his knees before the fire, until the hour when folks retire. So if you would be spared to friends, do nothing but for business ends. Industrious pirate, see him sweep the lonely bosom of the deep, and daily the horizon scan, from Hatteras or Mattapan. Be sure before that pirate's old, he will have made a pot of gold, and will retire from all his labours, and be respected by his neighbours. You also scan your life's horizon, for all that you can clap your eyes on. Works recently issued by Samuel Osborne Co. Davos. Not I and Other Poems by Robert Louis Stevenson. A volume of enchanting poetry. Black Canyon or Wild Adventures in the Far West by S50, Osborne. A beautiful gift book. Moral Emblems First Series by Robert Louis Stevenson. Has only to be seen to be admired. to be obtained from the publishers and all respectable booksellers. A martial elegy for some lead soldiers, for certain soldiers lately dead, or reverent dirge shall here be said. Them when their martial leader called, no dread preparative appalled, but leaden-hearted, leaden-heeled. I marked them steadfast in the field. Death grimly sided with the foe, and smote each leaden hero low. Proudly they perished one by one. The dread Peaconan's work was done. Oh, not for them the tears we shed, consigned to their congenial lead, but while unmoved their sleep they take, we mourn for their dear captain's sake, for their dear captain who shall smart, both in his pocket and his heart, who saw his heroes shed their gore, and lacked a shilling to buy more. Price 1 penny, first edition. Today is published by Samuel Osborne Co. The Graver and the Pen. Board. Scenes from Nature with App. Propriate Verses. By Robert Louis Stevenson, author of The Emblems. The Graver and the Pen is a most strikingly illustrated little work, and the poetry so pleasing that when it is taken up to be read is finished before it is set down. It contains 5 full-page illustrations, all of the first class, and 11 pages of poetry, finely printed on superb paper, especially obtained from 100. G. Squintani Co. London, with the title on the cover in red letters. Small 8 vo, granite paper cover with coloured title. Price 9d per copy. Splendid chance for an energetic publisher. For sale copyright of Black Canyon, price $134. Autograph of Mr. R50, Stevenson, price 3, ditto of Mr. S50, Osborne, price 1 each. If copies of the Graver, Emblems or Black Canyon are wanted, apply to the publisher, 17 Harlot Row, Edinburgh. The Graver the Pen. The Graver the Pen. Board. Scenes from Nature with Appropriate Verses. By Robert Louis Stevenson, author of The New Arabian Nights, Moral Emblems, Not I, Treasure Island, etc. Illustrated. Edinburgh. S50, Osborne Company. Number 17, Heriot Row. It was only by the kindness of Mr. Crerar of Kingussy that we are able to issue this little work, having allowed us to print with his own press when ours was broken. Proems. Unlike the common run of men, I wield a double power to please, and use the graver and the pen with equal aptitude and ease. I move with that illustrious crew, the ambidextrous kings of art, and every mortal thing I do brings ringing money in the mart. Hence to the morning hour the mead, the forest and the stream perceive me wandering as the muses lead, or back returning in the eve. 2 muses like 2 maiden ants, the engraving and the singing muse, follow through all my favourite haunts, my devious traces in the dews. To guide and cheer me each attends, each speeds my rapid task along. One to my cuts her ardour lends, one breathes her magic in my song. The precarious 1099, alone above the stream it stands, above the iron hill, the topsy-turvy tumble-down, yet habitable 1099, still as the ringing saws advance to slice the humming deal. All day the pallid miller hears the thunder of the wheel. He hears the river plunge and roar, as roars the angry mob. He feels the solid building quake, the trusty timbers throb. All night beside the fire he cowers. He hears the rafters jar. Oh, why is he not in a proper house, as decent people are? The floors are all aslant, he sees. The doors are all ajar, and from the hook above his head, all crooked swings the ham. Alas, he cries and shakes his head. I see by every sign, there soon will be the deuce to pay with this estate of mine. The disputatious pines. The first pine to the second said, my leaves are black, my branches red. I stand upon this moor of mine, a hoar unconquerable pine. The second sniffed and answered, pooh, I am as good a pine as you. Discourteous tree, the first replied. The tempest in my boughs had cried. The hunter slumbered in my shade 100 years ere you were made. The second smiled as he returned. I shall be here when you are burned. So far dissension ruled the pair. Each turned on each a frowning air. When flickering from the bank anegg, a flight of martins met their eye. Sometime their course they watched, and then they nodded off to sleep again. The tramps, now long enough has day endured, or King Apollo palinured. Seaward besteers his panting team, and casts on earth his latest gleam. But see the tramps with jaded eye, their destined provinces espy. Long through the hills their way they took, long camped beside the mountain brook. Tease over now with rising hope, they pause upon the downward slope, and as their aching bones they rest, their anxious captain scans the west. So paused Alaric on the Alps, and ciphered up the Roman scalps. The foolhardy geographer, the howling desert miles around, the tinkling brook the only sound. Wearied with all his toils and feats, the traveller dines on potted meats and princely wines. Not wisely but too well he dines. The brindled tiger loud may roar, high may the hovering vulture soar. Alas, regardless of them all, soon shall the empurpled glutton sprawl. Soon in the desert's hushed repose shall trumpet tidings through his nose. Alack, unwise, that nasal song shall be the ounce's dinner gong. A blemish in the cut appears. Alas, it cost both blood and tears. The glancing graver swerved aside. Fast flowed the artist's vital tide. And now the apologetic bard demands indulgence for his pard. The angler, the clowns, the echoing bridge you here may see, the pouring linn, the waving tree, the eager angler fresh from town, above the contumelious clown. The angler plies his line and rod, the clodpole stands with many a nod, with many a nod and many a grin. He sees him cast his engine in. What have you caught? The peasant cries. Nothing as yet, the fool replies. Moral tales. Rob and Ben. Lord. The pirate and the apothecary. Scene the first. Rob and Ben. Lord. The pirate and the apothecary. Scene the second. Rob and Ben. Lord. The pirate and the apothecary. Scene the third. Robin and Ben, or the pirate and the apothecary. come lend me an attentive ear, a startling moral tale to hear, of pirate Rob and chemist Ben, and different destinies of men, deep in the greenest of the vales, that nestle near the coast of Wales, the heaving main but just in view. Robin and Ben together grew, together worked and played the fool, together shunned the Sunday school, and pulled each other's youthful noses around the cots among the roses. Together but unlike they grew. Robin was rough and through, bold, inconsiderate and manly, like some historic Bruce or Stanley. Ben had a mean and servile soul. He robbed not though he often stole. He sang on Sunday in the choir, and tamely capped the passing squire. At length intolerant of trammels, wild as the wild Bithynian camels, wild as the wild seagull's bob, his widowed dam contrives to rob, and thus with great originality effectuates his personality. Thenceforth his terror-haunted flight he follows through the starry night, and with the early morning breeze behold him on the azure seas, the master of a trading dandy hires Robin for a go of brandy, and all the happy hills of home vanish beyond the fields of foam. Ben meanwhile like a tin reflector attended on the worthy rector, opened his eyes and held his breath, and flattered to the point of death, and was at last by that good fairy apprenticed to the apothecary. So Ben, while Robin chose to row, a rising chemist was at home, tended his shop with learned air, watered his drugs and oiled his hair, and gave advice to the unwary, like any sleek apothecary. Meanwhile upon the deep afar, Robin the brave was waging war with other tarry desperadoes about the latitude of Barbados. He knew no touch of craven fear. His voice was thunder in the cheer. First from the main-to-gallant high, the skulking merchantman to spy, the first to bound upon the deck, the last to leave the sinking wreck. His hand was steel, his word was law. His mates regarded him with awe. No pirate in the whole profession held a more honourable position. At length from years of anxious toil, bold Robin seeks his native soil, wisely arranges his affairs, and to his native dale repairs. The Bristol swallow sets him down beside the well-remembered town. He sighs, he spits, he marks the scene. Proudly he treads the village green, and free from pettiness and rancour, takes lodgings at the Crown and Anchor. Strange when a man so great and good once more in his home country stood. Strange that the sordid clowns should show a dull desire to have him go. His clinging breeks, his tarry hat, the way he swore, the way he spat, a certain quality of manner, alarming like the pirate's banner, something that did not seem to suit all, something, oh call it bluff not brutal, something at least, howe'er it's called, made Robin generally blackballed. His soul was wounded, proud and glum. Alone he sat and swigged his rum, and took a great distaste to men, till he encountered chemist Ben. Bright was the hour and bright the day that threw them in each other's way. Glad were their mutual salutations, long their respective revelations. Before the inn in sultry weather, they talked of this and that together. Ben told the tale of his indentures, and Rob narrated his adventures. Last, as the point of greatest weight, the pair contrasted their estate, and Robin, like a boastful sailor, despised the other for a tailor. See, he remarked with envy, see, a man with such a fist as me, bearded and ringed and big and brown. I sit and toss the stingo down, hear the gold jingle in my bag, all one beneath the jolly flag. Ben moralized and shook his head. You wanderers earn and eat your bread. The foe is found, beats or is beaten, and either how the wage is eaten. And after all your pulley-howly, your proceeds look uncommon smally. You had done better here to tarry, apprentice to the apothecary. The silent pirates of the shore eat and sleep soft and pocket more than any red robustious ranger, who picks his farthings hot from danger. You clank your guineas on the board, mine are with several bankers stored. You reckon riches on your digits, you dash in chase of Sals and Bridgets. You drink and risk delirium tremens, your whole estate a common seaman's. Regard your friend and school companion, soon to be wed to Miss Trevanion. Smooth, honourable, fat and flowery, with heaven knows how much land in dowry. Look at me, I in good case. Look at my hands, look at my face. Look at the cloth of my apparel. Try me and test me, lock and barrel, and own to give the devil his due. I have made more of life than you, yet I nor sought nor risked a life. I shudder at an open knife. The perilous seas I still avoided, and stuck to land whate'er betided. I had no gold, no marble quarry, I was a poor apothecary. Yet here I stand at 38, a man of an assured estate. Well, answered Robin, well, and how? The smiling chemist tapped his brow. Rob, he replied, this throbbing brain still worked and hankered after gain. By day and night to work my will, it pounded like a powder mill, and marking how the world went round, a theory of theft it found. Here is the key to right and wrong. Steal little but steal all day long. And this invaluable plan marks what is called the honest man. When first I served with Dr. Pill, my hand was ever in the till. Now that I am myself a master, my gains come softer still and faster. As thus on Wednesday a maid came to me in the way of trade. Her mother, an old farmer's wife, required a drug to save her life. At once, my dear, at once, I said, patted the child upon the head, bade her be still a loving daughter, and filled the bottle up with water. Well, and the mother, Robin cried. Oh, she, said Ben, I think she died. Battle and blood, death and disease, upon the tainted tropic seas. The attendant sharks that chew the cud, the abhorred scuppers spouting blood, the untended dead, the tropic sun, the thunder of the murderous gun, the cutthroat crew, the captain's curse, the tempest blustering worse and worse. These have I known, and these can stand. But you I settle out of hand. Out flashed the cutlass, down went dead and rotten there and then's. The builder's doom. In 1820 Deacon Thin viewed the land and fenced it in, and laid his broad foundations down, about a furlong out of town. Early and late the work went on. The carts were toiling ere the dawn. The mason whistled, the hardman sang. Early and late the trowels rang. And Thin himself came day by day to push the work in every way. An artful builder, patent king of all the local building ring. Who was there like him in the quarter for mortifying brick and mortar, or pocketing the odd piaster by substituting lath and plaster? With plan and 2-foot rule in hand, he by the foreman took his stand, with boisterous voice, with eagle glance, to stamp upon extravagance, far thrift of bricks and greed of gilders. He was the Buonaparte of builders. The foreman, a desponding creature, demurred to here and there a feature. For surely, sir, with your permission, bricks here, sir, in the main partition. The builder goggled, gulped and stared. The foreman's services were spared. Thin would not count among his minions a man of Wesleyan opinions. Money is money, so he said. Crescents are crescents, trade is trade. Pharaohs and emperors in their seasons built, I believe, for different reasons. Charity, glory, piety, pride. To pay the men to please a bride. To use their stone to spite their neighbours. Not for a profit on their labours. They built to edify or bewilder. I build because I am a builder. Crescent and street and square I build. Plaster and paint and carve and gild. Around the city see them stand. These triumphs of my shaping hand. With bulging walls, with sinking floors. With shut impracticable doors. Fickle and frail in every part. And rotten to their inmost heart. There shall the simple tenant find death in the falling window blind. Death in the pipe, death in the faucet. Death in the deadly water closet. A day is set for all to die. Caveat emptor, what care I? As to Amphion's tuneful kit, Troy rose with towers encircling it. As to the mage's brandished wand, a spiry palace clove the sand. To Thin's indomitable financing, that phantom crescent kept advancing. When first the brazen bells of churches called clerk and parson to their perches, the worshippers of every sect already viewed it with respect. A second Sunday had not gone before the roof was rattled on, and when the fourth was there, behold, the crescent finished, painted, sold. The stars proceeded in their courses. Nature with her subversive forces. Time too the iron-toothed and sinewed. And the audacious years continued. Thrones rose and fell, and still the crescent, unsanative and now senescent, a plastered skeleton of lath, looked forward to a day of wrath. In the dead night the groaning timber would jar upon the ear of slumber, and like Dodona's talking oak, of oracles and judgments spoke, when to the music fingered well, the feet of children lightly fell. The sire who dozed by the decanters started and dreamed of misadventures. The rotten brick decayed to dust. The iron was consumed by rust. each tabid and perverted mansion, hung in the article of declension. So 40, 50, 60 passed, until when 70 came at last, the occupant of number 3 called friends to hold a jubilee. Wild was the night, the charging rack had forced the moon upon her back. The wind piped up a naval ditty, and the lamps winked through all the city. Before that house where lights were shining, corpulent feeders grossly dining, in jolly clamour, hum and rattle, fairly outvoiced the tempest's battle, as still his moistened lip he fingered. The envious policeman lingered, while far the infernal tempest sped, and shook the country folks in bed, and tore the trees and tossed the ships. He lingered and he licked his lips. Lo, from within a hush, the host briefly expressed the evening's toast. And lo, before the lips were dry, the deacon rising to reply, here in this house which once I built, papered and painted, carved and gilt, and out of which to my content I netted 7 to 5%. Here at this board of jolly neighbours I reap the credit of my labours. These were the days, I will say more, these were the grand old days of yore. The builder laboured day and night, he watched that every brick was right. The decent men their utmost did, and the house rosy a pyramid. These were the days, our provost knows, when 40 streets and crescents rose. The fruits of my creative noddle, all more or less upon a model, neat and commodious, cheap and dry, a perfect pleasure to the eye. I found this quite a country quarter, I leave it solid lath and mortar. In all I was the single actor, and am this city's benefactor. Since then, alas, both thing and name shoddy across the ocean came, shoddy that can the eye bewilder, and makes me blush to meet a builder. Had this good house in frame or fixture been tempered by the least admixture of that discreditable shoddy, should we today compound our toddy, or gaily merry song and laughter, below its sempiternal rafter? Not so, the deacon cried. The mansion had marked his fatuous expansion. The years were full, the house was fated, the rotten structure crepitated. A moment and the silent guests sat pallid as their dinner vests. A moment more and root and branch, that mansion fell in avalanche. Story on story, floor on floor, roof, wall and window, joist and door. Dead weight of damnable disaster, a cataclysm of lath and plaster. Siloam did not choose a sinner, all were not builders at the dinner.